What's going on, guys? My name is Dan, and welcome back to my channel. It's been a long time. Something very crazy happened to me. Honestly, so crazy that if you actually stick through until the end of this video, I think you're going to be shocked. It is very heavy. Like, what happened to me, I don't know. The chances of it happening to somebody are so low, but it happened to me, and I have to share the story because, number one, I made it out alive. And number two, it's the reason that I haven't been able to work. I haven't been able to make any videos since April of 2022. I believe that's when my last video was posted. Right now, it's April of 2023. So literally a year without videos. I did post a few videos with some of the members of my team because we run e-commerce companies and we have an e-commerce coaching company called Ecom Freedom. And that has been a big focus of my channel. If you're new to this channel, if you haven't known about me, you've never seen this before, basically what I've been doing has been for over 6 years. I've been helping people start successful online businesses. I've been helping people achieve freedom, especially on the online business side. You know, when we talk about passive income, entrepreneurship, motivation. I made a lot of inspirational videos, and you know, I've racked up a lot of subscribers in that time. I think we're almost at about 500,000, even though I haven't made a video in a year. And there is a reason for that. I got poisoned. I got poisoned by my housekeeper. And it was a slow and intentional poisoning for over 2 years. I had no idea what was happening to me. And this is going to be the story. And I don't know how long this video is going to go on for. You can see the duration of the video. I'm sure it's going to be definitely more than an hour, maybe 2, 3, because it is something so crazy that happened to me that it is almost everybody that knows me and everybody that I've told, they say it's like a movie. It's like a movie, dude. Like what happened to you, it's like a movie script, like a plot of a movie. And I've learned a lot of things along the way, and it is by a miracle of God that I am alive today to share this with you. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I'm here to tell you this story. I know for a fact that even though, you know, obviously to get intentionally poisoned is something very, very, rare, I know for a fact that this story will help a lot of people. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. I don't know how many views this video will get because it is heavy and it is crazy, and I lived through it. So in a nutshell, in October 2022, I found out that I had been being poisoned by my housekeeper, who was a guy. He was a male, and I had been poisoned by him for 2 years. I don't know the exact duration of time. I just know when we started working together, when he started cleaning up in my house and helping with the house duties. Mostly it was just like cleaning, housekeeping, as well as there came a point when he was preparing food for me because he was actually an excellent cook, funny enough. And so how it went down was that he was adding rat poison to my food, my bottled water, because I lived in Arizona, and in Arizona, the tap water sucks, so I drank bottled water. He was adding it to, honestly, God knows what else, my personal hygiene products, my supplements. Honestly, I don't know exactly what, but I know the exact chemicals that I was poisoned with, and they're the chemicals in rat poison. He might have made a concoction of several different ones. I don't know how psycho he got, but this is all doctor confirmed. This is not speculation. This is not theory. This actually happened to me. I know you're probably wondering, like, why on earth? Like, why? How does that even happen? Why would somebody poison you? Like, I'm not the president of the United States. I'm not a president of some country. I was just a YouTuber. I was a successful entrepreneur. I owned several successful businesses, and I helped a lot of people. I built Ecom Freedom. If you were around between like 2017, 2018, and now 2023, especially during the big thing that happened, the big C in 2020. I don't know if we're still not allowed to say the word, it's stupid. But if you were around during that time, my videos really blew up because everybody was searching for ways to make money online. Everybody's really interested in starting an online business, as they are now. And I'm so lucky to be alive that I can continue to do this work, because it's really, nothing fulfills me more than helping people. And so maybe you've seen my videos. If you typed in Shopify, my videos were ranked at the top. If you've seen if you typed in Amazon FBA, you might have seen me as well. Or maybe you've never seen me before, but maybe, you're going to be a subscriber now, because now that I've lived through this, my content is going to change. So on the question of why would someone poison me? Like, why would someone poison you, Dan? Great question. I didn't really know myself, to be honest with you. And when I found out, it was so crazy And it was such a shock. And the state of health, the state of mind that I was in when I found out, I was very, very sick. The Dan that you're seeing right now, I've mostly recovered. I'm almost at 100%. I've put in the work. It has been an enormous amount of work, money, and time to heal myself and not die. So I'll give you some of the backstory here, how it all went down, how it all happened, and I'm not going to leave anything out. This has been very heavy on my soul ever since this happened. For the past several months, I've just been focused on recovering, just fixing up my health and just, making sure that I'm okay and making sure I wasn't going to die. And now I'm at a point where I'm feeling mostly good, feeling honestly better than I've ever felt before a lot of the time, because you'll see what I did, to heal. When you do stuff like that, you just can't not get better. And, now is the perfect time for me to release this video. And honestly, it's going to be a way for me to really put this to rest. And hopefully it can help somebody out there. Because I know that I'm not the only one that had this happen to them. I even have a feeling that celebrities, I'm not going to say which ones I suspect, but I think that this is something that can happen very easily and has happened. And it's something that it's by a miracle that I found out. I could have died and people would have had no idea why. Like, oh, he was having chronic health issues and he died. However, the problem was that I was completely healthy. I was super athletic. I'd been lifting in the gym for over 10 years, always eating healthy. I almost never drank. I never took any drugs, none of that. I had no history of any medical problems, no history of any, mental health, like physical health, anything like that whatsoever. And I was always very happy. I was always a very happy person, as happy as we all have our bad days, good days, right? But I never had anything like anxiety, depression, OCD, which I'm going to talk about my journey with, because I definitely had it like bad. Obviously, there were poisons in my body, in my head, in my brain, all over the place, just wreaking havoc. So in 2017, 6 years ago, I dropped out of school and I used to work at the bank. And, this has been like my story. A lot of people have been really inspired by it. Dropped out of school, left my job at the bank in Canada, and I went down to Arizona. And my dream was to start an online business. I did. I started an Amazon FBA business at the time, became very successful at it. People were asking me to release a course. I released a training called Ecom Freedom. And, we've basically become one of the biggest in the e-commerce space, because when I release anything that I do, I've always made it a rule for myself. I want to give people 10 or 100 times more value than they get, than they pay for. And so about 2018, that's when my finances and my success really blew up. My channel really blew up. I became very well known in the entrepreneurship space, online entrepreneurship space. And at the time in 2017, I was in Arizona, and at the time I didn't have this particular housekeeper. So I just had like a different service. I just had a housekeeper that was provided by the building that I lived in. And it was great. No problems, felt healthy and everything. And I'm telling you, at the time, I really felt like the sky was the limit. Like I was limitless because I felt so good, because I didn't have what happened to me. I didn't have the toxins in my blood and my body and my brain just wreaking havoc, not leaving. So I pretty much went from 40K student debt to having anything that I wanted in a short period of time. Now let's fast forward to when I met this guy. So in 2020, right at the beginning of the big thing that happened, the virus, I hired a housekeeper, and I had just broken up with my girlfriend at the time. I was pretty much working 24/7. Well, not 24/7, like I slept, but I worked a lot because I really, 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 I knew I'm young, I'm full of energy, and I have this mission. And my mission is to help people reach freedom in their lives. My mission is to, really bring people to the truth in money at the time, because my whole thing revolved around online business and financial freedom. That's really what it was. So I'd broken up with my girlfriend at the time. I was working all the time. I was alone. It was honestly, but I had to do what I had to do. It wasn't a big deal. I didn't really have any of the depression or anything like that, like people had from, the pandemic. But that was when I hired a housekeeper. So what I did was I reached out to literally the top rated service in Arizona, in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I lived, which is a part of Phoenix. And I hired them. And I called them up, and so we booked the job, and this housekeeper that ended up poisoning me showed up, him and his wife, okay? So it was him and then a female, and they were both American, born and raised, and they showed up, and they were super nice. They were so nice, I was like, wow. And not only were they nice, They did the best job out of any housekeeper that I've ever had in cleaning my place. Everything was perfect. Like not a single speck of dust. Everything was organized. Everything was perfect. And I was very impressed, and I tipped them very well. I think the job was like $250. I tipped them like a few $100 on top of that. And he wrote to me after that how grateful he was, and how like he saw all this potential in me. Like it was a little bit weird. Like he would always be very, very nice to me, like overly nice to me all the time. But that was just our first meeting, and I didn't really think much of it. I'm like, okay, they did a great job cleaning. I got to work. Cool. Something else to point out is that right away I noticed how extremely Christian they were. Like I've never met somebody who was more Christian than these people. They were Christian to the point where they were mentioning Jesus almost in every sentence. Jesus this, Jesus that. And I had not really like been raised that way. I had not really like dove too much into religion. I think most people nowadays, especially millennials, they're not really raised that way. Like somebody might say they're Christian, but they're just maybe they don't know enough about it, or they don't really kind of vibe as much. But at the time, I didn't really, I did believe in God. I did believe in a higher power, but I just wasn't really that in tune with it. But I did notice how extremely Christian they were. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. Whatever. And almost I think, and this is part of the whole trick, it made me like subconsciously trust them more, because they were just hardworking Christians, and they did such a good job, and that's that. So obviously they came back to clean because they did a great job. I had them come in at the beginning. I think it was like once a week, and him and his wife came, they cleaned, they left. We would talk a little bit, but what happened was, and I was working, so I'd be in my room, and then they'd be in the kitchen cleaning. Obviously I'd have all my food in the fridge. I'd have my bottled water in like in the pantry, and they would just do their job. They would clean. Sometimes we would talk, and then they left. But like what I noticed now, looking back in hindsight, everything is so clear. Hindsight is 20/20, the famous quote. Looking back now, I noticed how little by little he would push the bar. And we're going to call him Mac, because that was his nickname that he gave me. So Mac would push the bar little by little with me. So he would try to like get me to talk to him more. He'd really ask me about my day, ask me about what was going on in my life, to the point where eventually he would be giving me advice on like my breakup with my girlfriend, because that was, whenever we go through a breakup, it's hard. It's not, you kind of feel like crap for like a week or a month or something, right? Depending on the length of the relationship, obviously, right? And it's different for everybody. But I would share these things, but I was still semi-private. It's not like I was pouring out my life to my housekeeper, right? But obviously when a person is in your house, you develop a relationship with them, because they come so often. You see them and you're like, hey, how you doing? How you been? It's just a normal thing. This is how it is in the West, in our culture. So eventually what started off as just cleaning ended up being food prep, because actually I was part of a mastermind at the time. So a mastermind, it's like a group where you pay a lot of money to be a part of an exclusive group with like other talented entrepreneurs, other people who are in the same or similar industry as you, and you share ideas, you meet up. So it's part of a mastermind. And in the mastermind, we had just talked about how important it was to have like the hire housekeeper and hire like outsource things that, you might like, that just might be kind of taking up your time that you could use for actually working on your business, right? And so I thought that was a good idea. So I actually approached them. I said, hey, I'm actually like looking for somebody to also help with my food, kind of like a house manager. I don't know what the official term is or not. And so I told him that, and he said, oh, well, and by the way, this guy had like, just to give you an idea, he was a lanky, older guy, that like middle-aged. I didn't know his exact age. He was always very private and very secretive, but still very friendly. So it was almost in a way where you wouldn't be like, oh, that's a red flag. Like, why is he like that? But right, eventually it got to that point, and I'll share how that happened. But yeah, like he told me, he's like, oh, well, I make incredible food. Me and my wife can do this for you as well. Let's work out a deal. So we worked out a deal of $4,000 a month US. So I'd pay them $4,000 a month. They would come, as needed for the clean. So that ended up being like twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. And just to keep everything in tip-top shape. And then they would also do meal prep for me. So they would actually go and buy the groceries and do meal prep for me. And I'm telling you, this guy's food was incredible. It was great, like really, really good. He used all the different, like he knew all the recipes, knew all the different spices, everything. It was really, really great. I was really happy. So whenever I would come out of my room, I would open the fridge, and then like everything would be neat in like Tupperware, in like glass Tupperware. Like everything was like ready for me to eat. Everything was good. So this was between January 2020 when I started working with Mac and his wife, and it went all the way. This is the first round. So it went all the way through June. What happened was that at the time I didn't have, I didn't have a way to live in the US like long term, so I could only be there for 6 months at a time as a Canadian. And so between January and June, I was there, and then I went back to Canada to visit family. So in June, we stopped working together temporarily, and he knew that I would come back because I still had the apartment. I was still paying rent on it. And between that time, January and June, I literally had like no social life. So I didn't really know anybody in Arizona. I just loved the place, to be honest. But I was also at a time in my life where I really had to hustle. Actually, I remember at that time, I was literally writing a 2,000-page entire like textbook. We call it a box set now. It's not part of our Econ Freedom Amazon FBA box set. We have an online course on Amazon FBA, how to start a successful, profitable Amazon FBA business from scratch. So I was writing like the text portion of that because I wanted to like send people something in the mail whenever they bought the course so they could follow along with the video. And it ended up being 2,000 pages because it was full of images, and you can guess, like you can kind of, see how long and how much time it would take to actually do something like that, writing an entire book like that. So like, I really cared about, I just wanted to make sure that if I was charging people money for my course and for my coaching, I wanted to bring out the best product. I really wanted it to be like where anybody could be able to start an Amazon FBA business, no matter if they were like 18, 25, 60. Like I just really always cared about people, always. And so that's what I was doing. But because my mental health was good at the time, having no social life was like fine. And you'll see how I started to decline. So now here's where the first red flag came up. The first red flag came up in about May or June when I was looking for an executive assistant for the company, just to do like administrative tasks and stuff. At the time, my company was, I think 10 employees or 15 employees. We all worked remotely, and I was looking for a new executive assistant. And one of the times that Matt came over, I briefly mentioned that I was looking for an assistant. He was asking me how business was and everything. And by the way, he would like he would try to ask like about my revenue and like my numbers and stuff. And naively, I think I did disclose that, kind of like not really thinking much of it. Because I just intuitively trusted people. The way that I was raised, I'm Canadian, and out here, the way that we're raised, at least I can speak, I think I can speak for most Canadians, we're more trusting of people because less bad things happen. Bad things do happen, but in this country, it's a first world country. There's not that much crime. It's pretty safe in most places. So, crazy things like this, you don't really hear about them happening. Whereas in the US, of course, you can grow up in like a really bad area. There's, all kinds of socioeconomic areas and things like that, right? So definitely the US is a more dangerous place. I knew that, but naively, I was just too busy. I was just too busy focusing on work and stuff. So I didn't really think much of it. And I wouldn't divulge like everything. I wouldn't tell everything, but I would here and there, but he would pry in. He would literally pry in, and he would kind of ask like, really private things and just things like that. And I even started to feel weird about it. I was like, why is my housekeeper caring so much? And he would literally say, Dan, I see it and it disgusts me. You got to understand, like, there's a level of trauma associated with something like this, obviously, because you're going to hear what happens next. It's heavy. But the level of trauma, even when I say his name or anything like that, that's why I'm so happy to make this video, because it's going to be a way for me to tell this to the world, and share this, and just, it's going to kind of release it off my shoulders in a way where I can just really move on because people know now. So I was looking for an assistant, and I told him that. Just in passing, just like I'm walking through the kitchen or whatever, and I told him. And he said, oh, I was an amazing this and this and this, and I, worked for all these companies, and I was an accountant. I would be an amazing assistant. And in my head, I'm like, why would I hire this guy? He's my housekeeper. First of all, he does an amazing job at my house, at the housekeeping. I don't want to lose him at that. And I know that hiring somebody for 2 tasks like that is just totally not a good idea as a business owner. And second of all, he's just older, so probably not as good with computers. Definitely. And so, I was like, nah, and he just wouldn't fit our company culture anyway. And I didn't tell him that outright, but I told him, I'm like, Mac, I don't think you'd be a good fit for the company. Like I just said that. And I said that I really, right now how it is, it's fine with me. It's working great. So that was that. And he kind of let that go. But during the different conversations we had, he would he would slowly inch his way. He would try to ask about my finances, things like that, as I mentioned. And I think he was trying to really kind of piece in his mind how he could take advantage of me and how he could profit off me even back then. I think I started getting poisoned between January of 2020 and June of 2020? I don't know. I did start to feel I definitely was a little bit mentally more restless for sure than I normally was. I think it was due to the breakup, the amount of work that I had. I was alone for an extended period of time. Like I'm a pretty social person. But I don't know. I honestly don't know if that's when the poisoning started or not, but he very well could have been, or it might have been more of something he decided to do later when he realized that that was the best plan to kind of profit off of me. So of course I didn't hire him and I left. I went home and, spent an amazing summer with my family. And at the time, I even remember looking back now, I started to have some obsessive thoughts. So I think I had a little bit of obsessive thoughts. Maybe we all do. But I started to have some obsessive thoughts. Like I couldn't kind of shake the whole breakup thing. I talked to my mom. My mom would be like, just let it go. Kind of that, like, why are you spinning these thoughts in your head? And I would try to I'd take the motorcycle out and just rip around the countryside and stuff. Just kind of move on. And honestly, I had lots of moments of happiness. And the reason I mentioned the moments of happiness is because it actually is a very good marker of how bad I got. Because I got to a point where not only did I not feel a single moment of happiness, I didn't want to be alive. So I left in June, spent the summer in Canada, was a good summer at my family's place, and did my work. And then I went to travel the world. I went to Norway, I went to Finland, to a couple places, and I just traveled for 6 months and felt great, felt really good. And at the time, he would kind of write me on WhatsApp every now and then, how you doing? And I'd tell him, and he's like, cool, looking forward to you coming back. So then I came back a second time to my Arizona apartment, to my Scottsdale apartment in January of 2021. And we're going to call this the second round, the second stage, the second round of being around Mac and his wife, right? So January 2021 until June of 2021, this is really when things started to get weird. I think what he noticed in me was that I got... So in January of 20, I don't know if this made him jealous, honestly. Obviously, I think he already was jealous and a psychopath. You'll see, you'll see how it all went down. I'm going to talk about it, but I think he got jealous because in January of 2020 to June of 2020, I actually shaved my head. I shaved my hair off and I was bald, and he's pretty bald, half bald, he's older. And so the second time I came back, I completely grew my hair out, and I just did that during COVID, and I was kind of okay, I'm going in monk mode, and it was kind of a bet that me and my friend had, except my friend never ended up shaving his hair off, so it was just me. But whatever, it was cool. And the second time I came back, I had a full head of hair. Not only that, I was much more muscular. So during the pandemic, I really was let's go to the gym. I was really dialed in with my nutrition and everything. I was much more muscular and much more athletic. So the second time I came back, I think he saw me, and I think he got jealous that I was this young guy who, looked the way that I looked and was athletic and was young and whole life ahead of me, already successful, kind of got lucky in life, quote unquote, if you can call it that. Maybe he thought that, right? Even though I definitely think luck has, obviously I'd been very lucky, been very unlucky with this as well. Bad things can happen, as you can see. Anything can happen. That's why you got to be careful who you surround yourself with, really careful. But I think his jealousy started to grow. And in about March of 2021, so this is the year 2, the second 6-month stint I was in Arizona, I started to feel weird symptoms. I started to feel my heart beating randomly. So usually I'd lie down for a nap in the middle of the day, for a power nap, and I'd feel my heart beating out of my chest a little bit. I'm like, what is this? This is weird. I hadn't done anything different medically. I hadn't taken any shots or anything like that. Nothing that would have potentially caused that at the time, March of 2021. But I didn't think much of it. I'm like, this is just anxiety, whatever. And so, but then I started to get dizzy. I started to get random dizziness episodes. And I remember very, very well, one time I came home from the gym and I was hanging out with this girl I was into at the time. We were kind of dating, and it was me, her, and then my friend from Canada. And so, by the way, between January of 2021 and June of 2021, my friend, one of my closest friends, I invited him out to Arizona to kind of be a roommate, and he was also in online business, and so we lived together. So he met Mac as well. And it's almost funny because whenever Mac would come over, we would all be because he would just talk forever and ever and ever. He would literally trap you in the kitchen and talk to you forever and ever and ever. And it honestly was very annoying, but in my head, I was like, but like, they're so nice. I don't want to fire them and find new housekeepers. You know, they always do such an incredible job. Fine. They take forever to do it and they trap you talking. You know, he does. The wife was kind of really quiet. The wife, by the way, and I'll go into detail on that later, but like, it was more him. He was always the one. And it was almost funny because he would be in the living room talking while making his wife clean. And his wife would just be like submissive and doing it almost out of necessity. So anyway, going back to that story of coming home from the gym one time, and I was hanging out with like my friend and a girl that I was into and her friend, and we were going to watch a movie, and I started to feel dizzy. It's very strange. And I started to feel like a head pressure, like right here. I was like, what is this? Very weird. And it made me anxious a little bit. I started to feel some anxiety. And by the way, I didn't even know what anxiety meant before. Like I straight up didn't even know the definition of anxiety. I knew what stress meant. I knew what worrying too much meant, but I didn't even know what anxiety meant, honestly. And so that dizziness feeling started to come and go. And it kind of gradually, very gradually, slowly came on. And, you know, funny enough, by the way, between January of 2021 and June of 2021, I had, in Arizona, I drank nothing but water bottles that he would go and purchase for me from Whole Foods. And he would bring them and neatly stack them in the pantry, like one by one. He would take them out of the package and he would neatly stack them one by one. And so, of course, obviously there's a seal, but, you know, at the time, it's not like I knew, I should check the seal. I didn't even think of this stuff. I didn't even think of, this is just insane, right? And so I was drinking all this bottled water. I drink a lot of water, you know, got to stay hydrated. My friend, he actually tried the water and he said, ooh, this tastes bad. I don't like it. I'm going to use a zero water filter, just like a tabletop, countertop filter. So he drank the water exclusively from the countertop filter and I drank the bottled water. And that's just something, right? So just because basically I got sick and my friend didn't get sick whatsoever. I don't know if he got any dose of the poison. I don't know. Maybe like Mac knew that. So he was like, okay, so Dan drinks the bottled water. I can easily poison him in the bottled water. So I started to feel some stuff and I started to feel some anxiety. I had a personal trainer at the time and I even told my personal trainer like, hey man, like I'm taking all these supplements. I'm kind of feeling weird, some anxiety. I don't know what this is. And he's like, well, what are you taking? I told him and he's like, dude, none of that. He's like, no, man, like that's all good. I'm like, all right, fine. But I started to really think it was because, you know, that's what happens when you start to feel some stuff. You're like, well, what could be the cause? You start looking for the cause, right? Because it doesn't happen just on its own, especially when you're so young. I was 24 at the time, I guess, 24. So I started to feel some stuff. I started to feel some weird symptoms. And also, you know how I mentioned he would always like spend like lots of time talking all the time. He would always talk about his ex-wives, how they screwed him, his ex-relationships, you know, how everybody screwed him in his life, his ex-business partners. He'd always mention that, especially in the first year. I guess it was a more recent thing for him. There was like a more recent relationship that he had gotten out of, like a more recent marriage. I think it was like 2 years, he told me. But, you know, at the beginning, he really didn't share much. But obviously, you spend enough time with somebody, it's almost like a friendship, you know? Just because he was my housekeeper, like I don't treat anybody that is in a job like that, like, you know, as like someone who is beneath me. I don't believe in that. I think that, you know, it's just not right? And so I treated him with respect and I really took care of his family. But incessantly he would talk about how everybody in his life screwed him and how, you know, lucky I am and, you know, wow, I kind of got it all figured out. Good for me, you know, all this stuff. And I kind of started to realize, you know, both me and my friend, we started to realize like there's something sketchy in his past here. Like he's just strange. He started all these businesses. You would talk about how he had a private investigation business and a medical staffing business and this business and that business, a home builder's business. Like this guy's done it all, you know, like he was an accountant, a CPA, all this other crap, right? And so we would kind of be like, we'd joke around about like, you know, we didn't really kind of look into it much. It was weird, but you know, I thought to myself, you know what? He might have, you know, had all this bad stuff happen to him, but you know, there's always a new day. There's always the future. And so, you know, I don't judge someone based on their past, right? And so essentially he was literally like trying to convince us, or me especially, that he was like, you know, just this amazing person and almost like God's greatest gift to earth. He was so kind, but everybody just like kicked him like a puppy down the road or something, like a lost puppy. They just like, you know, everyone just screwed him over. And he was the best and nicest and purest soul. So like I said, this was annoying. And whenever he came over, we'd be like, oh, Mac is here, you know. But at the same time, I didn't fire him because he did such a great job. And I was just focused on my work and like, to find a new one and this and that. So honestly, I should have started running then and there as soon as I started hearing about the past and started to kind of feel some weird stuff. This was in 2021, but I didn't. So by the way, when I started to feel these weird symptoms, like I was in my best athletic shape. I mean, I was deadlifting 400 pounds for reps. I was squatting 385 pounds. I was deadlifting 450. I was very strong and very athletic, and I had always been, but that was like my peak. Now here is where things start to accelerate. All right, buckle in, because this is where shit really hits the fan. So in June of 2021, I was supposed to go to Bali. I'd been working, I'd been in Arizona. Nobody really could travel at the time because of the pandemic. And so in June of 2021, I decided, hey, let's go on a team trip to Bali with Team Econ Freedom with my team. Bali at the time was, kind of open. It seemed mostly unaffected from the pandemic while the rest of the world was shut. At the time, we were looking into going, and we all got very excited. One day, I get a message from my assistant. I'm going to call her Melissa. I get a message from Melissa saying that basically she got a few travel shots from her doctor that day because, she wasn't up to date with her travel shots. And since Bali's a third world country, it's best to go and get those shots. It's like recommended. It wasn't required. You didn't even need to get the shot that I'm talking about, right? The big one. That was very controversial. And so she told me, and I thought to myself, and I never had gotten any adult shots before. I never got any of that. Really just the stuff you get when you're a baby. And by the way, looking back now in hindsight, this is where I could tell that my mental faculties were already being affected because my decision-making started to get really weird. So the normal me would have listened to my assistant, Melissa, and I would have listened to her and been like, oh, okay, cool. And I would have kind of did my own research a little bit and been like, I probably don't need that because I'd already gone to the Philippines before without any shots. The Philippines is, I believe, the poorest country in Asia. At least at the time that I went, and I was completely fine without getting any of the shots. And I don't want to take any unnecessary risks with my health, especially when you're healthy. You don't want to mess up your baseline with something just because it's like proven to be safe, but we all hear about the side effects, right? You don't want to take unnecessary risks with your health. It's just obvious. But now I can tell, looking back, wow, my decision making started to get really affected because what happened was I called my mom and I asked her what she thought of the shots. And she told me, my mom has a little bit of I love my mom so much, but our moms, they worry a little bit. And so she told me this random story about how my uncle, he never got the shots he was supposed to get before he went to Thailand. And, he got hepatitis, I don't know, A or whatever, the one that you get, in a tropical place. And he still has liver problems to this day. And so, of course, hearing that would scare you. Although, like I said, in a normal state, I would never be fear-driven. I was never fear-driven. I would have kind of listened to that. Oh, okay, wow. And I would have made my own decision. Regardless, if you're young and healthy, getting a few of these, the travel ones. Although with the information I know now, I wouldn't. We're going to get into that. I've been through a long road. But anyway, my decision-making was affected. So what happened was I would try to after this conversation with my mom, I would try to be like, okay, I'm not going to deal with this shot thing. I'm just not going to get them. But when I was working, my brain would literally spin. My brain would spin in between. I would try to work and I'd get intrusive thoughts. My brain would spin and I'd be like, what if I don't get the shots? And then I get hepatitis or some BS and I didn't listen to my mom. And, moms are right a lot of the time. And so at the time, now looking back, and I didn't even know what this was, I already had OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. I had developed it by that point. So if you don't know what OCD is, stands for obsessive compulsive disorder. Basically, it's when you obsess over something and you can't stop obsessing over it. You can't shut off your brain. And until if it can be like a physical obsession, like some people are obsessed with there's minor OCD, when you're checking all the lights when you leave your house. That's not, I wouldn't even call that OCD. That's fine. But there's various degrees. And so at the time I had a low to medium level of OCD where for me it was thoughts. I had these unwanted thoughts that, would spin, would just spin. And I would have this argument in my head and I couldn't even work. And I'd have to literally, my coping mechanism would be to just take a nap and then my brain would reset, And so I'd already had OCD. I literally couldn't even, it was interfering with my work. So to shut that down, this is what a lot of people do, that have OCD, if there's a way to actually, where your brain's okay, if I do this, it's the OCD is going to stop, they do the action. So for me to shut that down, I actually went and I got those shots. I didn't get the big shot, the big C shot, but I got the other shots, the tropical ones. Those have been around forever. I guess they're more studied, whatever. So I thought to myself that whatever, but I'm not going to get the big one because at the time I just didn't, I was young. I wasn't in immunodeficient, risky demographic group that would, be at risk of getting caught the virus and things. And so I just, I said, you know what, that one, probably not, but like tropical place. And plus I rationalized in my head, well, I travel a lot and now, for the rest of my life, I'm going to not need any of these tropical shots because I'm going to be safe. Then I go on a 2-week motorcycle trip. I love motorcycles. And at the time I had just bought a motorcycle. And I went on a 2-week motorcycle trip alone before Bali. I went from Arizona to New Mexico, Colorado. It was fantastic. I love motorcycle trips. It's just the feeling you get on a motorcycle, just the freedom that you feel is so amazing. And I'm so happy that I can feel that again, because there was a very good chance that I would have not been here anymore. So now on this trip, I would stop, do my workouts, but I started to notice that like I would do my squats and I'd have to literally sit down between sets. Like my heart was just beating and like almost palpitating, just like very heavy in my chest. And I'm like, that's weird. And by the way, I didn't get the shot that that has been known to cause a lot of those side effects, right? The big one, the big C. I'm just saying, what's out there in the general media. We see it now, myocarditis and things like that. A lot of people have gotten it, right? Which is an inflammation of the heart. And so I started to like feel the same, all the dizziness. I remember, it started to like creep in, and I didn't really think much of it, but it really interfered. But it's something that crept up so slowly. It's like a person who starts gaining weight, let's say that they start off skinny and every day they eat, I don't know, a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. Well, you don't notice yourself gaining weight. You don't notice yourself getting to that point until, oh my God, I'm obese. You know what I mean? Like that's how it was. It was literally so gradual that it wouldn't be noticeable on a day to day. So I go off on this motorcycle trip. I have a great time. However, I still felt those symptoms. I started to feel weird. And then I get back, and it was about like, I think 3 or 4 days away from the Bali trip when we were supposed to go to Bali. This was in June of 2021. My mom calls me, and she's literally like almost like panicking. She's like very worried. And I don't know if she saw something on the news. I don't know if she saw something on the computer, or in the media. Back then they were literally doing like case counts. They were like scaring the hell out of people all over the world. And she calls me and she asks me if I was going to go and get the C shot, the big C. And I said, no, I wasn't planning on it. And she literally said, she's like, Dan, if you don't get this, you might be on a ventilator in Bali. I don't want you to be on a ventilator in Bali. And, obviously in my mind, I'm like, okay, come on. This is just, worried mom. Like, and in my mind, it was so against what I believe at the time, because at the time it was very unproven and it felt like it was being pushed onto everybody. And, personally for me, and I think a lot of people would agree with me, that I just didn't want to be taking any unnecessary risks with my health. It was purely a logical decision. But then after she hung up the phone, I really started to that whole OCD kicked in, and I really started to have all these intrusive thoughts. I couldn't shake it. And I was like, man, I'd be so stupid if I go there and then I do end up getting sick and end up on a ventilator, because, the TV was showing all these, cases of young guys and young guys and girls supposedly, getting this virus and go to the hospital and even dying. And my mom was telling me, yeah, if you get this, you're going to be able to travel. At the time, you couldn't really travel anywhere if you didn't have it. And so I thought to myself, you know what? I already got the first, the other stuff, like the non-C shot stuff, just the typical tropical shots. What's the third one, right? And again, in hindsight, you can tell like my decision-making was definitely affected from me already having been poisoned. And I haven't really gone into the details of all that yet. But I already had an accumulated level of poison in my body, in my blood, in my mind that was causing this OCD, that was causing me to make decisions that were going against what I believe was best for me. So anyway, I get in my car and I drive to Walgreens and I go and I get the shot. And literally within 15 minutes, I get this very strong metallic taste in my mouth, and I'm like, oh God, here we go. I didn't get that with the other shots that I got, just the normal ones, for the tropical places. And I remember that I started to get dizzy, and then I would be driving home and I started to get really dizzy, like I had some kind of a reaction. And then I just went to sleep. And the next morning, I remember I flew to visit my friend, like a girlfriend at the time, in Florida. When I got off the plane, I told her that I just got it. And I even remember I was really not even feeling that good. Even on the flight, I already started to feel kind of weird. But then when I was in Florida, like I'd go to the gym, and then after the gym, the dizziness would kick in, and even more than before, much more than before. Even like driving, I'd be dizzy, and it would trigger like the dizziness would start, and then it would trigger the anxiety, like these vertigo episodes. I'd be sitting in a restaurant and I couldn't even focus on like the person I was talking to because I'd be getting dizzy. And so that's when I knew something was really off. But I thought because I had just gotten the shots, it definitely was the shots. At the time, I still didn't even suspect that my housekeeper could have been poisoning me all along. So basically from this point on, the symptoms exponentially exploded, especially mentally. I did get really sick. I get back from Florida and I got really sick. And I was literally like in my bed, and my housekeeper obviously came, Mac came, and he was like, hey, like, why'd you get this thing? Like, you should have asked me, as if like he's like the, end all be all, know it all director of my life. Again, narcissistic traits. We're going to talk about that. So I'm just super sick, feel horrible, like super pale, and the dizziness was just nonstop. And looking back now, I'm quite sure that he actually timed it around that time because he knew I was going to go to Bali. He timed it, the dose of the poison around that time just to make me even more sick so that, I would have to come back sooner, because he knew that when I wasn't in Arizona, he's not getting paid. I'm not paying him if he's not, if I'm not there, there's no point. He's not doing any work. And he also knew, because I had mentioned this verbally before, that I would only ever get medical treatment in the United States. At the time, that's what I said, because, I had heard lots of stories how in Canada, where I'm from, people have gotten bad service in the medical system, bad treatment. I don't know if that's because it's government owned. I don't know if that's because it's free. I don't know if that's because there's just more negligence, and I don't really know what it is exactly. But I always said it's just well known. Like in Canada, if you have money, you go down to the US or to a different country to get your medical treatment, even though it costs money, because likely it's going to be better for your case or your condition if it's something serious. And so I had mentioned that like in passing, and I think that was a strategy. He wanted to administer a heavy dose of poison around the time I was getting those shots so that I would think it was the shots and I wouldn't even think it was something else, right? If I had never gotten the shots, well, I would have started to really been like, well, something weird is happening here, right? Like it would have been a lot less time for me to figure out that I was getting poisoned rather than, I got the shots and I could just kind of be, my body's out of alignment now and I'm kind of screwed in some way. So me getting dizzy when I was in Florida and just every day, honestly, it would trigger this anxiety thinking like, oh God, am I going to pass out? Am I okay? And it was with like the combination of that with the OCD intrusive thoughts was horrible, because anxiety and OCD actually goes hand in hand. It's a very dangerous combo because you have anxiety, right, which kicks in and you start to just like, you start to get worried and stressed and you just have racing thoughts. And then if you have OCD on top of that, your mind can't shut off the thoughts. And so you're like stuck in this anxiety panic of like just intrusive thoughts looping and looping and looping. And it's just very dangerous, right? A lot of these mental illnesses, they go hand in hand, I found, exactly for the reasons I'm going to talk about later in this video. And also another thing, whenever I would get sick, he would offer to go and buy me supplements. He'd offer to bring me vitamins and stuff. Who knows if he was tainting that with rat poison or with something, right? Because the poison that was administered to me, so one of the chemicals that was used was arsenic. And if you actually go on Google and type in, I didn't know this at the time, but if you go on Google and you type in arsenic poisoning, there's tons of homicide cases in the United States alone where arsenic was used because it is odorless and colorless. You literally cannot detect it. And it's a heavy metal, so it builds up in your tissues and in your brain eventually. Like first it starts off in your gut. Your body can't really process it. Your kidneys try to filter it out, but a part of it always gets stored in your body, because how the body works, whenever you start to ingest any toxins, the body will take the toxin. So whenever it's in the gut, a part of it is absorbed into your bloodstream. When it's in your bloodstream, it starts to produce symptoms. And obviously, depending on the poison, it's different symptoms. So with arsenic is mostly neurological symptoms. So you get depression, anxiety, OCD. You also get like dizziness because it's affecting your central nervous system, right? And it's like an invader. And so blood will absorb the poison from the gut, and then the body will try to do its very best to quickly take the toxin out of the bloodstream, because when it's in the blood, it's just wreaking havoc on your body. It's damaging every single cell it's coming in contact with. And so what the body does with a difficult to remove poison like arsenic, right, which is, by the way, a component of rat poison. So lots of rat poisons out there have arsenic in them. Actually, the word in Russian for arsenic, funny enough, it's one of the languages that I speak, is basically rat poison. It's like It comes from that word. And so what happens is, because the body, it cannot excrete it properly, it stores it in your tissues. And first it starts off by storing it in like your organs, in your liver, in your kidneys. And then once those get overloaded, it stores them in your fat, and then finally in your brain. When it's in your brain, it's very difficult for it to get out, because that's also the last place it ever comes out, even when you start detoxing. So, and I'll talk about my whole journey with that later. And once it hits your brain, that's when real problems begin, real mental health problems, things that you would go to the doctor for, and they would say that you're depressed, you have anxiety, this is incurable, and, let me put you on an antidepressant, let me put you on an anti-anxiety pill, hopefully that solves it. One of the things I learned along this journey is that the medical system, doctors are not taught these things in school. I don't know why. They're just not taught about toxins and their impact on the body and the mind, and how 90%, like most people that have mental health problems, they have a high level of toxins built up in their brain and just in their body all over the place. And when you detox them, they don't have those mental health problems anymore, especially we've all seen the case, maybe you might have experienced in your life, or you're experiencing it right now, where you're depressed for no reason, like you're sad for no reason, you don't know why, and it feels like you have this condition that you have to fight against every single day of your life, and you literally feel like you don't want to be alive because there's nothing that makes you happy, you're just numb. And that's exactly how I felt. That's because these poisons, when they're stored in the brain and in your body and your tissues, that's how they make you feel. So anyway, I'm back home from Florida. I have like literally 2 days or 3 days until the Bali trip. I feel horrible. And I was literally thinking of canceling the Bali trip because I was like, I don't know what's happening with me. But since we already paid for everything and I was excited to go with the team, I didn't want to let the team down. I still went anyway. And I was sick the entire flight to Bali. I mean, it was like a super long flight. It was Phoenix to LA, and then LA to Singapore, and then Singapore we had to quarantine, and then we had to quarantine in Jakarta, Indonesia for 5 days, and I'll talk about what happened there. But it was brutal, and the whole time I was just like dizzy and just like headaches and runny nose, and I'm just like, hopefully it's a flu, it'll pass, I don't really know what else to do. So we arrived to Indonesia. At the time, because of the pandemic, you had to go through a 5-day quarantine in Jakarta, which is the capital city. And me and my friend, one of my closest friends from school, from like when we were kids, we sat together. We worked together at Econ Freedom. We sat together in a quarantine for 5 days in Jakarta in like a high-rise hotel. And he noticed right away that I was different. And I was just getting tired really easily. I was just always like, either dizzy or wanting to sleep. And he noticed that I was acting different, especially with the dizziness episodes. It was weird. And in that 5 days in Jakarta, that's when I really started to feel this like overwhelming sense of dread, especially that I potentially ruined my life by getting all these unnecessary shots. And that maybe, I thought to myself, I'm getting this reaction because it was just too much in a row too quickly, for my body to handle. But of course I kept living. You have no choice. I was just like, hopefully this goes away, and if that was the case, that's, very much a possibility. Well, it would have been gone within a few months, right? Even my mom was telling me, she's like, well, you got too many shots in a row. You should have why didn't you get the big one only, whatever. But so I sat in this hotel. We get through the 5-day quarantine. We finally get to Bali, beautiful place, but I just don't feel, usually you land in a beautiful place, and if you're like in a healthy state of mind and you don't have toxins and all this that I had at the time, like you look at a palm tree and you're like, wow, it's so beautiful. Like you look at everything and you're like, you can really appreciate the beauty, but I was there and I was just numb. It was as if I was like seeing the world through like looking out of a fish tank. It's kind of hard to explain. Everything is just dull and numb. And I also had heart palpitations on top of that, and also dizziness episodes. Like, oh, I'm dizzy again. I got to lie down. Literally, like I'd be telling that to my friends and my coworkers, like every hour, every 2 hours. And I'd still go to the gym. It was the only thing that really made me feel better. I was feeling my heart beating in my chest 24/7, like all the time. I also started to get the beginnings of just mini panic attacks in Bali. And I actually fully thought that something in the shot started making me mental. I thought that, they were purposely trying to screw people up mentally. I don't know. That's, from what I was experiencing, it made sense to me. I'd be in the gym. I'd be feeling like I was passing out, and I'd literally have this conversation in my head like, oh God, am I going to pass out? No, I'm okay. It was horrible. And I'd have this new social anxiety that I never had before, like where I'd kind of get nervous before talking to people. Strange. So I thought that, the shots too much in a row. I also thought that maybe all the supplements I was taking, which, for working out, I'd always been into that, into like kind of like biohacking and just being healthy. I'd always known a lot about that. I thought that, maybe, I like just took too much and, created some imbalances and the shots, and I'm screwed. I literally thought I was screwed. And eventually what ended up happening was that my mind, it almost was like my mind, which was always so powerful and on my side, it turned against me. And Bali was when it turned against me, where every single day I had to literally fight against my mind to convince myself that I wasn't dying or I wasn't going to die. I started to play an endless battle 24/7 daily of like, why am I feeling symptoms? Was it the supplements? Was it the shot? How do I solve this? Am I okay? Did I ruin my life? And eventually I would just move on and that would come back. It would be like pretty much all day. And obviously this would naturally create a lot of anxiety in someone. Like, how are you supposed to live? How are you supposed to, be your normal self, your full self? Like, you can't. So then after Bali, I came home, and I actually ended up going home early from Bali because I just wasn't feeling it. And I think a big part of that was because of my, mental state at the time, and just the poisons in my body. So I came home and I again stayed at my family's place that summer. That was the second summer. So the first summer was in 2020. This was 2021. And my parents noticed right away that something was up, because I remember I started doing a summer cut. Usually I do a summer cut, I'd lean out, I track my calories and everything. And I started doing sprints, and usually I'd be able to do sprints, no problem. And after that, I would be able to go on with my day. But this time I did a sprint, and after the sprint, I would literally be having a mini heart attack, heart palpitations. I'd be sitting on my couch and just heart pounding, chest pressure. I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? And then, I'd get dizzy. And there were times when I literally told my mom, we need to call 911. We need to go to the ER or something. I don't know. And then my mom would be like, are you sure? Just lie down. I'd lie down and it would pass. That's always how it'd be. It would happen. I would lie down and it would pass. Every single day, at least 3 or 4 times a day. Whenever I'd go on my normal walks, I'd be full of anxiety. I'd be full of intrusive thoughts. I'd be looking at the world in a whole new lens of the world is evil, and I'd be looking at everybody almost in paranoia. It was so strange. It was almost as if I was developing some kind of a schizophrenia, the beginnings of it, So as you can see, with the rising level of toxins in my body, it caused the rising level of mental illness. And that was when one day my mom uttered some very scary words. She looked at me in the kitchen and she said, Dan, something is not right here. You were always healthy. I don't think this was the shots. You're having all these symptoms. Are you sure you haven't been poisoned? I'm like, what do you mean poisoned? I was in shock. I'm like, what? Why would someone how am I getting poisoned? She said, yeah, I sense something's not right. Through your food, maybe. She knew that, I was successful. She knew that there's bad people out there. So she asked, who made your food in Bali? And I was only in Bali for a few weeks. And I said, yeah, we had a chef. She was like, are you sure he didn't poison you? And I said, doubt, because I started feeling this way before. And then she asked me, well, did anyone make your food for you before that? She had known about this housekeeper the summer before. She actually told me, she warned me that she sensed some bad vibes from him. But of course, as kids, we don't listen, and sometimes we just think our parents are crazy. And in that case, I had no evidence to even listen to her. It didn't make any sense. It was purely an intuitive mom's intuition feeling. And so I told her, well, actually, my housekeeper was preparing my food for me. Actually, in 2021, I had him not prepare the food anymore because I decided I would cook my own meals. I didn't need that from him anymore. I was the kind of on my grind with the fitness and everything. So I just needed to, it was better for me to track my own calories and make my own food. And so I told my mom that, but I, still in 2020, he made my food, and still there was bottled water, personal hygiene products. I mean, you could slip some in your toothpaste, you could slip some in your anything, your face cream, anything, anything that can go into your body or on your body will get metabolized, right? So then she started saying, I don't like those people. So she was talking about the housekeeper, Mac, and the wife. She said, there's something about them. And she even detected it the very first year, the very first summer I came back. She detected it. She told me, she said, you're paying them too much money. This is too much money. She sensed it. But at the time, like I said, the symptoms hadn't gotten bad enough at all where I would start even suspecting something. But in the summer of 2021, there were very real symptoms, and I noticed a big difference. But I thought that it was the shots. Because getting the big C shot was so against my decision. It was just against it didn't make any sense to me to get it. And I got it because my mom kind of scared me into it. Again, because my decision-making was influenced by having poisons in my body. And so I was fully convinced it was that. And my mom even, I could tell she felt guilty. She was like, oh, well, I told you, not to get it if you were going to blame me later. So I could even tell she felt bad because she was afraid that like, yeah, it was the shots or the shot and, it caused all this for me. I thought the whole poisoning scenario was absolutely ridiculous. I'm like, why would he poison me? At the time, this was my train of thought. I'm like, why would he poison his employer? Then his employer, is going to die and then he's going to be out of a job? It makes no sense. What I didn't realize is that there is a way of poisoning somebody where you poison them slowly and deliberately, where you poison them to a point where they don't die, but they're crippled. They don't know what's happening. They're mentally not stable. They can't take care of their own things. They can't take care of anything in their life. They're completely dead on the inside, but still alive. Heart's still beating. And that's exactly what happened. And that summer, I literally did so much research. I spent an incessant amount of time Googling every single vitamin I took, every single herb I took, like looking for things like, I was literally going to the mechanisms of the vitamins, the mechanisms of, the herbs, like how they affect the brain and how to reverse it. And can you imagine, like you'll literally make yourself go crazy doing that. And that's what I did. And I did almost go crazy, honestly. Like, I don't know how, it's just through the strength of God that I made it through this. I don't know. And obviously, if you spend your days on Google trying to search for things, because nowadays it's like when you start feeling symptoms, the first thing people do is they go on Google and they look for an answer or they look for somebody that can help them, like a coach or some online doctor or something, right? Because it's just how it is. It's the easiest way. Well, every day I would like search up like the different vitamins, and I literally was searching up like vitamin B6 overdose and this and that and like all this nonsense. I was having looping OCD thoughts to like the nth degree. I was constantly obsessing over I was dying. Was I not dying? It became very hard for me to work out. I was still physically very fit and strong, but it became very hard for me to work out because my heart was just always palpitating, like just feeling that, those heartbeats and like just like trapped inside my body, not knowing what was going on. I genuinely thought that I ruined my life with getting the shots and going against my gut, my intuition. And in my personal life, it also really affected me because there was a girl that I really liked, and it just like I would literally constantly obsess over, oh, why is she not answering me? I'd be checking my phone all the time. Like I would never do this type of thing. And I was OCDing, like, does she want to be with me? Does she not want to be with me? All because I had this poison in my body. Like it completely changes how you think. These toxins, and it doesn't have to even be the poison that I was poisoned with. Like I could relate to people who have things like mercury poisoning and things like that. Like a lot of people out there, again, who have mental illness, who have anxiety, who have depression, they have these toxins in their body and their gut is broken as a result. Their whole body is broken because these toxins, for example, mercury affects every single enzyme in your body. Every single process in your body. So how do you expect your brain to be healthy? How do you expect your brain to be generating the proper feel-good chemicals for you to feel good and relaxed, right? So after that summer of just complete OCD, I came back to Arizona and I already felt numb. And it's as if I thought that the C shot made me numb. I thought that it just made me depressed. I'm like, oh, now I'm depressed. The C shot. And I remember right before I came to Arizona that summer, back to Arizona for like the third time, this was already September of 2021. I went and flew down to Charleston, South Carolina, where I met this girl that I've been talking to. And I remember going to the gym and I did like a heavy leg squat workout. I like 300-pound squats or whatever that I used to do. And on my way back, I was walking through Charleston. I was walking through the beautiful streets. Literally, my head was spinning and my heart was racing, palpitating. I literally thought I was about to collapse. And I started to panic and having anxiety, and I started having anxiety, and I started to briskly walk like really quickly because I genuinely thought that I would just fall over any time. And my heart started to actually flutter. I don't know if you've ever felt this, but I don't know, maybe it's called atrial fibrillation or something. I don't know. But basically like it felt as if my heart was beatboxing. Like literally one side of it was beating out of sync with the other one, like different. It was so scary. I was in my bed and I'm like, what is happening right now? I have no clue. And that happened for 24 hours, literally through the night. And then I woke up and it was still happening. And I was supposed to fly to Arizona. I even canceled my flight. I was at the airport and I'm like, there's no way I'm going to fly. It was a whole day anxiety attack. So I decided I literally Ubered to the ER, full on anxiety attack, full on heart, like breakdancing in my chest. And I go in, I have them check me. They tell me, sir, everything is completely fine with you. Your heart is completely fine. They do an EKG, the classic stuff that they do at an ER to check if you're having a heart attack. And so I walk out clear and I'm like relieved, but at the same time, I'm like, well, what was that? What is happening? I remember walking into the hotel in Charleston that night, literally with like, the EKG, like things that they put on you, the electrodes all over. Like I walked in like a freaking patient, like a zombie. It was so And it was like this beautiful luxury hotel in Charleston. So that was the first of a total of 4 ER visits during the next year. Literally went to the ER 4 times at heights of symptoms, just several times, having this and this or that. Usually it'd be like heart stuff, triggering intense anxiety, wondering what might possibly be going wrong, hoping that maybe one ER would like figure it out for me. I didn't want to even go see a PCP, which is a primary care physician, because I knew that they would just refer me to like a psychiatrist, depression, anxiety. I didn't want to get on the pills. So anyway, I come back to Arizona. This was September 2021. I'm already feeling numb and not good. And of course, Mac, my housekeeper, is there. And he's like, hey, how you doing? Welcome back. And I told him about everything. And he was, of course, so happy to see me so he could keep poisoning me. And he was going to get paid as well. Poisoning me and getting paid. And I told him how I felt and what had happened over the summer. And I remember he started to show like this very fake kind of compassion. And he would literally say things to trigger my anxiety, even make it even worse. Like he'd say, hey, well, nobody knows what they put in that thing. And he would just leave. Like he would do that on purpose. He wanted to make me go insane. And of course he would administer the poison so that the chances of that happening were higher and higher. So I was literally always tired every single day. Anytime I'd go on a walk outside, I'd be dizzy. Like imagine you can't even look straight because you just feel like your head is like floating. It's like a floating sensation. It's very, very strange. And at that time, I literally had to run my like multi-million-dollar businesses, companies that I had grown like, and make all these videos and content and everything, and have all these responsibilities, because all I wanted to do during that time was keep making my videos and keep helping people, keep putting out good content. I had so much planned. I literally was working on some amazing e-commerce projects. Like I had invented some new products, and I had to stop them in the tracks because of my health. I had to literally be like, I'm stopping this. I need to figure out what's going on with my health. But even this is nowhere close to how bad I actually got. Okay. So at this point, I'm having all that dizziness and the anxiety and the panic every day, but life wasn't really hell. It was still kind of manageable to an extent. Anytime I'd work out, it would trigger it. Anytime I would eat, it would trigger it. At the time, I didn't realize that, but I did realize it later. You'll see why. You'll see how. Then my housekeeper, Mac, would come over one time and he would tell me, hey, Dan, I've helped a lot of people in my life with various strange health issues. I could help you with this. And I thought to myself, man, why would I trust my housekeeper with this? At least I had the mental I guess like the mental capacity to even think that, because, why would you trust a housekeeper with medical advice? It's like only trust people that actually have the credentials or know what they're talking about. So at the time I said, no, I'm not trusting my housekeeper with this. I'm looking for a doctor. That's what my housekeeper told me, as if by complete chance. Okay. As if by complete chance, he's like, hey, I know a good doctor. These PCPs, these general family doctors, they don't really know anything. I'm not going to tell you much. They're not allowed to say if it is the C shot or anything. They can't talk about that, and that's true. But he said, yeah, I know this good doctor. Some of my other clients, they've used him. He's great. And he comes to your house. He's like a mobile doctor. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I call him up. He comes over. He does a physical exam on me. I tell him what's going on. And he's like, that's very strange. So he ordered some tests on me. He ordered a complete blood panel. And part of that blood panel was toxicology test. So a urine test testing for heavy metals, and also a blood test testing for heavy metals. 3 weeks later, I get a phone call from my doctor. And I remember I was in Hawaii. So I actually booked a trip to Hawaii because I was so stressed. I thought that I needed the trip to Hawaii. I thought, that I needed to put myself up in the most expensive resort in Hawaii, like the Four Seasons in Wailea, in Maui, $30,000 a week. I thought that I was burning out. I mean, what else? Like, you don't know. I didn't know what was going on, And I get a call from my doctor when I was in Hawaii, and he literally asks me this question. He's like, Dan, have you ever hung around like factories or any like nuclear plants or anything radioactive? And I was like, no, like, where do you even get this from? Like, I work from home. I've never hung around any factories or anything. I literally work on a computer. And he literally tells me, he's like, because you have a ton of shit in your blood and in your urine. And he sends me the toxicology report. My arsenic levels were through the roof. They were past the red line in my urine. And I'm like, weird, where is this coming from? And I thought to myself, was like either the shots, because the shots, a lot of shots, I'm not talking about the C shots, but a lot of shots in the past, they have used heavy metal adjuvants, they're called. So they literally put heavy metals in them, like mercury, and then they switched to aluminum, I think in the 90s, in the States at least, because they're very good preservatives. So they preserve everything within the shot. And obviously, well, it's a heavy metal, so it still damages your body, and your body is not good at getting rid of the heavy metals without treatment. And so the first thing that came to mind was, okay, either it's the shots or something else. And I started to think about, is this the supplements that I take? No. Is it, it must have been the bottled water. So I Googled the brand of the bottled water that I was drinking, which was called Crystal Geyser. If you're anywhere on the West Coast of the United States, you know this brand. It's all over the stores. And I found that Crystal Geyser, the source that they get the water from, which is in the Sierra Nevada mountains, that source is very high in arsenic, like naturally occurring arsenic, and a bunch of other metals like uranium and things like that, which I also had like uranium in my urine. Like, where is this coming from? Not like normal levels that you get just from environmental exposure or like eating normal foods or anything. And so I kept digging, and I found a lawsuit. I found that Crystal Geyser actually got sued, and they got fined $10 million for dumping. So what they did was they took the arsenic out of their water, and then they just created a huge pond, arsenic pond, they called it. And then what they did was they just took that arsenic pond and dumped it into the LA water supply. Literally just dumped it. And they got fined $10 million for that. I think it was 5 or 10 million, which is, by the way, nothing. Like, literally this company dumped arsenic into the water supply. Like, it's insane. Poisoning the people of LA. So anyway, I thought that was my answer. I thought, it was all the water I drank. They didn't filter out the arsenic properly. Whatever. And so I told him that, and he said, okay, well, this is weird. Well, anyway, I can do chelation IVs with you. So there's a treatment called chelation, heavy metal chelation. And what that is basically you sit with an IV, they put a needle in your arm, and then they pump chemicals that counteract, they chelate the metals out of your body, like the arsenic and, whatever other metals you have, and they run them through your organs, and then they make your body, pee them out and poop them out essentially, like through your kidneys and through your gut. And so it's like a provoking agent, right? And so the doctor, he told me, he said, you could buy a package of 10 or 20 chelations and, have a nurse come over to your house and we'll do it. And I thought to myself, no way. Like, this doctor has no experience doing this. I asked him, like, have you ever seen this in any other patient? He said, nope, I've never seen this in any other of my patients. This is very weird. Don't know, but you have this stuff in your blood. We need to take care of it. And intuitively, I just didn't trust him, because lack of experience. This is a very serious thing. From all the Googling I did about heavy metal chelation, you can get severe reactions. You can shut down your body's organs by accident. You get kidney failure, like all these things. And, I just wasn't ready for it. And I knew that he wasn't the right guy to do it with me. So I started thinking about the whole bottled water theory. Maybe that's why, I had all these symptoms. And that's when I realized, well, wait a second. My friend lived with me for 6 months, down in Arizona. We were roommates, and he didn't drink any of the bottled water. And I called him up. I'm like, yo, do you feel anything? And he's like, no, I'm completely fine. What's wrong with you? And so that's when it more confirmed for me, it's probably the water. So I called my mom and I told her about this and my theory. Right away, she was like, Dan, I highly doubt it. You would have had to drink barrels of this water and tons of barrels a day for you to get anything close to symptoms. That's what she said. And she was right. Of course, the housekeeper comes over, Matt comes over, and I told him about what had happened, about all this arsenic in my blood. And he's like, weird. And then he goes and says, well, I used to have heavy metal poisoning. I used to have mercury in my teeth, mercury amalgams. So what mercury amalgams are, and a lot of people don't know about this, but essentially in dentistry, in the United States at least, for a long time, mercury has been used for filling in cavities and things like that for fillings. Dentists would literally put mercury in your teeth. Mercury is the most toxic chemical, the most toxic substance, and the hardest to remove out of the body. It interferes with every single enzyme in the body. It is very commonly found in huge amounts in tuna. So all the tuna that you're eating, full of mercury, and in lots of seafood. The bigger the fish, the more mercury there is. That's how it works, because the more time it takes to accumulate in the ocean. The reason that the fish don't get affected is because their bodies, they don't metabolize the mercury in the same way. The mercury doesn't affect them in the same way, whereas humans, it does. In Canada, for a while, instead of mercury, they've used ceramic fillings. I don't think that mercury fillings have been entirely banned, but in the States, still to this day, they still put mercury in people's teeth. It's scary to think about the amount of mental illness that has caused, the amount of suicides that has caused, the amount of depression that has caused, because if you go and look at mercury poisoning and you see what it does, it is insane. It's actually there's a disease called Mad Hatter's disease. And the reason why it's called that is because I think it was in the 1800s, this is just from memory, there was a town, I think it was in Ohio or somewhere like that, where a bunch of factory workers, they started going insane. All the factory workers that they were making some hats, I think top hats or something, and they just all were going insane, literally insane, mental, and dying early and things like that. And so they found that was because that they were getting exposed to mercury through the manufacturing process of their job. So anyway, the housekeeper tells me, he used to have mercury amalgams, mercury fillings. He got them removed. And then instead of doing IV chelation, which is very dangerous, instead he actually used a system called the Detox Cube 2.0, I think it was. It was by a guy named Chris Shade, Professor Chris Shade, and he actually has a company called Quicksilver Scientific, which, they sell lots of different detox supplements and things like that. Great stuff, actually. And he told me that they have this do-it-yourself at-home system where you would take the EDTA, which is the one of the chelating chemicals that would remove the metals. By the way, EDTA turns out doesn't actually remove mercury. You have to use other more powerful chemicals for that, which I actually had to use a lot of later in my treatment when I'll talk about that. But he told me, it costs $2,500, here's the link for it, and I can guide you on how to do it. And so I'm like, all right. And he told me that Tony Robbins has used it because Tony Robbins got mercury poisoning from eating swordfish. I'm sure he had symptoms. I'm sure he had a whole journey with that. And it's literally documented online that he used the Detox Cube and it worked for him and it detoxed the mercury out of his body. So I was convinced. I bought it. It was $2,500 at that time. I was just like, whatever, anything to heal seems safe, and he already has experience with this. He's used it. So, I trust it. I trust him that he used it. And, why would he lie to me? Right. And it was in his best interest to get me healed because, if his boss is alive, well, he's going to be getting paid. That's what went through my mind. I didn't realize his motive of getting me slick slowly and essentially having me completely go mental. At the time as well, I was trying to manage my businesses. I was trying to manage just multi-million-dollar businesses, multi-million-dollar sales volumes. And, it was just insane. I was having daily dizziness, anxiety, panic attacks, but I kind of just got used to it. And I was hoping that it would just go away. And the girl that I was seeing at the time, she actually moved out to Arizona to hang out with me. But I could tell that she was she could feel that something was really off with me because I wouldn't be able to hang out with her because we would hang out and be like, oh, I'm dizzy again. Oh, this again. Or, in a relationship, really, if you feel that the other person, if the female feels that the man is not stable, is not grounded, it really messes up the dynamics of the relationship. And, she really was just turned off. I could tell. And she was beginning to really be like, well, something's happening with Dan and he's not going down the good path. When in reality, I was getting poisoned all along. I had no idea. I was down there alone. And this housekeeper was just administering poison in my food and everything else. It's super easy. He would just mix his stuff at home and then he would go and add it when I wasn't looking to my carton of milk or my orange juice, right? It was colorless and odorless, right? And let me talk about this trip to Hawaii. So I got back to the States in 2021, September 2021. I'm having all these symptoms and I'm like, I just need to get out of here. I want to go to Hawaii. I booked at the most expensive resort. One of the most expensive was the Four Seasons Resort in Wailea in Maui. Super beautiful place. And I literally felt nothing. Literally I felt nothing, just like in Bali, but worse. And not only was I absolutely numb, I'm looking at this absolutely gorgeous, beautiful ocean. I'm in Hawaii, everything that the otherwise healthy Dan, an otherwise healthy person would completely appreciate and love. I just didn't feel none of it. I was tired. I was numb. Even though I would get 9 hours of sleep a night, I would still just be either anxious, dizzy, or tired with no joy, zero joy. I'd listen to music, feel nothing, zero. So one of those days when I was in Hawaii, I was in my room and I'm like, okay, what can I do? It was almost like a form of escapism. I was like, what can I do? I was still having the symptoms, but you still have to live. You still, at that point when you're sick, and at the time I didn't consciously, I was convincing myself that I was healthy. It was really strange. I was having these symptoms, but I thought I was worrying too much and that was causing the symptoms. It was just bad. And so one of those days I decided that I was going to go and basically rent a plane with a flight instructor and just fly around in Maui. And it was always my childhood dream to become a pilot. And I actually, instead of becoming a pilot, because it was just way too expensive, I just didn't have $100,000. I didn't want to make my parents pay for it. They didn't have that money. I decided that I would start a business and find a way to make money instead. Honestly, I decided that I would just try my best to get rich instead and then pay for the flight training later on. So when I was in Hawaii, I decided to go and do that. And I found this flight academy in Maui that you could just go up with an instructor and you could do an amazing tour of the islands. So I did. And I was up in this plane and it was absolutely stunning. But I was literally feeling anxious the whole time. Again, this anxiety that was not of me, that was not normal. It was almost as if I had the social anxiety. It was I was always overstimulated. And you can imagine when you're taking off in the plane, and I had flown a couple times before and I just know a lot about planes and stuff. So for me, it's almost natural. And now I look forward to actually completing my pilot's license. I'm really excited for that. Now that I'm feeling good and healthy. So I went up in this plane and everything was just overstimulating and I felt completely numb and I was really sad. And I was sad for absolutely no reason. I couldn't even understand why. Like, I literally was looking at my life. I'm like, how can I be sad? Like, I have it all, you know? I have millions of dollars, literally super successful businesses. I have an amazing YouTube channel. I've changed lots of people's lives. Like, my career is good. What is happening? I had zero clue. And it was almost as if I was completely disconnected from the world, and I had like just no capacity to experience joy, any kind of joy in life. And it was as if I was just doing things just to do them, just to like say I did them, just to pass the time, you know? But I guess it was not far enough. Like, the symptoms didn't get bad enough, and it was not far enough into this whole abyss that I eventually descended into, for me to even kind of start really, really, really being depressed and having depressive thoughts. I was already not really there. Like I said, super anxious, and I was just hyper alert. And this is where it gets really interesting. You're probably going to laugh. I got so hyper aware that I started to look at my poop. Okay. I had heard about something called parasites before. Like, I had just known about health. I'd always been interested. And I had known about the fact that a lot of people actually have intestinal parasites that they don't know about. Okay. A lot of people don't know about this. You might be thinking like, what? It's not really a thing in the Western world. Well, it actually is. And so, having a parasite in your body, like, there's been lots of cases where a person can have lots of health issues where they have a parasite in their body, and literally it's just causing all these issues. At the time it made sense to me, because what else could it have been? I thought it was either, the C shot, or it was, I don't know, like the supplements that I took or something, or it was something in my body that was causing all of this. And so I was looking at my poop, and I started just look at everything, and I was like, oh my God, I think I see, parasites or parasite eggs or something. And I remember at the time, I actually had just found a guy online. I had heard of this guy's story years prior, because some of my entrepreneur friends, it's a pretty tight-knit community, at least maybe not anymore now. It's getting bigger. More people are getting into it. But at the time, in 2018, 19, 20, 2020, we kind of all knew each other to an extent. We were all part of the same mastermind. So I had known about a guy who had been helping a lot of fellow entrepreneurs with improving their health and detoxing. Okay. And this guy's whole thing is about detoxing. He has a YouTube channel about detoxing. He's got a whole social media about detoxing. And I started watching his content, obviously, because I was, becoming sick. It's funny, because a few years prior to that, I would see he posted a story of how I went through, the most insane anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, all of these crazy things, and how I basically recovered after I detoxed my body and healed myself. And I, at the time in 2018, 2019, when I saw that, I was like, oh wow, that's horrible, but it didn't click with me because I felt great. But then I kind of rediscovered him, and I started watching some of his content before, and some of the content that he makes is on the topic of parasites and how part of detoxing is actually cleaning up your body from any microbes or any viruses or any parasites, which are really common actually in tropical countries and even in America. Like, in America, I don't know the exact statistics, but a lot of people, especially people who struggle to lose weight or people who struggle to gain weight, like those specific two groups, they actually might very well have a parasite in their body. And, there's ways to detox that and stuff. So I was looking at my poop, and what I actually did was I reached out to this guy, and I guess he had heard of me, I don't know, and I introduced myself, and he actually told me that, you can go and pick up some anti-parasite medication. So I actually did. I literally got in my car. I had just come from dinner at the Four Seasons, and I was super dressed well. I was alone, but still, you got to dress well and stay classy. So I literally drove to Walmart in Maui, and I picked up this medication I think it was called Pin X. It was against pinworms. And I had done my research and stuff. And even at the time I was so anxious. I'm like, what if I get a reaction? Oh, what if I die? All this stuff that, I was just in such a fragile state, nowhere near as fragile as I got. And I took it. And I remember that the next morning, what I saw in my toilet, I literally saw a worm this long. Okay. So I actually did have a parasite. It was literally this long. It wasn't moving. It was dead. And honestly, I'm not 100% sure it was a worm, but I never saw that before. So without a doubt, there was definitely something. It looked like a tapeworm. And, I had traveled to tropical countries before. You can even get them from just no washing your hands. If you kind of just, you can just get them. It actually exists, and they live in human bodies, and then a really big symptom, it's kind of funny and kind of really, really disgusting. And I've had this before. A really telling symptom is if you get anal itching at night. So if your butt itches, if your butt crack itches at night, that's a telltale symptom of the fact that you have parasites. And I don't know if you have symptoms or not, but there's things you can do to actually get rid of them. There's natural and prescription medications. You just have to be careful with anything. Just don't mega dose. Don't mega dose any of it. And I'm going to talk about exactly what I actually did. But anyway, so I took this Pin X from Walmart that like, it was just like a 1 or 2 time dose. And I told the guy, and I told him, and he said, he's like, dude, that's like, you know how many times I've taken that? He's like, it takes a lot more to heal the body than just taking a, one-time course of parasite medication that's available over the counter. And so I'm like, okay, my journey with parasites has begun. And so I come home after Hawaii, and of course I update the housekeeper because he comes by to clean my place. And here he comes again, and I tell him that I was going to go and ask my doctor for a prescription medication for parasites. The prescription ones are called mebendazole and albendazole. Like those are like the, like the FDA-approved treatments for it, if you actually have it. I even remember when I asked my doctor about it, he's like, dude, what? Like, I think he thought that I was crazy, because mainstream doctors, they'll tell you that the chances of you having parasites are very low, but it is a possibility. You'll see in my story how that is a possibility, how it is much more common than you think, and it might be explaining, symptoms that you have. If you've heard of like the apple cider vinegar cleanse, like that is actually something that helps with that as well. So anyway, I know so much now about all this health stuff and about like almost like biohacking and detoxing, which really has the potential to save so many people's lives, because so many people have so many mental health problems and physical symptoms that they live with, and they just think that it's just how they are, but that's not true. And I want to stress this again and again. It's not true. It's not true. If you have symptoms, whether they're mental or physical, and you're being told that it's just the way it is, you have to live with it, it's because it's in the best interest of the greater powers to put you on drugs that make money, and that way, they're kind of band-aids. Like they treat the symptoms, but they don't actually solve the root cause of the issue, right? So I'm talking about solving the root causes of the issue. In my experience with this whole thing, obviously, you can tell that what I'm saying, I lived through it. So anyway, I tell my housekeeper that I was going to go and get this prescription medication, and he tells me, yeah, parasites are a very real thing, and his like Texas accent is like, parasites are a very real thing, Dan, whatever. And then he told me, like I think the next time he came back, he literally brought back a natural supplement. It was called Scram. It's available on Amazon. Literally, it's called Scram. And it's like essentially you're mega dosing 3 herbs. I think it's wormwood, black walnut, and I forgot the third one. But anyway, it's like a potent combination of natural herbs that actually has been used for thousands of years. And it really, cleans out all the parasites in your body, and it's heavy on your body, right? Going through a detox of any kind, especially a die-off, there's a very high chance that you will experience some very bad symptoms. Like you're just going to feel horrible, you're going to have headaches and this and that. Anyway, so he brought me that, and he said, you should use this. You shouldn't do the pharmaceutical. He's like, I don't trust big pharma. So he gives me this natural parasite solution, okay? And this was already November when I came back from Hawaii. This was already November of 2021, okay? And I had already planned a ski trip in Canada with my friends, some of who worked together with me at Econ Freedom, in my course company for Amazon and Shopify, where we teach people how to start successful Amazon and Shopify businesses. And I knew that trip was coming up, like literally very soon. And I didn't want to be going through a heavy detox and like feeling horrible and stuff. So but then again, my decision-making was so affected that I was having these looping thoughts that I just couldn't get rid of this. Oh my God, I have parasites. And of course, it's funny because I told the girl that I was seeing at the time about those parasites, and then she would freak out. She'd be like, do I have parasites? And like, in a relationship, it's really all about being grounded, especially like the masculine energy. It's really all about being grounded. And part of this poison, it really screwed up with my mind. You're not grounded anymore. You're fragile, and you're kind of like all over the place. And so anyway, so he brings me it, okay? I don't remember if it was sealed or not, but I try it. And on day 3, I felt absolutely horrible. I did see stuff coming out, okay? It wasn't like, maybe not worms per se, but I did see stuff coming out for sure. And I had symptoms that nobody on the Amazon reviews had. Like I looked at the 1-star reviews, I'm like, is anyone else having this? Like I just felt so bad, like absolutely horrible. And I thought, okay, maybe this happens because I have some like next level of parasites in my body. But New Year's was approaching. I wanted to go skiing. So, I couldn't afford to feel bad during that time. So I stopped it, although I did see stuff coming out. I didn't finish the 10-day course. And at the time, I'm like, okay, so you know what? Let's do a follow-up test on the arsenic, right? Let's do a follow-up test. So I started doing research into like heavy metal toxicity and whether testing is accurate for it or not. We're going to get into the topic now of how hard it is to actually find if you're heavy metal toxic or not, which is insane. It's not just a simple like test. I got lucky that he administered a dose of the poison that was captured in the urine test, because how it works is that when you ingest a poison, it goes in your gut, and then your body, and then it goes in your blood, right? And then your body tries to filter it as fast as it can, like through the liver and out of the kidneys, okay? And that puts a big load on them. However, the problem is that, you know, if it's a large dose of poison, it can't filter out, the kidneys and the liver can't filter out the poison fast enough, okay? It doesn't matter what kind of toxins you eat. It doesn't matter what kind of toxins you ingest, whether it's intentional or unintentional. Could be literally mercury from tuna, you know, although, of course, if you're having mercury now and then, you know, obviously you're not ingesting a huge amount of the toxins. It's mostly like if you're eating swordfish, and there's certain fish that are just super high in mercury. You can search up on Google the mercury chart. So yeah, and by the way, on the sushi note, and why I love sushi, like I absolutely love sushi, and I'm still gonna have it probably like once a month or something, but I'm gonna take an anti-parasitic because now, from what I know, sushi has two problems with it. Raw fish has, especially if it's tuna, very high levels of mercury and other heavy metals and contaminants, and parasites. Because it's raw and it's frozen, sometimes the parasites actually survive. And you can even find YouTube videos, like, you know, people that, I don't know what they're called, but like the sushi chefs or the butchers for the fish, like they literally find worms on raw cuts of fish. Like it's actually a thing. So, and I've heard also, I don't know if this applies to everybody in Japan, but I've also heard that everybody in Japan, they consume antiparasitics regularly because they eat so much fish. And for example, an antiparasitic is, I can't even mention it in this video because there was a big thing associated about it. There was a big link with it, how it treats, you know, the big C. It starts with an I. So anyway, so that's an antiparasitic that like you could take. It's pretty safe. Really safe, actually. I've taken it tons of times since when I actually had the big C. When I was healing my body from the poisoning, I got the big C 3 times. I'm going to talk about that. But anyway, so about the testing for the heavy metals. So like I said, what happens is that the body tries to get the stuff out of your blood because when it's in your blood, it causes symptoms. It can cause anxiety, depression, OCD, and a host of other issues, neurological problems and things like that. And if your kidneys and liver can't filter out the toxins quick enough, then it stores it in your body for later, for like, it just like puts it away. Imagine the body, it gets shocked with these toxins, and then it goes, and then it just like shoves them away. You know, it's like, okay, let's try to get a certain amount of it out, and then it shoves the rest away. And obviously, if you keep ingesting the toxins, if more are coming in than are getting out, you become toxic, and that's when real problems begin, mental health and physical health issues. A lot of it is mental health, actually, and that's a scary part because I can't even imagine how many people have died and lost their lives, whether it was due to suicide or whether it was due to, you know, just other health issues that have started from it, or just people that have completely ruined their lives. Because when you're toxic like this, whether it's from being intentionally poisoned like I was, or whether it's from consuming an enormous amount of tuna from mercury, or whether it's from Mercury Amalgams, for example, like you are crippled. Like you literally are not the real you. You're not the real version of yourself. Like you live as if you have like this dark veil around you. And when you liberate yourself, like when you actually free yourself, you take off this veil by detoxing, like what I did. It's like you feel like the most abundant joy and love, and you just radiate this feeling like all the time, you know, because your body, you don't have all these things blocking all these, you know, processes in your body. So with the testing with the heavy metals, the issue is that a urine test will only show metals or toxins that have been recently ingested. So it depends on the metal, but for arsenic, from my research, I think it had to have been ingested in the last like 24 to 48 hours. Okay, and so that's for the urine test, and the blood is either a week or like a few days. Okay, so it's like both of those are not going to show you toxins that are deep inside the tissues. They'll only show you toxins that are circulating, that are either being actively expelled from your body or that are currently circulating in your system, which the toxins, you know, if you're toxic, they're not circulating in your system. They're actually stored away because that's the body's natural defense mechanism against the toxins. You know, they're kind of like, okay, we'll deal with this later. And then you have symptoms, of course, because you're toxic. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to do a hair test. So doing a hair test is a way of testing for metals because, you know, your hair is a part of you, and your hair, like there's a portion of toxins that actually gets excreted in your hair. So, you know, anything you put on your skin, like anything that touches your body goes inside your body, and your body, when it detoxes things, it detoxes through your gut, through your kidneys, through your liver. So the detox organs, as well as through your skin. That's why you get pimples and acne, and through your hair. Like it literally, the body is so intelligent, so divinely made by God that just in this universe, like it's literally primed. It knows exactly, and it tries every single thing. Whenever there is a nuisance, whenever there is a toxin disturbing the peace and disturbing the body's natural processes, it tries every single avenue to get it out. So the hair will show the toxins from like the past 30, 60, 90 days. So 3 to 6 months, I'm pretty sure. I think maybe it's like at the most 4. So don't quote me on all the numbers that I'm saying. It's like ballpark that, but you can do your research. So I decided to do a hair test. I'm like, you know what? Let's see if the hair test shows arsenic. So I do the hair test. I literally cut like I had the girl that I was kind of seeing at the time. She gave me a little haircut. And then she went and we sent it in. And I actually had her send in her hair as well just to compare, just to see, And we got the results back and my hair test showed no arsenic, literally like a little bit of mercury and no arsenic. And I was like kind of surprised. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not toxic. And I remember I was sitting in the car with the girl at the time, and she was like, we looked at the results and she was like, oh, that's amazing news. Like you're not toxic. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, but I knew that there was still a problem. I knew it. I knew that there was still something that was going on that was bad. And boy, it would take me a lot of downhill to find out. We're going to get there here soon. So I thought I was in the clear with the heavy metals, still had all these symptoms, still had the daily dizziness, the anxiety, the OCD, just horrible. And I still had my businesses to run. I still had all these people that I was helping, still trying my best to, run through the e-commerce stuff as well as just, coach the people and make sure that the courses are great and put out YouTube videos. You know how hard it is to put out YouTube videos when you're like, how many times I got dizzy during a YouTube video and I fought through it? How many times I started to get a panic attack because I thought I was falling? It's like a floating feeling. It's like, and there's a little bit of a side story here. I actually visited my friends, in Canada, and they were staying at like this kind of old house, like a farmhouse, just near kind of in a small town, like just a short time away from a big ski resort. And they were just renting it for cheap. It was kind of a little bit run down, but it seemed fine. And I got there and right away I felt like the vibe was wrong. And I was also not in a good mental state, because of all what I was dealing with. And I remember one of the nights, they were talking about how the ex-owner of this house killed himself on the property. And obviously that's spooky to hear. And you're in this house. So obviously that energy is still there of the person, And I started asking like, well, what was he? And they were saying, oh, he was a helicopter pilot for the ski resort. And, they don't really know anything else much. And the family, when they found out, they just wanted to sell the house because, they didn't want to sell it. They wanted to rent the house out. I don't know if maybe they couldn't sell it for whatever reason. And then I started asking about the person and they're like, yeah, by the way, because I realized I was sleeping in the master bedroom. Like, is that the bedroom of the person? And they're like, yeah. And by the way, his suit is in there. There's some kind of a suit. We think it's his suit. And then they started talking about like how he actually took his own life. And that was just so uncomfortable. And that whole situation, just being there made me so uncomfortable. Like, I think if I was in a normal mental state, I'd be like, oh my God, that sucks. But like, I don't know why it struck me so bad because it made me think of this person. He obviously had mental health issues and I had started to have some. I didn't know why. And I could feel how a person would like actually go down that path, as scary as that sounds, because I could feel like when you have this on an everyday basis, you don't know why you're sick. At a certain point, you lose hope for life. You want to live, but you don't know how to solve it. Like you don't know how to solve these things. So like, how are you expected to live a full life if you have these symptoms and all of society is telling you that, oh, it's a spiritual problem. You need to think positive. That's another thing I want to talk about, the whole thinking positive. I literally reread The Secret. So in my first 2 years of being an entrepreneur, one of the best things that I did was read self-improvement books and self-development books. And I read, all the classics, The Secret, the law of attraction, and like Think and Grow Rich, and all those amazing books. And basically the premise of a lot of these books is to think positive. What you think you attract. Well, of course, I was literally battling thoughts of like potentially dying and, not of my own will, and just all these negative thoughts every day, just being so sad and so depressed. And I reached a point where I was like, what's the point of doing anything if I feel this way? I screwed up my life. I thought I screwed up my life with the C shot, with the things that I took and the shots. And so I could like, it's like, it gives me like shivers to even think about it. But like, I could like in that moment kind of understand that person that took their own life. And so it made me so uncomfortable to be there, and that like accelerated because I'm like, oh my God, I was in this guy's house, and what if his energy is like, I literally slept in his bed. And I actually intuitively, funny enough, I intuitively knew that I should stay in a hotel for some reason. Okay, anyway, so I go home to see my parents. And by the way, this is still nowhere near as bad as I got. I go home to see my parents, and I tell them about, the ski trip and stuff. And I'm like, I'm still having these symptoms. I don't know. I was just feeling so tired. We went out to sushi one time. And I remember I drank a cup of green tea and I started to get the dizziness and the vertigo in the restaurant. I told my mom and dad, like, you'd literally be looking at your phone because it's the only thing you can do. Cause it's like everything else is just too stimulating. I'd be looking at my phone and I would just be mindlessly scrolling through my phone because I literally couldn't do anything else. Like, you can't process what you're seeing because you're just waiting for the moment to pass. And I was facing that every day, multiple times a day. And so I was at home and I, obviously still have these issues. And my mom, she doesn't really say anything, but she knows that something bad is going on with me. I could tell. She could also sense a level of resentment that, I listened to her and got the C shot because she like scared me into it, even though it was my decision. And I think that made it even more uncomfortable. And she literally was like, I thought these symptoms would be over by now. If it was an immune reaction, I don't know what's going on. And that's when I frantically started to search the internet. I reached out to the Detox guy, and that's when he really, I was in a really, really fragile, easy to take advantage of position at that time because I was just so desperate for help. And the way that the guy charges is, what he does is he coaches like high-level entrepreneurs or high-level people. It's fancy words for people that have money, and because they can pay a lot of money. Like, people that have a lot of money, when they're when they have a problem in their life, they're willing to just throw money at it to make it go away. And sometimes it's not that simple. And so I reached out to him for help, and I knew that he had knowledge that could at least help me either all the way or a part of the way. And so he sold me on a coaching package. I think it was like $16,000 for a few months, like USD. And we were going to do a call once a week. And he sent me just a few Word documents, literally, on like a bunch of supplements to take, on like the basic theory of detox, And so I had told him about how I only took 4 days of Scram. The total course is 10 days, that supplement I was talking about. And I decided to take a second round of it. He said that a lot of his clients have taken it successfully and they've had no issues. And so I took the second round of Scram. I had the rest of it back home, and I even told my parents about it, and they actually bought themselves some Scram because, you hear about that and you're like, whoa, like, let's do a cleanse, right? And so on day 4, again, I started I literally started to have a tremor. It's almost like you look at somebody who has a horrible neurological disease. It's like that. Like, I'd be shaking, and then anxiety through the roof. I literally just was shaking going up my stairs. And I just was in bed. And the whole time I was like, please let this pass. God, please let this pass. Please let this pass. And the next day I woke up, it was still going on. The next day I woke up, it was kind of faded down. I was trying to pass the day at the computer. I was trying to look at trips I could book, anything to get out of, try to move on with my life, try to do something. And I remember that my right rib cage started to hurt. So right here, okay? And it started to be sore and then not sore. And first thing I went to Google and I typed in right upper quadrant. That's the scientific term, right upper quadrant pain. And eventually it said liver failure, cirrhosis. That's somebody who, is an alcoholic. They drank alcohol, abused alcohol for 40 years. The liver's done, you get fatty liver. I thought I literally had fried my liver. I told my mom, she's like, why'd you take this? You fried your liver, worried mothers. And I literally would be spamming the coach on WhatsApp. I'd be like, dude, it's still going. I don't know what's happening. He'd be telling me, dude, it's going to pass. It's fine. It's just Scram. And I told him, what if I screwed myself up? And at that time I was working on an e-commerce brand in the food and beverage space, which I unfortunately had to pause because I got poisoned. And I really look forward to getting it started again because the product is just phenomenal. It's really good. And I actually was going to I invested a lot of money into this. I was doing this, as part of my e-commerce activities, and I invested hundreds of thousands. It was a whole formula from scratch. And my food lab that I was working with was in the States. And so it was within hours of driving distance from where I was in Canada. And so I actually had to go. I had a meeting booked there at that place. So I got in the car and I drove. And of course I felt the symptoms, but it was always a revolving up and down. So it'd be sometimes basically in between meals. So right after a meal, it'd be horrible for a few hours. And then I get 30 minutes of oh, I'm kind of normal. And then again, the whole darkness veil would come back, the anxiety, the panic, but I still fought through it. And I was like, I'm a man, I can get through anything. And so I remember I went to the food lab and the pain was still happening. And I also rationalized in my head, I could go to the ER. I didn't want to go to the ER in Canada. I didn't want to wait 8 hours. You hear horror stories of people waiting for 8 hours because it's free and everybody goes to the ER for like a cold, you know? And so I'm like, I can go to the States. I can go to the ER, get in really quick and see what's up. And all I needed was like an ultrasound of the liver. I just wanted to make sure my liver wasn't fried. This just sounds insane what I lived through. It's like, it just goes on and on and on. Like, I know this is a long video, but I need to tell this. I need to get this out. I need to get this out because it's what happened to me is it's horrible. But I'm going to use it to help people. So anyway, I went to the hospital. I checked into the ER, and within like 5 minutes, they do a blood test. I was so anxious. I couldn't do IVs at the time. I had to look away. I'd literally start like shaking. You know, I don't know. I heard that guys, they're not so good with IVs, you know, getting like a needle in your arm and getting blood taken. Now I don't care. I've had so many. I literally look at it. You know, I can tell if she did a good job or not, or the person. And so basically I go to the ER. They do an ultrasound of my liver. The doctor comes in at the ER. He asks me, you know, what's going on. I told him I have this pain. He's like, well, how painful is it? And I told him it's kind of like a 2 to 4 out of 10, but it shouldn't be there. Sometimes it's a 5 out of 10. He's like, hey, do you want pain meds? I'm like, no, I don't want pain meds. I want you to tell me what's going on. He's like, okay, let me come back with the ultrasound. Comes back with the ultrasound. He said, you have an oversized, your like liver is borderline oversized. I'm like, okay, weird. I called my mom. My mom said, you know, it could be genetic, like, you know, on your dad's side. His mom always said that like that line of the family had a little bit of an oversized liver. Don't know how they knew that. But he said it was like borderline. And I'm like, well, that's weird. Why do I have that? What is happening? You know? And so anyway, they cleared me. They said I was completely fine. And I asked them, like, well, I literally asked them at the end of it, I'm like, well, what about the pain in the liver? He's like, I don't know. But if it's still there in a few days, come back and we'll take a look again. I'm like, all right, fine. And so again, it was like this feeling of relief, but like even more of a mystery, you know? So I go to sleep. Obviously, I had to pay the money for the ER, thousands of dollars. The next morning, I wake up and I meet at the food lab. So I'm meeting all the people that all the representatives of the food lab, the food scientists, and I'm there with this pain in my liver. I'm literally like shaking. And like, I just, so I had hired a consultant to help me in the food industry, and he was there. He was helping me with it. And I just was like, I don't know even how I got through that, because the whole time I was literally in my head, I'm like, the Dan side of me was excited about this food brand, but the dark side that I was working against and fighting against every single day was just like overpowering that, And again, every time I'd go to the gym, I would just have like this horrible dizziness and vertigo and heart palpitations every time. So it's like, what can you even do? What can you even do? Every time you try to do something, you feel that way. And by the way, that's because whenever you exercise and you have toxins in your fat tissues and your organs, when you exercise, when you move your body, it mobilizes those toxins. And so those toxins get released from the tissues. They go through your organs in your bloodstream. And as soon as they hit the bloodstream, you feel those symptoms. And of course, for me, the toxins were poison. I just didn't know at the time. And they were specifically meant to do this. They were specifically meant to aggravate the nervous system, to make you have anxiety, panic, headaches, and make you literally mentally ill. He wanted me to either take my own life or to end up in a mental institution. That's what he wanted to do. And so that was it, And so I drove home from the place. I told my parents, everything's fine. They're like, okay, that's strange. They thought I was literally becoming a hypochondriac. Everybody thought, my whole company thought I was becoming a hypochondriac. My assistant thought I was becoming a hypochondriac. Everybody did. Everybody was like, you're just worrying too much, all this. At the time too, and I had done this as a practice ever since I became an entrepreneur, I was writing down my goals every single day, every morning. I was writing down, I'd write down things like, I'm so happy now that, I have a successful online business. I'm so happy now that I'm making, at the beginning it was like $10,000, at the beginning it was like $5,000 a month and $10,000 a month, $100,000 a month, like it kept going. And I remember at that time, literally the only thing, I was writing the goals that I had. I was still trying to set goals, but most of it was just, I'm so happy now that I am perfectly healthy. I was convincing myself I was perfectly healthy. And I'm so happy now that I'm victorious. I knew that I was fighting something. And God, I did find out what it was, and it took a while. Not too long, thank God. But so I get home and I get on a call with this coach, right? The detox coach, who I'm paying $16,000 a month for a few months for. And I told him about my symptoms, and he said, wow, it's very interesting. He said this. He said, wow, that sounds exactly like what I had when I was mercury toxic. And I'm like, that's strange, but I don't have, mercury's not showing up. It showed up a little bit on my hair test, but like I didn't eat that much seafood and, tuna. Like how he got it was he ate a ton of swordfish, as far as I know, and a ton of seafood when he was training for jiu-jitsu. He was like a jiu-jitsu champion out of New York. I'm not going to reference his name, but we were on the call together, and he literally told me that this sounds like the symptoms that I was having. And then as I would tell him more and more, about the shot and things like that, he literally eventually, I don't think it was on that call, but like the one after, he tried to convince me that this was a spiritual attack and that these are the forces of evil, that there were like demonic influences or something on my life. And well, there were, externally, if you think about it, guy was trying to poison me and kill me. And he told me, I remember this, he said, all the greatest men have demons and have to face them every single day. And I thought to myself, I don't have any demons. I never had any demons. What is this? Now I have to live my life just thinking about demons and fighting off demons. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. But because my mind already did turn against me because it was toxic, it was literally begging for help, but there's no way your brain can tell you in words, unfortunately, what's going on. Anyway, I acted on what he was saying. So I just basically slowly but surely started to buy all the supplements. I was spending all this money. But there was not really a structure to it. I don't know if that's because he thought his program was best that way. I don't know if it's because he wanted to kind of coach you out one-on-one because I was paying so much money. But there was no self-study. It was more like here's the list, buy it and then ask me if you have any questions, And if you have a detox, we'll just wait it out and lower the dose type of thing. So that was also the time when things got really scary for me. And that's when I started to have incessant looping negative thoughts. It was just 24/7. I would think of something that I would be scared of, something that I saw on Google. For example, something that really scared me was because of all the Googling I did, you would type in things that would convince Google that you're depressed. And then Google would say, well, if you're having, thoughts of self-harm or suicidal thoughts or things like that, well, you need to call 911 right now. And I saw that and I'm like, I'm okay. I don't have that stuff, And then there came a point and I was like, wait, but I'm thinking about, do I have that? I'm thinking, and I literally remember this. And I remember I came back to Arizona and I was just in tears. I was in tears. I called the girl that I was seeing, the girl we did the hair test with and who I saw in South Carolina before I went to the ER. I called her and I was like, I don't know what's going on. And I saw this on Google and I'm having this thought and I can't even imagine what she thought. She definitely, I could imagine she was like, yo, he's just going mental. He's losing it. And it's funny also, by the way, that the housekeeper, he actually told me not to date her. He's like, nah, I wouldn't date her. She's not, she's not serious. Something he would literally interfere with my personal life. And I was in a state where I was literally being poisoned and I'd be like, yeah, he's right, and you have no personal decision-making skills. You lose your own mental faculties. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And so all day, every day, I would have just flashbacks. I couldn't work. I'd have flashbacks of Google and this problem in my life, and I don't know what's happening. And I literally, I got so scared that one day I would even consider such a thing, and I'd have arguments in my head about why I wouldn't do it. And I'm like, what is happening? It was just insane. It was just insane. It was just it was just absolutely insane. I was thinking okay, either this is going to result like that, or I was going to end up in a mental institution, or I was just going to die from just some weird sickness I have. I was going to lose everything, or even worse, I was going to have to live the rest of my life like this with no joy and being completely numb and anxious and depressed and having dizziness. And I always just thought to myself, how can such a young, healthy guy who had it all go from such a high to, being so happy and so healthy and so successful, so blessed, to just depressed, anxious, hopeless, and borderline not wanting to live, and even entertaining those thoughts, having those thoughts in his mind, because I thought my life had been ruined. And I could tell that the more I fought against it, I had to, right? But the more I fought against it, and the more I even tried to distract myself, the worse it got. Because also the housekeeper would be coming along with his wife, Mac. Mac would be coming along and administering more and more doses of the poison. So around that time is when I made the decision that I was going to figure out what was happening with me, and I stopped working. I didn't stop working at the time because I didn't get so bad where I was forced to, but 90% of my time would go into figuring out what was going on with me, because obviously health is the most important. And I accepted that I was in a physically sick state and mentally sick state, and I took on the mission of conquering my so-called illness. And I knew that since I got no help from the medical establishment, I tried that route. By the way, I forgot to mention this. I even went and got a brain MRI because the doctor who got me to do the toxicology tests back in November of 2021, so we're already talking now, we're in February of 2022, the doctor that got me to do those tests, he's like, maybe you have a brain tumor or something like that. I'm like knocking on wood, like God forbid. He was like, maybe you have that, but I highly doubt it. But if you want, you can go and get an MRI. So I'm like, well, just to rule it out, I mean, what else could it be? So I went and I got an MRI. Oh man, if you ever had an MRI, it's horrible. And I was so anxious. I literally was Googling how to get through an MRI, because what they do is you get strapped onto a belt. They roll you in. If it's a head MRI, they roll you into this circular device, which covers half of your body, even more if you're shorter. I'm pretty tall, so it covered half. But you're there and you literally you're facing up. It's like the top of it, you're in a circle, and the top of it is like this close to your nose and like this close, literally this close. You can't move. It's so claustrophobic. They ask you a million times, are you claustrophobic? Are you claustrophobic? Are you claustrophobic? Thank God I wasn't. And you look down, like you're like this and you're lying down. You look down and you can see, past the halfway mark, like all the way down is where your feet are. And then the noises start, it's literally like, I read on Reddit, someone said the night before I was reading like how to get through an MRI, and someone said, if you feel anxious about it, just pretend that you're in a rave, pretend that you're like in an EDM concert, because it sounds like just bass and like these weird electronic sounds, like weird dubstep, And I was there and I was pretending, and it actually helped me a lot. My heart started racing, but it helped me get through that. And eventually I get the MRI back, everything's completely fine. It literally seemed like anywhere I went, in terms of like the general medical establishment, I got no help, no answers. And that's when, in February 2022, I made the mission, to get through this and conquer this, whatever it was. And I started going to an acupuncturist. This is very interesting. This is a very interesting story here. So if you don't know what acupuncture is, basically I guess it's an ancient form of Chinese medicine where they use needles in, I think they're called acupoints, and basically they put them in specific parts of your body and they stimulate the nervous system in a way that can potentially heal your body, and it can heal a lot of things. It's actually very, very powerful. It's a very powerful system. You just need to find the right practitioner, especially if you have like weird nerve pain, any kind of dizziness, anything neurological. Acupuncture can really, really help if you don't have poison in your body like I did. Okay. So I Googled the highest reviewed acupuncturist in Scottsdale, Arizona, and, I went. He had literally nothing but 5-star reviews. And on his website, it said on his website how he was experienced in healing anxiety and depression through acupuncture, and how he himself had his own story of how he was horribly anxious and depressed. He used to just work, in corporate in New York. And then he went through like all the, the general medical establishment. He went through the drugs. He was on SSRIs, the antidepressants and everything. They didn't help. They just made him worse. And then, eventually he broke through and he healed somehow. I don't remember the details of the story, but I show up and he's like this young guy, just to give you an idea, young guy, bald. He was wearing an Under Armour shirt. And, he looked really fit and healthy. And right away I come in, he said, take off your shoes. He's very like commanding. He's like, take off your shoes, sanitize your hands, walk in the room. I do that. I walk in the room. He's sitting across from me. He has his legs crossed. He's like, all right, so tell me what's going on, man. And I tell him, hey, I basically told him everything that I told up to now, like to you guys, I started having these symptoms. I have the anxiety. I never had this before. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's from the shot. I don't know what it is, And he said, yeah, man, it's time to face your shit. Like, it's time to face your stuff, man. He was like, yeah, we all got some stuff, man, but it's time to face it, man. I know, man. I've been through it, like literally like that. I'm like, okay. And a lot of people in the reviews were saying how he was kind of like an acupuncture / therapist almost, where you'd go and the first part of it would be like you talk to him and he'd help you through it. And, he really thought he was like enlightened, and I'll explain why. And he would help you through it. You would go, he'd put on headphones, you'd do meditation, acupuncture, and then you would leave and you'd feel kind of calm. And he even said that, by the way, at the end of the acupuncture session, he was like, by the way, you're going to feel really good for like a day or two, but, in a few days, it's all going to come back. And, just remember that the true work starts from you within. And he's actually right about that. But so I go back and a second time and a third time. And one time, this is where things got really weird. So one time I came in my car and I parked in, I guess the wrong spot. I parked right across from the clinic, and it was like in a covered parking spot in Arizona. It gets really hot in the summer, so they have like covered parking spots with like a roof above it. And I guess I didn't see the reserved. There was like in small writing that said reserve at the top of the covered spot, and I didn't see. And he sends me a text, and he's like, get the fuck out of that spot. You shouldn't park there. Literally like that, super aggressively. I was like, what? And I'm like, oh shit, like it is a reserved spot. So I parked across the street. I walk in, he's like, yo, never park there again. Never park there again. So I'm like, all right. And I started to feel some weird vibes. So I sit down with him, and he said, he's like this, who do you think you are parking in that spot? Who do you think you are? I don't care about your money. I don't care. And I didn't even tell him about that. Like, I guess he just Googled me, just went on YouTube and found me. He was like, I don't care about your money. Your money means nothing to me. Like things like that, like really degrading things. He's like, and I was just there to try to get help, And so he was saying all these things, and halfway through this was the third appointment. Here's where it gets really weird. He said, listen, I feel like I've been chosen to help you. And I don't do this with a lot of my clients because I don't feel like it's the right thing, but with you, I feel it. And, I don't want you to share this with anyone. I don't want you to share this with anyone out there. Anybody, not your friend, because my friend also started going to acupuncture with him. He actually really enjoyed it, but he also never got as crazy with him. I think he saw that he was in a sound mental state and I wasn't. And so he goes and he says, from now on, I don't want you to call me his name. I want you to call me Titus the Enlightened. And I was like, what the, like, bro, what? I didn't say that, but I was like, okay. And he said, and he started to tell me to like recite chants. He started to tell me like, this is the acupuncturist, by the way. So he started to say, like repeat after me. I will do everything you say. You are my leader. You are my commander. I will never park in the wrong spot. Everything that you tell me, I will do. Like shit like that. I was like, and I was saying it, but I knew, I'm like, yo, run. Even then I had a red flag. And so I said it, we did the meditation, and I left. I told my friend was like, bro, what? He's like, he never told me that. And it's funny because the next time my friend went to him to see him, he's like, how is Dan? And my friend's like, oh, he's just going through his thing, but, And I think he wanted to know. I think he himself felt like I was just like, what the heck? And so I think he even knew that I was not going to come back. And he texts me and he says, hey, I'm going to refund you all your acupuncture sessions. Thank you. Like the future ones, not the ones that I used. So I bought like a package of 10. So that's the side acupuncturist story. And of course, I'm already not in a sound mental state. I'm having anxiety, panic. I'm like, what is happening, man? Like, why? It was just so whack, It was just so whack. And so he was just trying to rope me in, I think. Now looking back in hindsight, it's something that a person who is very narcissistic, actually similar to the housekeeper, is similar behavior. It's someone who's very narcissistic, could be bipolar, could have a problem with that, like a serious mental illness there, or because like he was like really joyful one day and really angry, and psychopath, because that's like a psycho thing to say. He might have psychopathy or whatever the actual illness is called. He might have been an actual psychopath. He might have had unresolved toxicity. Who knows? He might have had mercury poisoning to that day. I don't know how he, got out of his whole depression, but I don't remember reading anything about detoxing on his website or healing the physical body, So who knows? Because he was definitely weird saying things like that. And so the story continues. So his whole strategy, just the same as the housekeeper's, was to kind of take advantage of the fact that I was fragile and just rope me in. And I remember before he said the Titus thing, he said, Dan, you're very fragile right now. You're very fragile. He said that. He could pick up on it. And I remember the housekeeper telling me the same thing a week later. He said, Dan, you're very fragile right now. Everyone was trying to convince me, those two guys were trying to convince me that I was very fragile. I remember my friend, I told him like, man, like, I don't know what's happening. I'm having like these intrusive thoughts and these thoughts of death and like, I don't know what's happening. Like, and I told him and he's like, man, I think you're just burning out. I think, probably it's because, you have to record this entire course right now. You have to update your course. Like maybe it's work related. You're just stressed. I'm like, no, man, no, I know myself. This is not it. Something is happening. Something very wrong. I told him, I'm like, something very, very wrong is happening. And I told him, I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, what do I do? Do I go to like a mental health place? Do I go to an institution? Like, I don't know, I need help. And he said, and I was like, I don't want to go to that. I guess my friend didn't know any better. What could have he had done, right? I don't know. So I don't really have there's no resentment or anything like that. I still love him, but still he was kind of like, I think he was naive, and he just thought that, it's classic, a person gets rich and then they just get stressed out and they have mental health problems. I don't know, man. I don't know. So my birthday was rapidly approaching. This was in the first quarter of 2022. And I decided to invite a bunch of my friends from like high school and then even people from college that I knew. I'll come down to my apartment in Arizona and we would all go to Las Vegas. And I would go and I rented the most expensive suite at, I think it was either Caesar's Palace or the Bellagio. I think it was the Bellagio, yeah. And I thought, maybe that's going to help, some fun in my life. I need some fun. And so what we decided was that they would take my car, my Audi, and I would take my motorcycle. And I remember on that motorcycle ride, the whole time I was having flashbacks of like seeing symptoms on Google and just intrusive thoughts and just, I felt horrible. I was listening to music. I felt nothing. I was numb. I didn't know what was happening. And we get to the suite. I'm so tired. We go down to play poker. And I literally, halfway through the poker, I didn't even care anymore. I was just betting crap. Like I was just betting money. And I remember I took whatever I had left and my buddies, they all went and they all like actually played like, all the poker games and stuff like blackjack, craps and whatever. And I went to the roulette table and I just dropped everything, lost it all, went to my room, went to bed. And like literally, I think it was a $10,000 Bellagio room, So it's as if the Dan of the past was just like, no more, he didn't exist anymore. So on this Vegas trip, of course, I remained silent. I didn't really tell my friends about it, what was going on. I didn't want to tell them because I thought they would just think I was crazy. They thought, that I would need help. But they did notice that I was not the same Dan and something weird was going on. Like I was definitely off. And I was fighting an internal battle every single day in my mind. Like I was literally mentally ill. And at that time, right after the Vegas trip, I had booked a trip to Los Angeles because I was going to my quarterly mastermind. So as I mentioned, I have been part of a mastermind, which is a group of entrepreneurs that meet up and we share strategies. And it costs like $30,000 to $40,000 a year to be part of it. Depends on the mastermind, but that's how much that one cost. And it was run by a very high level person who, was a very high level coach in his industry, in our industry. And so I had gone to that mastermind. I've been an active member since 2019 and I absolutely loved it. And, so I was going to go and I didn't even want to go. I was in a state of mind that I didn't want to do anything. Like I literally didn't even want to wake up. And one of the symptoms that I had, and I had no idea why, it's just how it was, how what the poison does. Because it makes you mentally sick, you get afraid of being alone because you're afraid that something bad is going to happen. You're always afraid that something bad is about to happen, like a feeling of impending doom. I always had that 24/7, a feeling of impending doom. And so I invited my friend who was my roommate, as well as one of my other friends who had been on the Vegas trip with me. And so he decided to meet us there. We went to Los Angeles. Around that time, and again, I was literally incessantly Googling, trying to figure out, going through every supplement I've ever taken, trying to see, maybe I overdosed on this and I screwed up my brain chemistry. And I was trying to reverse all that stuff. And I was literally going one by one. And I remember at that time that one of the supplements that I fixated on was ashwagandha, because I had taken ashwagandha on and off just, for testosterone, because it's really popular nowadays, just for your hormones and for relieving stress. And so I remember reading a post online from a guy who claimed that he developed PSSD from ashwagandha. Like he megadosed ashwagandha. I never megadosed it. I took a very normal dose of it. I would never take more than 1 or 2 caps a day. But I was so paranoid that I thought that I did. What else could it be? I would hyperfixate, it's this thing or it's this thing. It literally made me do that. And so he talked about how ashwagandha, it screws up your brain receptors and how it oversensitizes your serotonin receptor or something, and that you can develop PSSD, which is, I think it's called a post-serotonin syndrome, something like that, like a persistent serotonin disorder, something like that. I don't know the acronym or whatever, but he was saying how he reversed it was he actually took an herbal antidepressant that would balance out your chemicals in that exact specific way, lower the serotonin, increase the dopamine, and how it fixed him. So I'm like, I guess this is what I have. I started taking that. I ordered it off Amazon. And I remember that I had taken it on the plane to LA, and my friend took it too, just for fun, just to support me, I guess. And I'm like, I feel something warm in my head. And I told him, he's like, dude, I feel that too. Well, obviously I was poisoned and he wasn't. So we get there, and that morning of the mastermind, I wake up, early morning. You were going to get there at 9 a.m. I take that, and I remember getting to the mastermind, and I see all the guys that I know, even people in my field that I was so excited always to meet, high-level entrepreneurs, like multimillionaires, guys that are running 7, 8, 9-figure businesses. And I was like, hey, Dan, like they know me because, I've been doing this for a little bit now. And I remember sitting down, and I was just so dizzy. I couldn't even focus on the main guy of the mastermind. Like he was there, presenting. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I had social anxiety. It was so strange. And I started having a panic attack because I was like, what is happening with me? What is happening? Why am I like this? I went to the bathroom, and my heart was racing so much. I felt like I was going to vomit. I texted my friend. I'm like, yo, come pick me up right now. I'm done with this. Just no. And I made up an excuse saying, oh, like it's just not valuable for me because we're just going to talk about YouTube, and I already know YouTube, something like that. A lot of the guys there were trying to, dial in their YouTubes and stuff. And so he picks me up anyway, and I just have a miserable time, and they have a great time. And I've spent most of that time being super depressed. The girl that I was seeing at the time, she would text me. She texted me and she said, hey, you should check out Joe Dispenza. This guy, he actually healed his spine using his mind, using meditation. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. So she sent me this book called Becoming Supernatural. She sent me the link, and I got it on my Kindle, and I started reading it. And basically he talked about how whatever we think about, again, the whole positive thinking brings you positive results, and how you have to be in the present, and how meditations, and he sells meditations, guided meditations, that let you kind of get out of your mind and into your heart, and let you really channel in what you want in your life. And so I was just so miserable. I was looking out the window in beautiful Los Angeles, like I was just looking outside, and I was just crying, miserable crying. And it's just like, and the crying was really, at first it was like every few days, and then it became more frequent. You'll see why. And so I just kept reading all these books that just talked about how, you're sick because you have bad thoughts, and you have to fix your thoughts, and using your thoughts, you're going to get, you're going to get better. And so it would like heighten all the intrusive thoughts I had more, because I was literally fighting an internal battle 24/7. Every time I would look left or look right, like peripheral vision, it would almost trigger like the intrusive thoughts. It was so strange. All the time, I'd be fighting that. My mind all the time was spinning throughout this entire experience. So I come back from LA. It was a complete failure of a trip for me. And my friends, they had an amazing time. And they were just like, oh, well, no one understands. No one understands. That's the thing. When you have mental health issues, nobody gets it. And you just try to find someone who gets it, and no one gets it because they don't feel what you're feeling. No matter what you tell people, and they don't feel what you're feeling. So this was already 2022. This was coming up spring of 2022. And I decided that I would book a trip to Hawaii again, this time with my friend. And the detox coach that I was working with, he actually told me, yeah, it's going to be very good for you. Hawaii is a very healing place, and I actually know a healer that you can go to there. And I was like, what's a healer? He's like, oh, well, you'll see. If you're open to that kind of thing, I think you are. And so there was this healer in Hawaii on, it wasn't Maui. He lives in Kauai. I think that's how you say it. That's how you say it, Kauai. So he was in Kauai, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to go to Maui first, and then, we'll see. I have some money, so we'll see. Maybe, we'll go there after, and I'm going to start with some Zoom sessions with him. And I remember I got on a Zoom session with him, and he was like the super southern guy, super spiritual. And I told him what was happening with me, and he literally goes, and he's eating a burger, by the way. He shows up late to my call, and he's like, Dan, that's just bad energy, man. That's just bad energy. And I'm like, all right. And he's like, all right, hold on. Do you feel it? And I was like, yeah. When you're desperate, man, you're desperate, And he was like, all right, hold on, watch this. Now stand up, walk around. And he was like, you're healed now. You're healed. Go on and live your life. And I was like, okay. The next morning I wake up, anxiety, panic, dizziness, nothing. By the way, quick note, right before I went to Hawaii the second time in 2022 with my friend, I had actually fired Mac. I fired my housekeeper. I kept talking to my friend, and I was like, man, I don't like how he's so into my stuff. I don't like how he's like intruding. There's just bad energy. I just sense there's bad energy from him coming. So I fired him. And how that went down was I invited them over one time. I sat down, and I was like, him and his wife, and I was like, guys, I don't know what's happening. I've been having a lot of bad thoughts. Like, is there something mental? I don't really know. And he was like acting completely as if he didn't know what was happening, didn't know what I was saying. He was like, oh, wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, well, all right, goodbye. And he left. And I went and I hired a different housekeeping service. And these people, they were a classic housekeeping service. Like, the new ones, they didn't speak to me. They just came to the job and left. And I loved that so much better. But anyway, by the time that I went to Hawaii, he would like WhatsApp me. He would text me and he'd be like, praying for you, Dan, thinking about you. I love you. Like all this weird stuff. And of course, I'm like, he's being nice, so I'm like, yeah, thank you. I even thought of inviting him to Hawaii. And he even offered to drive me to the airport to Hawaii. He's like, let me drive you to the airport, and I'm like, all right, fine, and I had him pick us up and drive us to the airport. And I don't know what I was thinking. Why did I even did that? Like, again, your decision making is completely screwed up. So anyway, I'm in Hawaii. I'm miserable. The healer was complete BS. Oh, and by the way, here's where it gets also pretty interesting. The healer calls me one day. And by the way, I'm in Maui. It's so beautiful. I'm on the beach. And I'm just trying my best to enjoy. I'm trying my best. I literally was like breathing in. I went up to a beautiful green bush and I was trying to breathe in the bush, and I was trying to activate like those happy chemicals in the brain, like the dopamine, the serotonin, all that stuff. I was trying to feel it and I couldn't feel it. I just couldn't. It's as if like I'm in paradise, but I couldn't feel it. I was trapped in my own mind. And one day he calls me. Okay, this guy, the healer guy, calls me and he said, and by the way, before I mention this, he mentioned to me, so you know how some people do this, by the way, they name drop. So he name dropped and he said, yeah, by the way, just so you know, like Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, I just healed them like a week ago. Like they called me, yeah, we do healings all the time. Like they came to visit me. Like, I don't know if this is true or not, but that's what he told me. Like how all these celebrities came to him. He told me how he could set me up with like a Canadian billionaire's daughter. He's like, how would you like that? Canadian billionaire's daughter. I could set you up with that, And again, another example of someone who tried to rope me in to pay him money. Another example. And I want to mention that it is so sad that everywhere you go, there are so many people out there in this world. There are. You can't live life through rose-colored glasses, as the saying goes, right? There are so many people out there that are just so vicious. They're vicious people out there, and they have no moral or any ethical standards and will just use any kind of social, psychological manipulation to rope you in, to, take advantage of you, to pay them money, to get what, out of jealousy. I don't know, but there's so many people like that. You gotta be careful. Like you really have to be careful, especially if you've achieved something in your life. If you're somebody who has achieved a lot or even a little, like no matter what, if you have something that someone else wants, be careful. Please use this story, for you. On this new Hawaii trip, I went to the exact same flight instructor, the exact same company, and I took a plane up again. Super beautiful. And it was way worse. I literally was feeling way worse. I remember telling the instructor, like, yeah, man, I'm still having these symptoms. He's like, that's so strange, man. I didn't have any of that from the sea shot. I didn't feel anything, And it just made me reinforce the fact that I was sick. I was getting sicker. I was going down. Something was happening. And I remember after landing that plane, we had just gone on the most beautiful plane tour with me, my friend, and my other friend in the back. So my two friends. And I was flying the plane and I landed. I actually did a great job for the mental state I was in. I remember landing the plane. And the entire time on that plane, I had the word suicide going through my head the entire time. Not because I wanted to do it, not because it's something I would ever do, but because I saw it on Google and I was having the flashbacks, literally the flashbacks, and I just couldn't shake. It was like I had serious OCD. I couldn't shake it because I had these toxins in my brain and in my body. And, I was like, basically how it went down was I'd be in the plane. From morning till night, I would wake up and I'd be like, what is the thing that I'm scared of? Oh, it's this, suicide. And I was like, it would literally cause a panic attack. And I remember telling the detox guy, and he said how he had the exact same thing. And it was a huge trigger for him. And whenever he would have that, he would go into a panic attack. And he told me to get a prescription for Klonopin, which is a benzodiazepine. It's a very, it's an anti-panic attack medicine, anti-anxiety medicine. And he said that he would just take that sometimes, especially when he flew, because when you're flying and you have mercury poisoning or any kind of poisoning, you're super sensitive. You're super sensitive to all the sounds and all the motion and everything. You can't like sit there. You literally have Mad Hatter's disease. And so he would take that and it would like calm him down and it would let him get through that hard part, And so on that entire plane ride, I was literally having that word just circling through my head and just like just fearful images and fearful things. And I remember landing, and we drive to like a hotel because I just wanted to take a nap. Our flight was like that night going home. And I remember I was outside of the hotel and I just burst into tears in front of my friend. I just burst into tears. I'm like, dude, I don't know what is happening. And he was like, dude, it's okay. Just relax. It's all good. He didn't, I mean, what is he going to say? What does he know? He doesn't know what's happening, right? And I was just like, I just completely burst into tears. Like I completely broke down. And then I literally lied down on a couch in the hotel lobby in the corner. And I was absolutely exhausted, dizzy, fatigued, panicked, anxious, depressed, not knowing what to do, zero motivation for life, and just spending life in pure, utter fear of impending doom. So I get back to Arizona with my friend, and my friend had already booked a ticket back home to Canada from Arizona. And I was like, yo, I don't know what to do. I need to do something. So I started to like heavily research. And for some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason, my mind that week hyper-focused on, I took like a drug, the very popular drug for hair loss called Finasteride for about a year. I took like, not the oral version, but the topical version because I thought that I was losing my hair or whatever, and look at me now. And so like, people leave negative comments and stuff online and, they kind of get to you. And, if you don't have the perfect hairline, if you're not perfect this, you're not perfect that, like people are just sitting on their couches in their basements and, they just have nothing better to do. It's never something they would tell you in person, And especially at the time having OCD, like it really, I would like just circulate, especially because I was getting poisoned. The more I was poisoned, the more I'd have OCD without knowing it. And so anyway, so I got on that drug, and that was around the time I was taking the supplements. I was working out. I was in great shape. I didn't have really any side effects from that drug, to be honest, although I do not recommend it to anybody whatsoever. It is poison. Okay. We're going to make another video on that at some point when I make health content soon here. But so that week when I got back from Hawaii, the second time, remember I went to Hawaii twice. The first time I almost drowned. And the second time was when I broke down in tears after I went up in like a little plane and we went around all the islands with my friends. And, I had that word going through my head and just the intrusive thoughts and everything. Like I remember that that week I came back, I was like, I'm so done. I'm going to take extreme measures to heal. And I found that, finasteride supposedly depletes this hormone called allopregnenolone. Like I went super scientific. And I went and I literally bought a research chemical. I went and I bought a research chemical called allopregnenolone, which, I thought, maybe my levels of that are screwed up. So maybe I have to take this. And I found some studies. Apparently it was used for postpartum depression, for depression. And I got it in the mail. And it was right there in front of me. And I read online on a forum, people were saying, yeah, just, take like 2, 3, 4 drops. So I started off with 2 drops the first night. And I felt much better. I was like, oh, okay, cool. The next day, and the housekeeper, by the way, came the next morning and he did his stuff. The next day I take 3 drops and I felt really good for 2 hours. And then suddenly the worst headache of my life, the worst panic of my life. Like it felt like my head was going to explode. I was having all these headaches. I was having all this, like my body was just in overdrive. And then my heart started to, there was like a problem with my heart. Like my heart actually was like doing the beatboxing thing again that I talked about in 2021. And I got so paranoid. And that was the lowest moment. And that began a 4-month-long hellhole panic attack. This was April 17th of 2022. And I thought, that's it. My heart was beating all the time, like super, super fast. It was like hell to be alive. It was hell to just do anything. And I read online that some guy, he did have a reaction similar to that and how nobody could help him and blah, blah, blah. And I just got so terrified. And I was sitting on my couch and my buddy, he was there for a few days. And then Mac came over with his wife. He saw me going through this extreme pain. I was like, guys, do I need the hospital? Like, no, you don't need the hospital. Just wait a few days. You'll be fine. They don't understand, And so my friend, he goes and he leaves on his plane when I'm at my worst. He leaves. He goes home. He didn't have the money to rebook a ticket or whatever. I don't know. He has his reasons. It's fine. But I would never abandon a friend at his lowest point like that. I just wouldn't. But he did tell me, he's like, dude, you need to go home right now. You need to go home to see your parents. And that would scare me even more because I didn't want, the last thing I wanted to do was go back to Canada and seek medical attention in a country that I've just heard bad experiences with the medical system in Canada. And so Unfortunately, it's very unfortunate. I love Canada. I love my country, but just heard some bad things. And I was in such a bad state, and not only could I not fly, because I thought I would literally just die on the flight because of the extreme panic that I was experiencing, that I also would come home and I would stress out my mom to just a point of no return. And, they would take me to like a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist diagnosed me with panic, with anxiety, and he would just put me on pills. And my worst nightmare was just to end up on antidepressant pills. I thought that was a complete loss of life. I thought that's it. That's how you end up, and you go crazy, and that's it. Your life's over, and then your mind is done, And so what did I do? I texted my housekeeper. I asked for help because at the time he did offer his help to me. Remember, he did offer his help to me like 6 months prior to that. He said, I've helped lots of people with strange health issues. And so I invited him over and I told him what was happening. He's like, no, why'd you take that? You should have asked me. Again, narcissistic. And now looking back, by the way, that hormone was already on my shelf, and who knows, he might have opened the lid and put in some of the poison in there, like a mega dose of it. It doesn't take much. I don't know if he did or didn't, but I thought I was having this reaction. Like in my mind, I never even thought once that I was being poisoned. That's how it was. Like it was done very in a smart way. So he comes to my house. He's like, don't worry, like everything will be fine. I'll be here with you, for a few days. Like, do you trust me to like take on this, this healing with you? And I said, yeah, like please help me, please, like please. I was begging. So I'm sitting on the couch, we're trying to pass the time. By the way, he's making meals for me, he's cooking for me. And he's like, don't worry, I'm gonna set up a plan for you. I'm gonna start ordering blood tests, we're gonna get this done and we're gonna get you healed. And knowing him, I knew it was going to take a while because he would take forever to do anything. So anyway, it all got so bad that I eventually left my apartment and I ended up sleeping on his couch because I just couldn't be alone. I literally was having such severe symptoms that I thought I was going to die. The whole time I was WhatsApping my coach, the detox guy, and I'm like, dude, he had me go and book a Zoom with a different healer. And everyone was trying to convince me of just like spiritual solutions, and when in reality I was just being poisoned, right? So I go and I move into this house. This is like the most intense part of the story here now. So I move into his house. He actually moved into a townhouse, him and his wife. They were renting across the street from my place. So red flag right there. They literally packed up their life and moved right beside me because I was paying them even though I was gone 6 months of the year. So I go to his townhouse that he was renting in Scottsdale, across the street from my place. And I start sleeping on his couch. And that's when I meet the third person in the story, his daughter. So his daughter was like in her early 30s. She had just gotten out of a relationship 6 months before that, a very abusive relationship. And she seemed like a very sweet person. And she, essentially, as soon as I moved in, he had his daughter cook for me, help me. And she I don't know if she was doing it out of necessity or if she wanted to just for being kind because she saw I was so sick. But we ended up developing like a friendship of some sort because she, we were always hanging out together. It was just me and her. And here's where things get weird. And so for clarity, by the way, this is how much of a scumbag this guy is. So he would literally make his daughter and his wife do everything around the house. And his daughter, to help me and be with me during my panic attacks. And I was just absolutely thinking I was dying and just asking if I'd be okay. And, she was reinforcing me, yes, I'm going to be okay. And he would make her cook for me and everything and just like hang out with me while he locked himself in his room on his computer. And I didn't know what he was doing. I was just having a nonstop headache all day long from morning to night. Like, how can you do anything? You have a nonstop migraine all morning from morning to night. And I still thought that I was having the reaction from the hormone intake. So now it's like, is it the C shot? Is it the hormone? Is it the supplements? Is it the Finasteride? Literally spinning all day long, every single day for 4 months. For 4 months. And one day, he comes to me and he convinces me to go to Amen Clinic. So I don't know if you've seen Dr. Daniel Amen online. He's a very, very famous psychiatrist now. He's got millions of followers and he talks about mental health. He's got a little bit of a different approach to mental health. So what he does is he has a chain of clinics in the United States called the Amen Clinics. And what you do is you go there and they actually do a SPECT scan on your brain. So it's not an MRI. They inject you with a radioactive dye actually. And they warn you about the risks of the radiation, and it goes to your brain, and then they run like an image. I think it's an X-ray, but it's like not as powerful as, like a regular one. And so they do that, and then they get a shot of your brain, and then you can see exactly how many concussions the person has had, where there's a lack of blood supply to the brain, where there's enough oxygen. And it's actually a really useful tool sometimes, especially if someone has had a lot of concussions, TBIs, which stands for traumatic brain injuries. And they don't know what's happening, why they're depressed, why they have bipolar disease, why they have all these problems. And so anyway, he convinced me to go there. So we go on a plane. And by the way, it was so hard for me to be on a plane. Like I literally had to headphones, meditation the whole time, headaches all the time. I couldn't do anything myself. We were staying in Newport Beach. He rented a beautiful Airbnb using my money, of course. And we went there. We did it. And after that, we came back. I remember I was at the beach, and the whole time I was at the beach with his daughter. And I'd be asking his daughter like constantly all the time, like, am I dying? Am I okay? I don't know. Oh, it's back. Because of course, all that time he actively had a lot of chances to continue poisoning me and continue to kill me. And so we get back from there, and we get on some follow-up calls with the therapist at Amen Clinics. And literally I would wake up and I'd be on this call. I was shaking. Like my voice was shaking. And I called my friend, one of my closest friends, and I told him everything. And he's like, dude, what happened with you, man? Like, I'm sorry, but I told him that I was in good hands. I was being taken care of. Everything's fine. I'm going to get through this, and so on. And of course, my assistant, everybody else in the company, I completely had to stop working. I couldn't work. I just every day was focused on living through the day and surviving, every single day. And all that time, I was continuing to get poisoned while I was staying at his house. Heart was racing 24/7. I felt it beating out of my chest 24/7. And I literally would wake up and I would just do things to distract myself from my state. I would try to go swimming. But the whole time I was so sad. I was seeing people live their lives and I was so sad. I would be writing, like journaling. I'd be writing like how I'm going to be, what my vision is, what my goal is, like, how the perfect health me would be. Like he would tell me to do that. He would like, you should write your goals like you used to. The scumbag. And so I was literally mentally impaired. Like if I could have been easily admitted into a mental institution then. And the entire time my mom was worried, and I know that she sensed something was wrong, but I didn't call her for a few weeks. And then I would like kind of text her. And when I'd call her, I would she could tell in my voice something was wrong, but I tell her, no, I'm good. Like, I'm getting good help. Like we're figuring out what's happening. And honestly, it makes me very emotional to talk about this because my mom the whole time had no idea. And she literally called that I was getting poisoned like over a year before that. Somehow, man, mom's intuition. But there was no evidence for me to even think that. She just knew that she didn't like those people. And I guess from her own life experience, she knew that you have to be careful because there's vicious people out there. There's vicious people out there that will do anything, and they're just psychopaths, Like I said, everything was overstimulating me. Any kinds of sounds, like the birds chirping. I'd wake up in night sweats, just be dizzy. I was just eating garbage, like whatever I could get my hands on, just to like eat away the pain, literally. It was horrible. And something that really pissed me off, and I will say, is that he even got me to quit caffeine for 8 months. Caffeine, I love coffee. I drink 3 to 4 a day. It's, I think, the most wonderful drug in the world. And, it depends on your body. But for me, it's always just put me in the right brain state. And I tried the whole quitting thing. Look, I did for 8 months. I literally did not drink a single cup of coffee for 8 months after that. And that was also happened to be the worst time in my life. So if I had gone into a psychiatrist's office, I would have been diagnosed with OCD, anxiety, depression, panic disorder, and schizophrenia. Because schizophrenia is when you have unexplained fears and completely irrational fears that someone or something is going to hurt you, that, and I was having that. I was literally, I don't know if I would have been diagnosed clinically like that, but all of it, of course, toxins in my brain, we already mentioned that. So Amen Clinic comes back with their scan and it showed that I had toxic encephalitis, which is a fancy term for basically saying brain damage from either toxins. And it literally said that from either toxins, so toxin exposure, and or concussions as well. So it said that I also had some concussions, and I never played any contact sports. I was pretty surprised about that. And I told him, I'm like, man, it's the arsenic. And Mac told me, and he said, no, it's the concussions, man. I've had so many concussions in my life. They're bad, man. But the good news, Amen Clinics recommend this oxygen chamber, hyperbaric oxygen, and that's going to heal you right up. And this was the beginning of this whole oxygen chamber fiasco. But all that time, when I'd be like, I knew deep inside that something was not right, and the arsenic was like a pointer in the right direction, and it was the right thing. And by the way, the people on the calls, the therapists on the Amen calls, were even surprised themselves about how bad I was. And they were asking me if I was okay. Now it gets even weirder. So one day, and I'm just that day, just absolutely horrible, internal tremor, literally just shaking from the inside. I'm like lying down and you're just shaking nonstop shaking. You can't stop. So one night the daughter asked me, hey, I want to go for a walk. You want to join me? I'm like, sure. So we go for a walk and I'm just super, all the symptoms. And she goes and she tells me that she's in love with me. And I was like, here we go, man. What is happening? Like, I literally told her, I'm like, I'm not in no state for this right now whatsoever. And by the way, I started building a house in Canada, like from a distance, not me personally, like I hired a builder and everything. I started building a house in Canada several months before that. So like I was already sick, but like not to that level. So like 6 months before that. And somehow Mac roped me in to once, part of my healing, that we would stay in Arizona and I would have them live in my house. And, it was good for me because they would help me heal. And in my mind, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, like how could I, I'm just helping them out and they're helping me out in the worst time of my life, the hardest part of my life. Like, yeah, why not? It's not going to hurt me. It's going to help me to be with them and stuff. And my spiritual journey, I thought it was all a spiritual journey of awakening. And so basically she was saying, yeah, but by the time we're going to go to Canada, you're not going to be like this. And, are you going to be in love with me? Like, would you be interested then? And I was literally like, yo, I'm so sick. I don't even know if I'm going to make it through this. Like, this is not just, I'm so uncomfortable right now. I literally told her that. And she got so mad. She started crying incessantly, just going into like a crying episode, and I'm like, okay, another thing I have to deal with here. Shortly after that, Mac goes and suggests that we should all, instead of me sleeping on the couch, we should all move into a house together in Scottsdale in a nicer area, and then we could go and kind of follow up on the Amen Clinic treatment plan. So what the Amen Clinic treatment plan is, it's kind of a one size fits all. I don't want to talk bad about Amen. I love his content. I think he's helping a lot of people, but I have heard that, there's only so much you can kind of recommend in that, So what the Amen Clinic treatment plan for me was that, okay, you have all this brain damage, so hyperbaric oxygen, that was the first thing. How the oxygen chamber works is it's like a dive tank. So you sit in an inflatable chamber. There's a soft shell and a hard shell. And what it does is it pumps pure oxygen at 100% oxygen into the chamber, and it increases the pressure of the chamber. So it increases the amount of air the chamber holds. And what that does is it's the same as diving like 10 feet, for example, or 20 feet, if you were to go scuba diving, right? And so basically, you just breathe in a higher level of oxygen at that atmospheric pressure. And so the treatment plan is you sit in that like an hour a day, and over time you do a round of 40 treatments. It really can help a lot, especially with traumatic brain injuries. It's been proven to really help with concussions and TBIs, especially there's a lot of athletes, NFL players, ex-NFL players, that have just been bashed in the head so many times. And an oxygen chamber is very useful. On a side note, by the way, Mac has told me many times before about random incidents where he fell. He told me that he hit his head so many times in his life. He's had so many concussions. And he himself went to Amen Clinic, he told me, because he had severe PTSD from his ex-wife. So God knows. God only knows. But I mentioned that because, having a lot of concussions and traumatic brain injuries could cause a person to have developmental illness, which could lead him to be violent and do things like what he did to me, like poison me, right? So I get back from Amen Clinic, and Amen Clinic, they put me on this treatment plan with an oxygen chamber, with the neurofeedback sessions, as I talked about. And I knew intuitively, even in my mental state back then, that there is some kind of a physical problem on a physical level, and it's most likely toxicity of some sort. I thought that I just had heavy metal toxicity just from life. I thought that I had gotten it from somewhere. Either it was from the shots or from something. As I mentioned, the shots do have a level of heavy metals in them, used as preservatives like mercury and aluminum. And so, I got back and I told Mac, the housekeeper, I was like, hey man, can you just get me to a functional doctor? Can you just get me to, they call them basically, like they call naturopaths in the United States, functional medicine doctors, because they essentially, they heal the causes of sickness. They don't actually treat the sickness with drugs and with pharmaceuticals, right? And so he would be like, yeah, I'm going to get you that. But then as time went on, he wouldn't, and he would just delay. And he would always just kind of try to get me to not go to the functional medicine doctor. He'd always make up excuses why, I should get the oxygen chamber first, why I should invest $15,000 into buying this soft shell hyperbaric oxygen chamber to sit in at home because of concussions. And I would literally tell him every day, dude, this is not from concussions. I would tell him, and he would say that, I'm just clueless, I don't know, and that he knows everything, and that, the whole thing. And it's shocking in hindsight to even look back at this and think like how much of a hole I dug, how much of a hole I ended up in. And because of my mental state, like the way that I am now and the way that I always was, I would have never let this dude, kind of treat me or anything. But the thing is that because of the nature of this problem, because of the fact that this poisoning was so hard to detect and was done so covertly, and the fact that mainstream medicine has no idea how to actually heal this, I really didn't. First of all, I didn't know what was happening with me. I thought it was still a side effect from the shots. And second of all, I actually trusted him. At the time, I didn't have anyone else to trust. Who else would help me? I didn't want to end up in a mental hospital because of all my symptoms. I literally didn't know what I was fighting every single day. So right when we get back from Amen Clinic, he suggests that we move into a nice big house in Scottsdale, Arizona, where it would be me, him, his wife, and his daughter. Right? Of course, I was supporting his family, him, his wife, and his daughter that entire time. With money, and he would always be saying, I got bills to pay. I'm helping you. I am like laying my life down for you. He would really say that. I'm laying my life down for you, Dan, and you treat me like this and all this crap. And I was just literally a mess. I was a nervous mess. I was having tremor all day long. You can't even talk to someone. And when I tried to talk to people, I would literally be shaking, not just like simple anxiety, but like, I don't even know, like Parkinsonian symptoms. It was horrible. And so that's what happened. He would always delay the functional medicine doctor. We'd always go in loops. And this guy was amazing at manipulation. This guy was phenomenal at just basically trying to just make me mentally sick and just try to not make me find out what was actually going on. And so we get this house, we move in. It's a beautiful house, pool and everything in North Scottsdale, like beautiful desert around, and just like really a good place for healing if a person's actually sick from like some kind of real illness, right? And so we move in there, and literally every single day I would wake up. I would literally like just like pray and like write down my in my journal. I would just literally be like, I would literally write down scripture. There was one day that I was watching videos of this woman who was diagnosed with like terminal cancer, and I think she was part of like a big church or something in the in the South in the States. But anyway, so she had like all these scriptures that she would always recite in her head, and she would just write them down every single day. And like by a miracle, she healed within weeks. And so all these scriptures, I would literally write them down. I remember one of them that I wrote down was, I will not die but live in the name of the Lord, and I will proclaim his name till the end of time, something like that. And so I'd write that down. I didn't have any other. What else would you do when your life is so bad? What else would you do when you're literally so unhealthy and your mental's just gone, your physical's just gone? Like, what do you do? What do you do? And so I was writing that down every single day, all day. I started doing the Joe Dispenza meditations every morning. I'd literally be going on walks, and I'd be like so sad, but I'd be going on walks, and I'd feel just like with this huge heaviness on my shoulders, and actually before I started neurofeedback, I'm going to talk about that. Before I started neurofeedback treatments, at the time, by the way, still getting poisoned that entire time. I thought I was actually healing from my mysterious condition, whereas I was actually still getting poisoned. Before I started neurofeedback, I was literally going on walks in the morning, and I was having constant looping intrusive thoughts all the time of just like bad, the word suicide, the word death, the word like, am I going to die? No, I'm okay. Like trying to play this game in my head all day long because, I was so afraid. I was so afraid that I was just, my life was over, that I screwed it up, that I did it. I felt every single day that I did it. And at a certain point, I read this book called You Can Heal Yourself by, I don't remember the name. It's a blue cover or a red cover. It was like, You Can Heal Yourself. You Can Heal Your Life. That's what it was. Yeah, it's called You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. And so in that book, she basically said, she gave you exercises which you would repeat to yourself all day long. I accept myself. I accept myself. I accept myself. I love myself. I love myself. I love you, Dan. Like literally all day long. And so whenever I would have the negative thoughts, I would say that all day long. And it really helped me. And what happened was he convinced me to start doing neurofeedback sessions. So I started doing the neurofeedback sessions, which if you don't know what neurofeedback is it's a method of treatment for mental illness of like any sort, whether you suffered from a TBI, traumatic brain injury, whether you have post-concussion syndrome, which happens from traumatic brain injury, like if you hit your head, if you're a combat vet, you were blown up or something like that, something traumatic like that. It can really help with that. And it also really helps with anxiety. And what it does is you go in, they measure your brain waves on a QEEG, that's what it's called. I don't know what it stands for. And they put a cap on your head, there's electrodes, they connect to a computer, and they measure the brain waves on a screen, and they compare it to a healthy person's brain. And so I went in, I did the test, and there was like a whole day where before the treatment, you would do interviews with the main guy there who was a licensed therapist, and he owned the clinic. He was actually the past two-time president of the entire board of neurofeedback, I believe, in the United States. I believe in Canada as well. So he really knew, what he was doing, and Amen recommended him, Amen Clinic. And so I went there and I remember sitting in the interview with him with this housekeeper beside me, and I was telling my story and I was just a nervous wreck. I was crying, and he would look at me and he'd be like, what is going on with this guy? Like, you could tell that they were like, why is he so strange? Like, what is happening, you know? And we got the QEEG back, interestingly enough, and he was like, your brainwaves are phenomenal. You have the brainwaves of a completely healthy person, completely healthy. You know, you have high IQ, everything's good. I don't understand. Like, they were like, you know, your physical symptoms do not align with your brain map. But then he said, you know what? But in my experience of doing neurofeedback, even if there's a 1% chance of improvement, even if the person is obviously physically very unwell and mentally on the brain map, they're fine. You know, he said that neurofeedback can still cure a lot of things like that. You know, he's seen massive results. And at the time, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to follow the Amen Clinic plan. And so I started doing neurofeedback. And where neurofeedback really helped me was with OCD. I believe that I had OCD even before I got poisoned, so obsessive compulsive disorder, because it completely cured. It literally cured my obsessive, looping, intrusive thoughts. So like, you're walking around your day and you're having all these looping thoughts. It cured them within like 3 sessions. I'm not even kidding. And they told me I was a fast responder, but it cured me within 3 sessions. And how the session worked was, you'd show up, I would look at the screen, and you'd either like watch something on Netflix or like HBO or something, like you'd watch a movie, and the screen would dim when your brain waves are not doing what they're supposed to do, and the screen would light back up when your brain waves are exactly, you know, you're being trained essentially. And it's just amazing if you have anxiety, if you have depression, if you have had post-concussive syndrome, that can be, you know, something that you know, you might have if you have anything like that, like if you have any kind of mental illness or mental symptoms. Neurofeedback, highly recommend. It was $5,000 for a round of treatments for me. For 40, I think it was 40 sessions, something like that. But I didn't end up doing 40 sessions because I found out that I got poisoned probably after about the 20th session. And I remember, so I was doing these sessions and I was like, kind of like, just like, you know, sharing my story a little bit, sharing what I was going through with people there and stuff. And they were all like so weirded out and like so in shock of like, how is this guy, what is happening with this guy? You know, what is exactly going on here? And I remember one time the main guy who owns the clinic, he came out of his office and he sees me. He's like, how you doing? And I told him, you know, not so good. Like, I mean, not so good was an understatement. I was horrible, right? I was just surviving every day. I was literally reading all of these books. Like, I'd order all of these books. I went on an epic quest to figure out what was the solution, to try to narrow down the solution, to narrow down the cause and figure out the solution of my problem. Like, what is happening, you know? And so I remember he came out of his room one time and I told him, like, you know, Bob, his name was Bob, I don't think that this is mental. I think this is physical. There's a physical cause here. And he's like, no, I think it's both. And well, I can't say he ended up being completely wrong for sure. You know, maybe there was a little bit of a mental aspect of it. Maybe the physical, maybe the poisoning actually screwed up my brainwaves, because on the Amen Clinic scan, I did show toxic encephalitis, which is, you know, brain damage from toxicity. And so I'm thinking about it. I'm like talking to you in this camera. It's like I can't even believe. I'm so glad that I'm still here to share the story with you, because after something like that, what I went through, how does the brain even work after that? Like, thank God it works. You know what I mean? And so it's just insane what the human body can do, and the power of the mind, and the power of just like when you make a decision to recover, and you got to find out the cause. But the problem is that, especially with mental symptoms, the truth isn't out there. I had to find the truth at an accelerated pace, and I did, right? And I also figured out, oh, yeah, I was being poisoned. I want to tell you something about the housekeeper. So one time, you know, and he would tell me this like a few times throughout this whole journey. He would come and he would tell me, and this was to guilt trip me. This was because I was getting really annoyed with how long it was taking to plan things for me, the plan appointments. He kept delaying. This functional medicine doctor convincing me that, oh yeah, it's not right. It's not the right moment now. It's going to come later. You know, you need blood tests and all this. What's the point of going there without any blood tests? He was trying to do everything so that I couldn't find out, you know, from the doctor, that I was being poisoned. And he would guilt trip me, like at every corner. And he would tell me, you know, Dan, when I met you, I just saw, like God showed me it was my mission to help you, because you're serving the world. You're helping so many people, and all this bullshit, all this blah, blah, blah nonsense. Like, you know, it just makes me sick literally talking about this. He would literally tell me this, you know, and I'd be like, this is so weird. Maybe he's just like strange. I always thought he was strange, but I didn't know how fucked up he was, honestly, you know, to do this. So everything was taking forever with him. He kept delaying it. And he would also ask me to pay him for his time. He would come in and he'd be like, I need $1,000 this week because I have storage bills from my apartment in California or, whatever. Like he talked about how he used to own an Airbnb in California and how it burnt down from like a wildfire in Redding or something like that, whatever. And so, he would say that I had to pay him. Like he was kind of putting me in a situation where I was forced to pay him because he was helping me. And, I'm not going to not pay him because then who's going to help me, right? Where was I going to go? I had nowhere to go. Like my parents wouldn't be able to help me. Regular doctors wouldn't be able to help me. Nobody. If I had not found out that I had been poisoned, I would have been living with this for the rest of my life, or God even knows worse. What worse would have happened. And so he would ask me to pay him like $1,000 a week in cash. And he would, basically I gave him one of my cards and he would go and take it out of the ATM. And the reason why in cash is because he told me previously that, he was this amazing CPA before, accountant, and he helped people, like he helped certain big businessmen in Texas or something dodge some taxes, or like not dodge taxes, but like, be more tax efficient. And then anyway, it was completely legal apparently, but he got his license taken away or something like that. He didn't do that anymore. He actually never told me he got his license taken away. I found that out later. But basically, that's why I had to pay him in cash, because the IRS still is going after him. Okay, so if he's out there, IRS, not only does that person have this criminal case against him, he also has the IRS now very publicly going after him. So it's just disgusting to think about all this and how bad I was on a physical and mental scale. On the note of neurofeedback, if you've been suffering with any type of mental illness your whole life or even recently, it's very unlikely that you were intentionally poisoned. I will say that. It's a very rare thing. You could have been unintentionally poisoned. You could have had mercury. You could have mercury poisoning. You could have something in your body that should not be there. Whether it's mercury, whether it's Lyme disease, whether it's some kind of virus or bacteria. They're very real things that general medicine just does not even find. So, from my experience, I would highly recommend neurofeedback. Just because it's very effective, it's side effect free, and you just have to make sure that you go to a proper, practitioner who knows what they're doing, who's reputable. Again, Amen Clinic would be able to, guide you there to the right practitioner, whichever state you're in, whichever country you're in. They're kind of all over the world now, but highly, highly recommend it. It's life changing. I know people that have done it, and it's literally changed their lives. So highly recommend that. So finally, with the housekeeper, with Mac, I started to get forceful, and I was like, "Listen, man, you got to get me to the doctor right now." And he was able to convince me that, okay, fine, you want the doctor, fine, but you're gonna have to do blood tests before you get to the doctor. Why get to the doctor and then have the doctor just order blood tests? Let's just do the blood tests first. Can't believe I fell for that. So I'm like, all right, fine. So he got me some blood tests. He got me like every single lab in the book. I literally was giving so much blood. I was literally so dizzy every single day for like a period of a month because I was giving so much blood. The nurse would always come over. It's funny, one of the nurses, when she came over, because there was like in the States, you can get like an at-home blood service where they would come and they'd take your blood and they'd go home. And it was so much better for me because I was in bed and whatever. And so one of the nurses actually said, she was like, you seem like a mentor. You'd be a very good mentor. And I was like, funny. If I lived through this, when I went over this, and I knew deep down inside, but of course it was so bad, I would be a mentor. And I was already a mentor for years and years, as what I did before on my channel, as I talked about. But so I was giving all this blood. One of the results comes back. The rest of all the results were fine. Literally, my physical symptoms were so bad, but all the blood labs results were fine except the heavy metal test. The heavy metal test comes back, and my mercury level, not my arsenic, but my mercury level was like really, really high. Really high. It was very interesting. And now I got to tell you, this was my very first breakthrough. I also want to share with you how bad it was at this exact time, right around the time when I was like begging for him to take me to a doctor, to a functional doctor, the one that Amen recommended, Amen Clinic. How bad it was at that time. And I wrote it down here in the script. It was actually really hard for me to write. This is the hardest video I ever made by far, obviously. But the entire time I was completely mentally unstable. I was just not there. Not like I was like crazy and like shouting. No, I was just a zombie, like a literal zombie. I had obviously poison going through my brain and body I didn't know about. Imagine like the deepest darkness and just the deepest depression imaginable with a heavy level of anxiety. So it'd be like extreme depression to extreme panic, to extreme depression to extreme panic and anxiety. It goes hand in hand. And every single day I would get waves of dizziness followed by absolute complete depression. And I just spend all my days, all day long in that. I just would be lying on the couch all day long trying to get through these waves, looking out the window and crying. I would just like cry all day long, like just sobbing just sobbing because of everything, like how I felt. And I had no idea what was going on. And I was literally asking God, like, why? Like, why me? Like, what is going on? God, can you tell me what is happening? How did I descend from such high success and mental fortitude, mental strength, and a healthy body to just losing it all completely, You know, the deepest mental trouble, physical illness, anxiety. It was like almost ironic. It was like, and I literally was thinking, I'm like, did God not want me to become successful? Did God not want me to achieve my dreams? Like, is this some kind of punishment for what I did? You know, is this some kind of, and I would try to like play these games in my head of like, I would try to create a thesis about this in my head, like, oh, is there some kind of bad karma for my life? Like, I genuinely couldn't understand when all I did was, you know, good things. I've built successful businesses. I've sold high quality products. I've helped so many people, you know, just in their life, entrepreneurially, and just like come out of, you know, financial misery. Honestly, I've helped so many people on my YouTube channel and through my online courses, through Ecom Freedom, especially helping people build successful businesses. And I would just be playing these games in my head, you know, and, it's just, I would try to create like a justification, like for, you know, why this was happening to me, and like, why, like, did I deserve this? Is this my fault? You know, it's hard because it's not like God or some higher spirit or power can come down to you and share with you what you're going through. If God only came down and told me, hey, you're being poisoned, I guess, and he did. You can say that he did in a certain way, and I'll share how I actually found out, because how I found out is absolutely crazy. I also wondered how weird the timing was of all of it. I would like sometimes stop and think about like how ironic it was that my housekeeper was the one rescuing me. My housekeeper, you know, like helping me, his boss and his employer. And I'd be like, is this meant to be? Like, is this meant to happen? It really felt like it was meant to be. It was so strange. But never once in my mind did it cross that he was the one that caused all of this. I knew someone tried to kill me. I would literally say this like multiple times throughout the week. I'd be like, someone tried to kill me. Someone tried to kill me. Someone tried to kill me. And I would say this in front of his daughter. I'd say this in front of his wife, even in front of him. I mean, I don't remember the reactions, but obviously it was like, I think he knew that I was like really close to finding out. And I think that at a certain point he realized he might have just been better off killing me. One morning I wake up and I literally feel like I'm dying. Like my heart was beating at 200 beats per minute, like this. I was like shaking. I saw my vision was blurry, like my pupils were dilating and just like coming back. And I could walk up to him like a zombie and I'm like, can you take me to the hospital? Can you take me to the hospital, please? And this is actually insane. This is insane. So he goes and he's like, why do you need the hospital? You know, all they're going to do is put you in a loony bin, in a mental institution, in an insane asylum. And he would literally be there standing with his daughter and his wife. And they were all convincing me to not leave the door and not drive myself to the hospital. Because all they would do, they would ask me like questions like, you know, do you have thoughts of self-harm? Do you have thoughts of this? Are you depressed? Blah, 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 blah. And they would, you know, they would tell me that, oh, you're going to answer those questions and they're going to take you to the mental hospital. And that's it. Your life is screwed. You're fucked. And I couldn't even process it, but I knew deep inside I needed to get to that hospital. And I knew that was an extreme, even in my mentally unstable state. I knew that wouldn't happen. So I begged him and he's like, okay, fine. You want me to take you to the hospital? Fine, I'll take you. He walks out the door with me. He's about to get in the car and he's like, no, I'm not taking you to the hospital. I'm like, all right, I'm going to take myself to the hospital. I get in my car and I drive. And this was insane. I was literally, imagine the highest adrenaline, maximum adrenaline rush, like just heart beating and just like literally like, you feel like you're dying. You feel like you're dying and the whole world's just collapsing on you. And I'm driving to the hospital in this state. I check into the hospital and obviously the first thing they do in the ER, like, so they asked me a question at the front desk, like, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know why, but I feel horrible, absolutely horrible. That's what I said. And she's like, okay, go there. They're going to get your blood pressure and then they're going to do like some basic labs and we're going to check if you're having a heart attack or anything like that. So they check me. My blood pressure was 200 over 120. I never had high blood pressure. So just for reference, a normal blood pressure is 120 over 80. My blood pressure was 200 over 120. So I'm actually sure that on that day or the day before, he gave me a very heavy dose of poison, maybe to even try to kill me. And what they did was this time in the ER, they actually put around my arm, they actually put a wristband that they give you, and they put like I don't know if it's a catheter or not, but they put something on your arm that like, oh, this is a person, heart attack patient. Like, yo, this is like extreme. And then they did an EEG on me, which is, or EKG on me, which is, it measures the beating of your heart. And it was completely fine. They check me into the hospital. They come in, like, what's going on? They come back with all the labs, like, yep, you're completely fine. They write me off and say you have anxiety, and they let me leave. I come home as if I'm like relieved, but the entire time on my way to the hospital, I was begging God. I'm like, God, please heal me. Please get me out of this. Please don't let me die. Please. And like, it was just hard. It was just really hard. I was literally like begging. I was like begging God. I was like, just like heal me, please, man. Sorry. It's a lot to think about how bad it was. And where I'm at now, it's like, sorry, guys. It's just hard. It's hard to think about all this and how bad it was. But so anyway, I get back and he was like, I show him the forms and he's like, oh, I was praying for you. Thank God. You're okay. Like all this fake shit. So I go to bed, and that was when I started to really push him to get me blood tests. Get me blood tests and get me to the doctor, like a functional medicine doctor. So he went and he ordered me like a huge panel of labs, like every single blood panel you can think of. And he got me like a service that nurses would come over. You can get this in the States where a nurse would come over and she would take your blood, so you can just be in bed and you can get your blood taken. And basically, I gave all the blood. I was giving so much blood that I was so dizzy for like several weeks, every single day. I literally told him, like, I can't give this much blood. He's like, you're going to screw up all the scheduling. You're going to screw up all the timing of the blood, the blood labs, everything. You're going to screw it all up and, all that. And so anyway, we get all the labs back, and my physical symptoms are horrible, by the way, still, obviously. And all the blood labs are completely fine. And then the one lab that comes back that is like not good is the heavy metal lab. And it shows a mercury level of 5, which is like, here's the thing about the reference range on this lab. This is how much general medicine doesn't know about toxicity and heavy metals. And I found this out later when I started working with a professional who was the first person that actually saved my life, was responsible for saving my life. And so the blood lab comes back. The number was 5. The reference range was like a 0 up to a 7, I believe. It was like a 0 up to a 7. And I'm like, oh, I'm within the range. But like, I also knew that mercury is the most toxic substance that you can have in your body, other than something radioactive. It is the most toxic substance you can have in your body. It can't come out. It's very hard to come out. You have to get medical treatment. You have to go on a crazy, protocol. And so I had a level of 5. And that's what confirmed to me, oh, boom. And I did not eat any seafood for like a month. I did not eat anything even remotely close to having mercury. I did not get exposed to mercury. So that was the first confirmation for me. That was my first breakthrough that, wow, okay. It was like my first clue as to what was going on. And I'm like, what? And I went up to him and I'm like, dude, how do I have all this mercury in my blood? I haven't eaten seafood in a month. I don't have any mercury amalgams in my teeth. Like, how do I have all this mercury? And he would literally tell me, and he'd be like, Dan, we live in a toxic world, buddy. And at the time, I still didn't find out absolutely. Like, I didn't know that he was poisoning me. At the time, I still thought that, oh, I just got poisoned somehow, like accidentally or whatever, through the environment. I don't know, through eating. But that was the first clue. So I started to really read into heavy metal toxicity because I knew for a fact that I was heavy metal toxic. That was the first clue. But I didn't know where to go for treatment. And I knew about it. Like, I knew the chelation and stuff, but like, I knew that was not... I just intuitively felt that I shouldn't be doing that right now. And I remember that one of the days where I was trying to pass the days, I was just crying, completely hopeless, like every single day, obviously. That was me at the time. But I decided that I needed to do something. At a certain point, I decided that I needed to take my own action. I couldn't just wait for the housekeeper to just kind of drag me on and drag me on and drag me on and drag me on forever and ever and ever, paying him money, keeping me sick, and potentially killing me. Obviously, at the time, I didn't know he was killing me, but I just couldn't wait. And I decided to take action. In my super sick state, I decided to take action. And I really started to ask God for help. I was praying, and I'm like, God, please, like, there was one time when I called my mom, and my mom, I told, I would always like, I started calling my mom and my friends at that point. I hadn't spoken to anybody for a while. And I told my mom, and I was like, Mom, like, I'm getting better. It's all part of the treatment. It's all good. I'd like lie, but nothing was good. And my mom told me, she's like, I'm going to send you a prayer. I'm going to send you a prayer that you should say tonight. My mom is, we're Orthodox Christian, so that's what I was baptized. It's like an Eastern European version of Christianity. And so she sends me a prayer, and she tells me you should say it tonight before bed. And the prayer was like an old Christian Orthodox prayer. And basically it goes like, I don't remember exactly how it went, but essentially the nature of it was like, God, show me the things that I'm not seeing so I can take the actions that I need to do. Show me what I'm not seeing. And that was kind of the nature of the prayer. And I did that. And I really believe that God, the universe, whatever term you want to use, listened to me, because that's when everything started like changing for me. The next day I'm sitting on the couch and I started to really think like, wait a second. I thought back to the coach that I paid a lot of money to. And I'm like, wait a second, that coach, he had mercury toxicity. I have mercury in my blood. Okay, so, well, how did he get healed? He got healed, right? I paid him a lot of money. He was trying to convince me that my whole thing was spiritual. Maybe he actually believed that. I don't know. I don't know if he was also trying to like lead me on to make more money out of me. Who knows? And I'm like, okay, if I have heavy metal poisoning, it's confirmed on the test. At the time, I didn't know I was being poisoned. Let me look up how this guy healed himself, how that coach healed himself, because he struggled for years and years with the same stuff that I struggled. And so I tried to like pull up all the stuff he had sent me before. It was all completely unorganized, just random documents, all over the place with like the supplements and whatnot. Nothing was like coherent, like step by step, this is how I healed. And then I went on his site and started to read his biography, his bio. He had like a bio on his site. And by the way, when I was on the computer, my symptoms were so bad, I couldn't even open the computer and focus because I had scary words going in my mind the entire time. The entire time I had looping intrusive thoughts, like going the entire time. Even though the neurofeedback OCD started to help me, it wasn't really, I was still toxic, so I still was struggling to a certain extent, obviously. But I read his bio, and this is where he name dropped somebody. He name dropped somebody named Connie Fox. Connie Fox ended up being the first person to save my life. So who is Connie Fox? So Connie Fox, she's a lady, a wonderful woman who, she was sick for 8 years. She was sick for 8 years. She went to 92 doctors with horrible symptoms. She had liver failure. She had depression, anxiety, everything you can think of, everything that I talked about in this video, same thing, but like it seems 10 times worse. I don't even know how that's even possible, but she did. And she was sick for 8 years to the point of homelessness. She started off with like, she was successful before, and then she became homeless. Until she found doctor number 93, who I'm going to talk about. This was the second person who came along and saved my life. He rescued me out of the depths and out of the darkness, and he did that. And so, but I'm not going to get too far into it now. So what happened was that I read about her bio. I'm like, oh my God, she saved her life. And I started to look for her like online, and I found that she had a course online called Freedom from Mercury Madness. Freedom from Mercury Madness. It was $597. I'm like, I'm going to take this course. At least it's something that I can do to actually get started. Something I can do today to move forward. Because I remembered from my previous entrepreneurial knowledge and just skills that I've learned, life is never perfect. And no matter what, it's important to understand that there's always something you can do today to move forward instead of waiting for the perfect moment. If you wait for the perfect moment, your life is not going to change. So, I was sitting there and I bought her course and I started to watch it. And when I opened that course and the way it was laid out, I knew right away intuitively, this is what's going to get me out of this. I knew right away. And how it was structured was like, at first she talks about her story and about like the symptoms and what she dealt with and how horrific it was. And then she talks about the condition. She talks about toxicity, things I mentioned in this video, how it builds up in your body and creates a leaky gut. Leaky gut, actually, the biggest cause, like one of the most common causes of leaky gut, which basically what happens is that your stomach has like a delicate lining. Your entire gut has a delicate lining that prevents toxins from being absorbed into your bloodstream. And what happens is when you've had a lot of toxins in your body, and they're in your body, that lining gets eroded and eaten away. And anytime you eat, all the toxins from even regular food, from like, there's chemicals everywhere. All the toxins from regular food that wouldn't affect normal people, they get absorbed into your gut, and then you start feeling symptoms of toxicity, horrible symptoms. So she talked about how first, step one, you have to heal your gut. And, you have to make sure that you're like taking all these supplements, all these gut nutraceuticals, and you have to eat a certain way, and you have to eat bone broth and all this stuff, and like raw milk kefir, which I'm going to talk about. And that was step one. And step two after that of the course was once you get on that protocol, the leaky gut protocol to heal that, then you get on a probiotic protocol. So you start to mega dose probiotics because a healthy immune system has like trillions, I don't know exactly how many, but like trillions of healthy bacteria. And, basically when you're so sick, you have to completely rebuild your immune system. Your immune system is shot. And so to do that, you have to make a dose of probiotics, those like supplements that you can buy online with all the different probiotic strains. So not like 1 cap a day. Like I was literally to the point where I was taking, because I started doing this whole course, I ordered everything. Thank God I was in the States where it was easy to get all this stuff. It's not always easy to get supplements abroad, especially in Canada or in Europe. And so I started to, kind of like just take all this, and I changed my diet. I started to literally every day, I bone broth, heavy amounts of meat. She was saying how important meat was to heal. And so I was doing that. In Arizona at the time, I found raw milk kefir. So what kefir is, it's actually a traditionally Eastern European drink. It's like a Russian drink. And that's my background, Eastern European, mix of a bunch of places from there, like Russia, Latvia, Ukraine, Belarus. And so I had actually grown up drinking kefir, but it was pasteurized. The difference is that all the milk you see in the stores now, it's pasteurized, which means that it goes through a heating process that like kills a lot of the healthy bacteria. And they've been doing that for like 100 years or something, just to make sure that, because at the time they were having a lot of problems with like overgrowth of bacteria and things in milk. I think the industry was just kind of corrupt, and they probably weren't going with best practices in the dairy industry. And so they created this pasteurization, and they say like, oh, it's to prevent people from getting sick. Well, in fact, if you drink raw milk, and kefir, so kefir, what it is basically fermented milk. So it doesn't sound too good, and most people don't like it, but it's an acquired taste. I grew up drinking it, so I didn't mind. It tastes sour. It actually really increases your testosterone and really like is like so healthy for you. But it can bloat you up as well. That's the thing about raw milk. But anyway, that's a tangent. But, so there was actually a supplier of raw milk kefir, gray raw milk kefir there at the store, at Sprouts Market, which is one of the, it's like a Whole Foods there. So I got really lucky that all that stuff was accessible. So I started to drink raw milk kefir. I started to drink the bone broth. Now, of course, looking back, at night, the guy would go in and he would put in his poison into the raw milk kefir because it was already opened, and it was like odorless and colorless, the stuff that he was putting in my food and everything and in my supplements. And funny enough, he actually convinced me. He's like, no, you shouldn't buy any supplements. You shouldn't listen to her. When I told him that I found this course, he was like, no, I'm skeptical. I don't know. Who is she? He was trying to convince me not to do it. Makes sense now. And so he told me, yeah, you don't need any of these supplements. Like, you don't want to buy these supplements because you don't know what kind of reaction you're going to get. He was trying to scare me away from it. But I said, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway. And so I bought all these supplements, started following her program, and I started doing coaching sessions with her, okay? And that whole program, by the way, literally it's an entire full body rebuild. That's how I knew it would help me, because it makes sense. I was in such a sick state that it makes sense that you start by healing your gut. And once you've been on that protocol for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, then you go on the probiotic protocol. Once you've been on that protocol for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, then you get on, I think the next one was the detox protocol, which is like you actually start to take supplements that help with detoxing, like N-acetylcysteine, which is a big one, chlorella, things out there that naturally clean up the body, clean up the gut, and pull the toxins out of your body. And so around that time, I started to do coaching sessions with Connie, and I booked a call with her. And when I got on the phone with her, she confirmed right away. Like, she listened to all my symptoms, and she confirmed, because she's worked with clients for a long time. She's actually a licensed healthcare practitioner, a natural health practitioner out of Florida. She got like her license after she healed, because, she found a passion for this and helping people. She actually confirmed that all the symptoms that I had were the classic mercury poisoning that she calls the mercury madness symptoms. And I knew, that's when I knew I'm on the right track. I knew, she reassured me that I would completely heal. She really reassured me, and I wouldn't believe, like, I would half believe it, but I also wouldn't, because I was so bad. I'm like, how can you heal from this? This is insane. Like, how resilient could the body be to heal from this? And so she told me right then and there, it was September of 2022. On the first call, she told me, it's going to take you a year to a year and a half to fully heal. And I'm like, all right, that sucks, but all right, fine, And I asked her, I'm like, has every single one of your clients who stuck with the program fully healed? She said, yes. Every single one of my clients who stuck with the program absolutely and fully healed. So she gave me that confidence to actually do this. And so, that's when I learned all about natural health, all about like supplements, and all about right eating, and the role of toxins in the body, and how they can like screw up your mental health big time, and how so many people are on mental illness drugs, and they shouldn't be on them. They should be treating the cause of the problem. They should be treating the cause of the problem, but no one knows, because general doctors don't even learn this in school. They don't even learn this in school. They don't teach them this. It's almost like there's a hidden agenda. It's strange. And so, essentially what I learned in that program is that people get toxic and then they get chronically ill and sick, and their body becomes a breeding ground for sickness, for viruses, bacteria. Because what happens is that the more toxins you have in your body that gets built up, the equal amount of viruses, bacteria, and different parasites and whatnot, microbes that shouldn't be there, it's like a breeding ground for them, okay? So it's always a 1-to-1 ratio. And she also mentioned that in their course, she kept name dropping a name, and it was Dr. Klinghardt, Dr. Dietrich Klinghardt. And she said how this was the 93rd doctor that healed her. And how it happened with her is that she showed up to his office, like doctor number 93. Like, can you imagine the resilience? Can you imagine the resilience for a person to go through 93 doctors? For her, it actually got so bad that she asked her mom to help her kill herself. That's how bad it got. Can you imagine? Doctor number 93. And by the way, there were doctors before, many doctors that literally she would come to. She was having liver failure, and the doctors would literally be like, you are too much of a liability for my practice, and I can't help you. I can't help you. They literally would tell her they couldn't help her, because they didn't want her to die under their medical care and be sued for malpractice. In the United States, you can sue for malpractice and win tons of money, right? Because it's a suing country. And so not a single other doctor helped her realize or even brought her, even uncovered the true cause. They would always kind of make her go around. And then doctor number 93, Dr. Klinghardt, who was a German doctor, extremely gifted. He actually wrote his PhD on the influence of toxins. I believe it was, I might be getting this wrong, but I believe it was something about the influence of toxins on the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system is what controls your entire body, and it controls your digestion, your mental health, everything. And it does that on autopilot. But obviously, if there's toxins in your body and in your blood, that whole thing gets screwed up. And so that's why you get dizziness and all these strange neurological symptoms and much more, and mental health problems, because mental health is completely related to your nervous system. She shows up to Dr. Klinghardt's office, and the way that Dr. Klinghardt tests for things and the way he uncovers them is he actually developed a method called ART, which is called autonomic response testing. So it uses a blend of muscle testing, which is very popular in kinesiology. If you don't know what that is, literally, it's using your muscles to have the person's body subconsciously tell you what's wrong with it. I can't exactly describe how it is, but I was at a point where anything, you're so sick that anything, you don't ask questions. You don't ask questions. And so the way that he did it, because I actually ended up seeing him a few months later, I miraculously got in there. Miraculously, he was still practicing, even though, Connie thought that he was retired, even though that, he's already older. He was still practicing by a miracle of God. And so anyway, so for Connie, when she showed up to him, he did his ART testing on her. So basically I'm going to try to explain this in the best way I can, but it wouldn't be doing the whole method justice. He's an MD, PhD, but he believes in testing. He believes in the role of certain, pharmaceutical drugs when necessary, but he also is very, very, alternative and natural, and he actually heals the root cause. He knows what's actually going on with people's bodies. He's healed tons of people in his life. The guy is literally a saint. And so when she showed up to him, within 3 minutes using his ART, he said, you have mercury poisoning and you have Lyme disease. And she was like, wow. And so she started treatment. Within 6 months, she got healed. It took about 6 to 8 months. She visited him many, many times. She got completely healed. That was Connie's story. And then she became a licensed healthcare practitioner, started her course, and she's been helping people ever since. And she's healed so many people. And I can't even imagine how many people's lives she saved with her knowledge and with her experience. And I want to briefly talk about mercury specifically. There's other heavy metals, so arsenic, as we talked about, lead, there's all these different metals. And what happens is that when you get toxic, your body becomes a breeding ground for not only the viruses and the bacteria and all that come along with it. Your body starts to become an easy target for all the viruses that are circulating around out there. We all live with thousands of viruses or millions of viruses in our bodies, but our immune system, when strong, keeps them under control so you don't feel any symptoms. That's how it works. If you've heard of the herpes virus, the cold sore virus, it's if you get cold sores now and then, that's because you have the HSV1, I believe it's the 1, not the 2. You have the HSV1 virus living in your body, and it kind of just, you get a flare-up when you run into stress or something happens and you start getting the cold sores, then your immune system fights it, gets it back under control, flare-up goes away. And so mercury specifically, just like many other metals, they have a little bit different of a mechanism of action on the body, but mercury specifically, it fucks with every single enzyme in the body, So all the enzymes all the natural processes that are responsible for creating all the feel-good chemicals in your body, for making sure that you're not, you're completely healthy, mentally sound, you have a clear mind, you're not tired, you're not sick. Mercury screws up all of that. And that's why people develop mental illness. And especially the gut, because you get leaky gut, and the gut generates like 99% of all the serotonin and the dopamine in your brain. It's the gut, not the brain. And now it's all coming out. If you noticed all these trends, all these probiotic supplements, all these things about healing your gut and bone broth, it's all becoming popular now because it's true. That's exactly what happens. Happiness is not entirely dependent on the brain. It's actually your gut. And I think it was Hippocrates that said this, an ancient Greek guy. He said that all health begins and ends in the gut. And so essentially bad gut equals bad mental health problems. But you can't have a bad gut for no reason. People have IBS. They diagnose them with irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. And, they have like a bad gut. And the doctor tells them, oh, yeah, this is a condition you have to live with for the rest of your life. Or like ulcerative colitis, similar. They don't tell you the cause because they themselves don't know. They haven't been educated on it. And so, literally there's been so many people that I know that have had IBS and have healed it by just changing their diets. They might have not been so toxic, but they've just been eating the wrong foods, screws up their mental health because their gut is screwed up, healed IBS, Like for example, ulcerative colitis, that's another condition that people are told, hey, you have to live with this for the rest of your life. And I know people who have ulcerative colitis and their mental health is horrible, because they're just trying their best. They're just doing their best based off what they're told by doctors. It's horrible. It's a crime against humanity. When in reality, there's way deeper causes. And Dr. Klinghardt he knows how to heal ulcerative colitis. Anything that a person can possibly have, he would know how to heal. He healed Connie Fox, a person who doctors told, literally, I'm not going to help you because you're a liability to my practice. And so anyway, so I started to do the consults with her, and every week she was just like helping me so much. And I was telling her, hey, I have all these, all this classic symptoms, neurological symptoms, obsessive symptoms. At the time, I didn't know that I was being poisoned, but she confirmed that was likely what I was going through. She knew. And she knew it would take me a year as long as I followed the protocol. And it's just such a meticulous protocol. Like you can't just jump on all the supplements, every single supplement, because when you're so toxic, your body's so sensitive to anything that even vitamin B can trigger like you feeling horrible, which can trigger detox symptoms. It's a nightmare. So, and I want to talk about this because it's very important and it can help somebody. So step one of that process, and I think if you have any kind of mental illness, if you have any gut problems, it can really help. And just a disclaimer here, like I'm not an MD, I'm not a doctor. If you're in doubt or for any actual medical advice, go to a doctor. This is not to be taken as medical advice. Okay, we did that legal thing. So basically, this first step of healing leaky gut was to inhibit what's called mast cell MCAS. It's like mast cell activation syndrome. What happens is that your body's immune system starts to overreact to anything you eat. That's why a lot of people, they vomit when they eat, when they're super toxic, or they get like bloated, or they just feel really weird. And so step one was to stop that and heal that. And part of the right diet and the right supplements and everything like that was to also take a prescription drug called ketotifen. And this is not something that is widely available. It's something that actually has to be compounded in the United States. And you have to like find a doctor who will actually prescribe it to you from a compounding pharmacy, which is like a pharmacy that custom makes prescriptions, because it's not FDA specifically approved for inhibiting mast cell activation syndrome, like healing the gut. And what it is, it's an antihistamine. It's kind of like Benadryl, but just works in a different way. And so she's basically saying how if you take that, then your healing is going to be way quicker with that than without that, because it helps your body calm down. Your body doesn't react to every single thing that you're eating and that you're taking. She also talked about EMFs. What are EMFs? Electromagnetic frequencies. So 5G, we've all heard about that. Cell phones, Wi-Fi, all that stuff. It's very real. Like people that have AirPods in their ears all the time, they're literally frying their brain. And I knew about this, but I didn't know to what extent. I was kind of like, whatever, you're gonna have to die from something anyway, that sort of thing. But when I got so sick and with this whole experience, and I learned all this, I'm like, no, I have to make sure everything is right. So I literally went and I bought like all these EMF blocking devices, which I don't even know if they work, to be honest. I only to this day wear wired earphones except to the gym. I do wear Bose Bluetooth headphones to the gym, like the ones that are like over ear. I love them. They sound amazing, but like whatever. It's an hour or two a day. It's no big deal. After what I lived through, it's fine. Basically, EMFs, they are very damaging to the body. If you go on Google and you type it in, there's a lot of conflicting data. Most of it, on Google, Google will present to you what they want you to hear. Unfortunately, it's how it is nowadays. And there's always an agenda. Before the internet was kind of a free-for-all and you'd be able to find all the information, but now Google has a certain algorithm that doesn't show you things it doesn't want you to see and shows you things it wants you to see. It's the way it is. There's sites out there I don't want to mention them because I don't know actually which site would be completely censorship-free, because even the ones that are censorship-free that show you the real results, the search results, they're being bought out by big tech, and the founders are actually kind of selling out, and now they are actually becoming like Google basically. And so anyway, about EMFs, essentially part of healing, and Dr. Klinghardt talks about this a lot, is that this 5G, this whole rollout of 5G and the impact of Wi-Fi, what it does is it excites the nervous system and it prevents you from being calm. And that's possibly one of the reasons why so many people have anxiety today. If you look around, all millennials have anxiety. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. And so, I'm like, okay, boom, I have to start taking control of this. I have to start preventing my exposure from EMFs. I literally bought a device called a Total Shield, which is like a thing that looks like this. And there's supposedly some science in it that, on a radius of, I don't know exactly how many feet, but 30 feet in each direction. So that would cover the property, or 40 feet. It would basically block all the negative influences of all EMFs. Not sure if it works. There's a lot of scams out there, but I was at a point where I'm just going to follow everything. I'm not going to take any risks. I had the money, thank God, to do this. I started to drink grass-fed beef bone broth, colostrum, all these nutraceuticals, the raw milk kefir, mega dosing probiotics, super special diet. And, the housekeeper was there, and he was he saw me doing all this, and he wouldn't say no. But, he was like, yep, you're doing a good job. Good for you. I know for a fact that in his mind, he knew that if he just kept poisoning me, I would never heal, and that would make me just get nowhere. But, I started to put two and two together. And I remember on one consult with Connie on the phone, I had told her that I realized, because I started to write down every single symptom and every single thing that I was going through, all the symptoms I was having, all the supplements I was taking, the meal timing, to see what would trigger things, right? And I found out that my dizziness episodes happened only after I ate. And I started to feel depressed and just super bad. And I told her that, and she's like, Dan, I had the exact same thing. I couldn't understand why after I ate super clean organic food, clean food, I would get super dizzy and super depressed and crying spells. I would have the same exact symptom, crying spells after eating, just crying. It was so weird. And it makes sense because, your gut is coated in these toxins, and I was poisoned with something that's neurotoxic. It's supposed to be toxic to your nervous system, which screws up your mental health. And it makes sense that I would cry because whenever you eat, it would move around the toxins. You get the mast cell release from your immune system, and you would get these symptoms. So that was an even further confirmation. Okay, this is what I'm dealing with here. This is really it. Again, this was before I found out I got poisoned. She also talked about Lyme disease. So what Lyme disease is, it's a disease that you get from being bit by an infected tick. And I had never been bit by an infected tick. I grew up in Canada, went on canoe trips all the time. I never remember getting bit by a tick. But when I did some research, and in her course and from Dr. Klinghardt's online lectures, these little lectures online and protocols and YouTube videos, even though a lot of them are censored, I found out that most Lyme disease is actually carried through flying insects, through mosquitoes, through bugs. Of course, to a healthy person, that wouldn't affect them. But if you're already toxic, it's like a perfect breeding ground for it. And Lyme disease alone will make you crazy. Lyme disease alone will swell up your brain. It'll cause depression, anxiety, and all of those symptoms that I talked about. And so she dedicated a big part of her program, an entire module, to healing from Lyme disease. And so there was a protocol there. And it's all not easy. It's all very hard, and you need extreme discipline. She would always tell me, Dan, you have to be like a Marine sniper. You have to be like a Marine sniper to get through this and to heal. And most people just can't. And it's insane to me how many people have committed suicide, have lost their lives, have died from illness and they didn't even find out what it was. And how fortunate I am to have found out. And so as I started doing this, I literally built up to taking 100 caps of different supplements a day, just writing down every single thing. Extreme. I was literally like a soldier. I started to come out of the worst of it, and my symptoms started to get a little bit better every day, It was very slow. And I finally decided, I'm coming out of this. It's time to see a therapist, because it was part of Dr. Amen's recommended protocol. And so that's when I told the housekeeper, hey, can you email Amen Clinic and ask them for a therapist? And by the way, the reason I was asking is because I was too sick to do all of this. It was hard for me to even focus on anything. And so he would always delay. Again, he would delay and he would also say, yep, I'm working on it, with his accent. And basically it took him weeks. And finally, after pressuring him like 10 times, he comes back and he says, he got a list. He got the best CBT, cognitive behavioral therapist. It's just a term for talk therapy. I guess it's like a specific form of talk therapy. I don't want to say it's just talk therapy, but they have strategies to help you, come out of bad situations and traumatic situations and things like that. And so he gets me this therapist. This is the best part of the story. I show up to this therapist. I drive myself. Wonderful woman. And she has a practice in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I go to my first appointment with her. And so she's like, hi, the first session in a therapy session, you just kind of talk about your life and what's happening. I told her everything. I told her how sick I got, how I thought it was from the shots, how I didn't know what was happening, how I started this course from Connie, how I think I'm heavy metal toxic, but I don't know why. And I told her, I'd literally be sitting there like crying and having headaches as I'm telling her this. It's not like I was healthy, And she's looking at me and she's seeing this young, otherwise healthy guy telling her this. And I could tell that, not in the first appointment, but in the second and the third, she started to feel really weird about the whole situation. Now, important asterisk here, important part of the story. At the same time, the housekeeper's daughter, started to go to the same therapist because I had agreed to pay for the daughter's therapy. She had PTSD from her exes and she had trauma in her life. And I'm like, you know what? She's been helping me, like cooking for me because the housekeeper made her do it. And so I said, you know what? I'll pay for her therapy as well. So I was seeing the therapist and she was seeing the same therapist. As it turned out, you can't actually do that as a therapist because it's a conflict of interest. But she didn't know that at the time that we were living in the same house that, it was all so close. And so I would go in for my session and then the next day, like the daughter would go in. And so obviously she would listen to the daughter's story as well. And here is where it really gets just interesting. The third session, I sit down with my therapist and she's trying to help me. She's like, well, how is this stopping you from living your life? And I'm like, it's stopping me in every way. I can't do business. I can't work. Healing is a full-time job, all these supplements, all this, this protocol and everything. And she's like, well, why don't you invite a friend from Canada down to Arizona? Why don't you do something you like? Why don't you drive up to the canyon or something? And I'm like, yeah, it's a good idea. But I told her, I'm like, I don't want my friend to be there. And I don't want to be just having these symptoms and just crying and not knowing what's going on. And she's trying to help me work through it. And she's like, you're going to have to just accept it for now. And then she started to ask me very specific questions. This was the third session. She started asking me, okay, Dan, can you tell me when exactly did these symptoms start? And I told her that they started in 2021. And she's like, okay, can you tell me more about this housekeeper, this Mac? Who is this guy? And I told her, that I met him, that he was my housekeeper, that he would come over. She's like, did he cook your food? I said, he did make my food. And I slowly started to be like, where is she going with this? So I gave her all the details. I told her everything that I said in this video. And she started really pry in there. And eventually I could see what she was doing. And I literally froze because she interrupted me and she said, okay, Dan, there is something I want to share with you. And I didn't know if it was my place to do it because this is I could tell she was very uncomfortable to share this. And she said that this particular whole situation has been so on her mind that she actually shared my story with her husband. So this was on Monday, and she shared it with her husband on Sunday at dinner the night before. And she told her that there was something really strange about it. She could feel, and therapists are trained to recognize dangerous situations. And she tells me, she's like, Dan, I don't think that these people have your best interests at heart. And I'm like, are you saying... I literally froze and I was like, are you saying... She's like... And I was like, are you saying that they did this to me? He did this to me? And she's like... She didn't say it, but she was literally and she's like, Dan, regardless of what it is, I don't think that these people have your best interests at heart. They are profiting from you being sick. It's in their best interest to keep you sick regardless, And if I were you, I would run now. And when I heard those words, I literally started to shake. I was and I was already, my nervous system, when you're toxic, you're already just fucked. And so I was like, what do I even do? And in my head, my mind literally started to spin so fast. I went into a crazy adrenaline rush and I'm like, okay. And so I'd be walking out of there. The first thing I did was I called my assistant And when I told my assistant, she felt so bad. She was so sick to her stomach because she literally watched me, at least remotely, go through this mysterious illness where I had to put everything aside, stop everything. And she's like, Dan, I am literally unwell right now. Dan, you cannot go back to that house. You cannot go back to that house. And I went into like save my life mode, man. I went into save my life mode. So my heart was racing. I was full of adrenaline. My nervous system wrecked from the poison. I was literally just like shaking all the time. And I don't know exactly what happened there. I don't know if the daughter tipped her off. I don't know if the daughter knew about it. I don't know if the daughter knew that her dad was a sick person. I don't know. Therapists are not allowed to share, confidential conversations. And she already kind of overstepped her boundary there by even sharing my thing with her husband. But it literally saved my life. That was the moment from God, from the universe that came in and got me out of that situation. And so that day, that was in the morning, it was Monday, I remembered that night, the housekeeper told me that he would be taking his wife out to Old Town Scottsdale, like a nice part of town, and they'd be staying at a hotel that night, to celebrate their anniversary or a birthday or whatever it was. And I'm like, perfect. Tonight is the night. I literally have to leave. And I was so sick. Can you imagine? I had to somehow get in there because the daughter was still in the house. I had to make up a story to the daughter of why I'm abruptly leaving. And by the way, the entire time for several months prior, they were convincing me that, no, you need to heal. You don't want to be half healed and then, end up sick again and then relapse. You don't want to relapse. That's how they were manipulating me. And so thank God my assistant, she literally was telling me, she's like, hey, you cannot go back to the house. I'm like, I need to go back. I need to get my stuff. I need to get my stuff. There's my stuff there. Not everything, but she's like, no, you need to go back there right now. Thankfully, her parents own an Airbnb there in Arizona, and they let me stay. And thankfully, that Airbnb was empty that night. There were no guests. They let me stay there that night before I caught a flight out of there. Before I even got to the house, actually, I had an appointment with a craniosacral therapist. It's like a healing form. And I told her that oh my God, I might have been poisoned. And she went and she gives me this thing. It's an electrical device that you put on your vagus nerve. Your vagus nerve is what's responsible for, maintaining a steady state of calm. And she's like, put this on your vagus nerve and it'll really help you. So she gave it to me. And thank God for that, because the next day when I actually flew back, I had to fly back. I was so terrified of flying back because just being in the airport and all these people, and it was so when you're toxic, it's every single sound, every single movement just is overbearing to your brain. Your brain, you can't. You feel like you're dying. But thank God for that, because the whole entire time on the flight, I was literally putting that up to my vagus nerve, pressing the button, and it would actually help me a lot, even though I was just the whole time on that flight, I was just not well whatsoever. So I come home from the craniosacral therapist who gives me that device. And this was before the evening. And the housekeeper was still there. And Mac, and I go up to him and I'm like, and this was a test. I knew that I would know intuitively based on his answer if he was actually poisoning me. So I go up to him and I'm like, it's so weird. Why do I have all this mercury in my body? Why do I have all these toxins? As he's walking away, he looks at me and he's like, we live in a toxic world, buddy. And he walks away. And I knew right then and there that he did it. I knew in my spirit and in my soul that he did it. And he tried to kill me, and he was making me sick to profit off of me, to destroy my life, to take away everything. And so anyway, that night, the daughter starts doing something very strange. She's in front of the TV. She's listening to worship music, and she's like, Jesus, take me, oh, Jesus, I will worship you, all this. She was worshiping, but to an extreme level. She was I don't know exactly what was going on there. I don't know if she tipped off the therapist. I don't know. She didn't maybe want to tell me herself. I don't know if the therapist herself came to this conclusion. I don't know, but I knew that I was being poisoned by this guy, and I knew at the very least I had to get out. So I told her, hey, my mom just texted me. I have a family emergency. I have to go home. And I remember I had to eat dinner, and I pulled a steak out of the fridge. I left the room. I come back. The steak's already cut open. She cut it open, put it on the counter. She's like, let me cook this for you. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll cook this. So I'm cooking it, shaking, adrenaline rush. I'm packing up all my supplements. I'm making sure that I'm only taking the supplements that are not open, that are unsealed, to make sure that, I'm not bringing stuff home that's poisoned, because who knows, he probably was dropping poison in my supplements, even the ones I was buying to heal. And so this is where it gets funny. So I remember she was even saying I can go and get luggage for you. I needed to get a second suitcase. She's like, I can go to Target and get luggage for you. I'm like, no, I'm good. And then I remember that I had just bought a bunch of new sneakers, just like new Adidas shoes. I love Adidas shoes. And I was like, trying to make myself feel better. Like, I'm like, I'm going to start a little collection. I'm healing. And I just bought a bunch of these awesome new sneakers. And so I remember that I started to pack up the sneakers, started to pack up my car, and I packed everything up and I left. And I remember that I forgot something in the house. I think I forgot the bag of the sneakers. And so when I come back in the house, I can see her running down the stairs. She's halfway down the stairs. She went up to my room to check if I had taken all the sneakers because she knew that I was never coming back. She knew. And so I packed everything up. I got in my car, adrenaline rush, drove to Target, bought a luggage, went to my assistant's Airbnb, slept. The next morning, boarded a flight, came home. And that's when I saw my mom and my parents. They saw me. My mom was so happy to see me. I told her. She was like, oh my God, I told you, I knew this. I asked God to show you, show me like what I need to see, show me who is like hurting me. And so, I kept following with Connie's program. I told Connie at that time, I actually already booked an appointment with Dr. Klinghardt because he was still practicing. He's still practicing in Seattle, in Washington. And I booked an appointment with him, and it was coming up in December. So this was already the end of October when I found out, October 26th or something like that. And so I had to go through all of November at home, basically being miserable, but I was getting better with Connie's program. Every day I was getting better. Every day it was just a little bit better, but I was still having I would just get into crying spells. And my dad looks at me and he's like, this is a poison that acts on the nervous system. It's obvious. It was very interesting because I was so much of a zombie that my mom, when she saw me pick me up from the airport, she was like, are you taking any anti-anxiety medication? Because she always remembered me as being a little bit high-strung, just naturally. I was always like very let's go. And I was just a zombie, like speaking slowly and just like, she thought I was taking anti-anxiety meds and I wasn't. I had taken them over that summer at specific times, and they really did help me. Not benzos, but I took something called Vistaril, which is hydroxyzine. They use it as a sedative in hospitals. It's an antihistamine. And, it really helped me through those times. Just like I took it a couple times. Thank God that I didn't get prescribed like Xanax or any benzos, because benzo withdrawal is one of the worst things you can experience in the world. I know that. So thank you. Thank you, God. I was protected. So all of November of 2022, I just was home and I was just doing the protocol. I couldn't really do anything. I was miserable. And I was just waiting for my appointment on December 6th with Dr. Klinghardt, and I'd like to fly to Seattle. And I remember that I invited my best friend to come to my place that I've known forever. He comes and I could tell that he looked at me and he was like, dude, this guy's unrecognizable. He literally told me how unrecognizable I was. But he always told me, Dan, I know you're going to get through this. If there's anyone in the world that could get through this, it's you. And I know you. And I know you. I know how strong you are. And he would always support me. And I would be asking him, like, dude, Michael, like, are you sure? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to get through this. Like, I don't know if I'm going to die. He'd always be there to reassure me. He'd always be like, you're going to get through this. My mom was always there, like, you're going to get through this. Like, stop. It's not the end of the world. It's horrible. It's horrendous, but you're going to get through this. I'm like, I don't know. Is this doctor going to save me? He saved Connie. Like, she's like, yes. Thank God you found him. So I get on a flight to Seattle, December 6th, to see him for my first appointment. This is where the true healing begins. I walk in to see Dr. Klinghardt, and he's there with his assistant doctors. I lay it on the table. He does his testing, and within a few minutes, he says, you have arsenic all over your body, all over your gut, and it is to the point where you need to start getting IVs right now. If this was done to kill you, because I told him the story, if this was done to kill you, you need to get detox IVs right now. And I knew that how much of a load those IVs were on the body, because what they do is they bind the toxins, your body goes into shock mode, and it has to run them through your kidneys and through your liver, and it just overloads them, and you can get kidney failure. But at that point, I literally trusted Dr. Klinghardt with my life. I didn't have any other choice. I was literally just like saying, Jesus, God, like the entire time. And every time they would stick the IV in me, I'd be like, God, please, just, like, get me through this. And, luckily with Dr. Klinghardt, he actually spent 10 years, I believe, in India. And he told me how in India, it was very common for people to poison each other. He told me it was so common that people have entire books written on it, apparently. And so luckily when I presented as a patient to his clinic and he looked at me, he recognized right away that I had been similar to all those patients that were intentionally poisoned. Same presentation, same set of symptoms. Like, guy is young and healthy, but like strange zombie, like depression, like neurological symptoms. And so that's when my true healing began. And I ended up staying at Dr. Klinghart's and following every single thing he told me from December until March of 2023. I stayed in clinic. I stayed in Airbnb. I was there alone. My friend was there for like a week, but the rest of the time I was there alone. And it was brutal. It was a brutal treatment because I was still getting the symptoms every day. I was still not feeling well, but he told me that first appointment. Something that really, really was life-changing for me at the time. I asked him, "Doctor, how long do you think it would take me to heal from this?" And he said, 3 months. I'm like, 3 months? That's it? Connie told me like a year. He's like, 3 months. 3 months. Not more than that. By spring, you're going to be great. You're going to be living a normal life. Right now, it's spring, April 25th of 2023. I've gone skiing 10 times already. I'm almost completely healed. I'm almost completely detoxed. Now I'm on like an at-home protocol that I can do to kind of finish the job. I'm back in the gym. I obviously all that progress was taken away from me. I had to like restart, but at least I'm alive. And I started to feel joy again. And when I was skiing in Canada and I haven't been able to ski, I remember in November, I was literally bedridden in my parents' place. All I was asking, I was like, "God, can you please just give me 1 day of skiing? Can I recover to the point where I can catch 1 day of skiing in the spring?" I've already had 10 beautiful, amazing days, like top tier days, the best skiing days of my life so far. And it just like, it's just so crazy, like how bad you can get and like how you can heal. Like if I had literally waited a month longer, 2 months longer, 3 months longer, I probably wouldn't have made it. Dr. Klinghardt told me that when I came to him, he didn't tell me this right away, but in January, when I had already done a lot of detox and a lot of IVs and treatment, he told me, "Okay, Dan, I'm no longer worried for you." So he was worried for me for my life from November and December. And, he said, "You just have amazing baseline health, you have amazing genetics, and 99% of people that don't have your constitution would have died. 99% of people would have died from that poisoning, from the level that I had. It was horrible." And he saved my life. Saved my life, man. Sorry, it's just like, it's just insane. I hope this helps someone though. Something that really helped me was that I was still doing the consults with Connie. Connie would always tell me every single day to reaffirm to myself that these are temporary symptoms of a temporary condition. Every single day she would tell me, tell yourself that nonstop throughout the day, temporary symptoms of a temporary condition. And I would literally play that in my head all day long, like a broken record. And I'd be like, temporary symptoms of a temporary condition, because you just don't believe it. You're so bad, and something so crazy, so fucked up happens to you. You don't believe it. But she was right. And so as time went on and I was doing treatment, I was still getting the toxicity symptoms, but they were all, I knew it was coming to an end. And I just kept pushing myself every day, just like clockwork. Take your supplements, go to treatment. Take your supplements, go to treatment. I couldn't really work out. I couldn't really do anything. So that was basically the story of my treatment. I found Connie Fox. Through her, I found Dr. Klinghardt by a miracle. He was still practicing, and he is like the go-to guy when it comes to like poisonings and stuff. And then he started me on treatment. I had some brutal reactions to some of the IVs, but it wasn't anything that was like horrible. I always felt, like he knew what he was doing, and it's, I felt like I was in great hands. So now I want to talk about what actually happened after I found out I got poisoned. So this was October 25th, something like that, 26th. And what had happened with the housekeeper. So that night, if you remember, I was saying that I found out, I basically booked out of there. I got all my stuff. The housekeeper's daughter, she noticed that, I took all my shoes, and I caught her kind of checking for that in my closet. Like she literally went up the stairs to check if I had taken all my new shoes that I bought. So she was obviously already, she's already suspicious that I just left, and I just booked out of there. So what had happened was I got home. I came to my family, and right away I started looking for a private investigator. And because they were still at the house, the lease was still paid on the house until February. So they had plenty of time to live there. They had free housing. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Let's start watching them. Let's see if we catch anything suspicious. So I found a private investigator who was an ex-military vet and he was also like a longtime police officer in the Phoenix Police Department. I told him what had happened. He was like, dude, that is insane. This is why you don't trust people. I hear these horror stories all the time. He was basically saying like, okay, do you want to pay for surveillance? What do you want me to do here exactly? And I was asking him like, do you think that I actually have a case here? And he said, well, do you have proof? And I said, I don't have video proof, but I mean, you know, the therapist told me, and it's just all too coincidental. And of course, even at that time when I just found out, I wasn't absolutely sure, but it was the only thing that made sense. Even when I told my friends about it, they were like, dude, they thought that I just absolutely lost it. But the next day, once they actually processed it, they were like, wow, this makes complete sense. Like, some of them even knew the person, they knew the guy, and so they were like, yeah, you know, I could totally see him doing that. And so what happened was I hired this private investigator, and he started to do surveillance on the house. So basically what a private investigator is you can hire a licensed investigator to track people, to follow people. This is a completely legal thing. And, you know, a lot of people do this, like, you know, usually like husbands hiring a private investigator to like find, you know, to like follow around their wives on suspicions of cheating or something, or it can really be anything, but that's a common one. And so he started to do surveillance on the house. So he would literally show up to the house and he would park his car like down the street. It's like, imagine a quiet Arizona rich neighborhood, like wealthy neighborhood, pretty suburban and kind of like a gated community in a way. And so he would park his car down there and he would just literally sit there all day long looking at the house. And the whole time he would see the same cars in the driveway, which was basically it was a white Scion and then a Toyota RAV4, just like these two cars in the driveway there all the time, which makes sense because they never left the house because they didn't work, okay? And so one day he shows up after about a week and he sees the housekeeper and the wife taking a walk, and he sends me a picture of them. I have it on my phone. He sends me a picture of them of just walking. And this was the night that I realized that I actually left some very expensive jewelry in the house. I actually left a few very expensive watches that I owned at the house, and I was like, man, like, how do I get him to send me these watches? So I literally had to send him a message. He was like texting me, the housekeeper, Mac, he would send me a WhatsApp being like, hey, praying for you. I heard about your sudden departure, praying for your, you know, for your family and whatever. You know, I love you, all this weird stuff. And so I basically was like, okay, can you send me the watches? You know, I'd rather have them on me. You know, it's just, I don't like to have them at the house there. And he didn't believe it at first, and he delayed it. He actually didn't answer me for 3 or 4 days. And on the day that the private investigator saw them going for a walk, that morning, he still hadn't answered me. And so he sends me a picture. He's like, dude, shithead and his wife are out for a walk. Look at this. And I'm like, man. And he knew that, you know, he hadn't answered me. I was like, this is ridiculous. So anyway, they come back home. The private investigator sees them coming back home. And then finally, Mac responds to me and he says, yep, I'll get it done. Don't worry. You know, going to start packing it up tonight. And he would start to tell me like, you know, are you sure you want to ship these? Are you sure they're not going to get lost? He was trying to like manipulate me because, you know, everything he held on that was mine would give me more reason to have to go back there, right? And so anyway, I finally got him to send it because I really pushed him, and he went and he sent them. So that's how I got the watches out of there. And I think that was his very first big clue that, wait, that's weird. Why is he having me send the watches? I also had him send some security equipment that he had bought for a new house that I was building. And he literally gave me an excuse and he's like, nah, don't worry. I have to configure this security equipment. And I was like, this is such bullshit. I was like, no. You have to send it to me right now. Like, send it to me. And so he sends that. And that was the second thing. So he knew that then and there, I think that like, okay, something's off. And now here's where it gets interesting. So one day, the private investigator, shortly after that, comes onto the property, and he sends me a text saying the driveway is empty. It was an evening. It was like 6 p.m. The sun was just about to set. He was like, yep, no one's on the property. The driveway's empty. Do you give me permission to go into the house? So I'm like, yes, go. So he goes in. He knocks on the door. No one answers. He looks under the carpet, under the doormat. There's a key there. I had no idea about this key because there was a code on the door. And so I already think that as soon as I heard that there was a key, you know, because he told me after the fact, as soon as I heard that, I'm like, okay, that's strange. Usually you'd leave a key if you're leaving the place, if you're just like leaving suddenly. Anyway, so he starts hearing cars that are pulling up on the road coming down from the street. And the street that the house was on was, it had 2 dead ends. So basically, if you imagine to get from like the main road from the city, you took a road into the neighborhood, and then the house was in the middle of 2 dead ends. So there was like a road that was perpendicular to the street. Okay, I'm trying to like show this in the best way I can. So like road, house is here, and there's a street, right? Dead end, dead end. So he was at the house, and then he hears 2 cars, and he sees 2 sets of headlights. So it's already nighttime that are pulling up, and they stop. They don't go into the driveway because they see this guy dressed in all black. Now, the housekeeper, he actually used to own a private investigation firm. So he would know that, oh, usually a private investigator is dressed in all black, of course. So what happens is that the car in front pulls into the driveway and the second car stays outside of the house. It stays on the road. But the first car pulls into the driveway and it's the daughter. Daughter comes out and she's like, "Who are you?" And he goes, and this guy's a genius. He actually did a background check on the landlord of the house and he found her name and everything. And he was like, "Oh, hey, yeah, I'm Melissa's nephew. I just came back from the military. Just wanted to surprise her, but she's not here. She's in Washington, you know?" And then the daughter was like, yeah, we'd been renting the house from her since April, you know? And he was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Well, have a good day." And he goes and he leaves, but he sees that the second car in the back, which he didn't confirm, was the housekeeper's, but obviously the first car was the daughter, and the second car behind the daughter was, he didn't know yet if it was the housekeeper. So the car keeps driving down one end of the dead end, and he knew that it was a dead end going there. So the private investigator goes back to his car, complete limo tint windows, and what he does is he takes out a lawn chair. This is hilarious because it's not like I knew it like at the time that he was doing it, but he told me this after the fact. He takes out a chair from the back, a literal lawn chair, and he parks right across the street from the house under a big tree and a cactus at night. So you wouldn't be able to see him at all. But he had full vision of the house. And he sat there waiting. 20 minutes later, Mac comes back, and it is him, it's the car, comes back, pulls back into the driveway, goes into the garage, closes the garage. The private investigator keeps waiting. He's like on the chair, and he's just watching the house. 30 minutes pass, and then the garage opens up. Again, it's Mac pulling out of the driveway. Okay, and by the way, the private investigator was an ex-cop, so just listen to this. The housekeeper, Mac, pulls outside of the driveway in his car. He drives frantically one end of the dead end, all the way back to the other end of the dead end, comes back, patrols the neighborhood for like 2 minutes, comes back, goes back in the garage, closes the garage. 30 minutes pass by, he comes out of the garage, does the exact same thing again, comes back, puts the car back in the garage. He repeats that 5 times in a 2-hour period. He was frantically, like a paranoid maniac, just driving his car all around the neighborhood. And by the way, what's funny is I'm sure that he's watching this video right now, because he's still out there, which I'm going to talk about, but he's not going to be out there for long. He's not going to be out there for long. And so then the private investigator calls me on the phone, and he's like, "Dude, you want to hear what just happened?" And he told me that whole thing. And I asked him, like, "Dude, that's insane." And he said, "Yeah, do you know, I've only seen this behavior with like meth people, with people who run meth labs or, you know, meth addicts and stuff. So I don't know if he was also addicted to that. Honestly, no idea. But like, honestly, I thought it was hilarious. It was so funny. But that right there at the time, even before I got confirmed that I was poisoned by Dr. Klinghardt, because he confirmed it, that right there gave me all the evidence I needed to basically know, you know, why would a person who's innocent do this sort of thing? And just, you know, going crazy, patrolling the neighborhood, trying to find him. Like, that is obviously someone who's very guilty, who's paranoid about something, and it just became clear to me. So after that happened, the investigator, he comes back the next morning, early morning, and I get a text. And the text that I get, not from the investigator, but from the housekeeper, it says something like this. It said, "Hi, Dan, due to your sudden departure and to your family emergency, and also the fact that it seems that you're not coming back anymore," even though I never told him that. You know, I only said I'd be gone for a week, all of them. I never said I wouldn't be coming back. "Due to your sudden departure, and it sounds like you're not going to need, our help anymore and my help in your healing, we decided to pack everything up. We left all your stuff. We left your oxygen chamber in there because I had used that for a while. We left, all your whatever you had there, and we left it. We cleaned it up and we left." And he literally sends me that at like 4 a.m, Arizona time. So they literally waited and overnight scrambled, didn't sleep, and scrambled to get out of there. He also said, "Also, in addition, my daughter also left, and for her it was a big mission to help you heal, and she left in a hurry as well, and she split up, and she left on her own way, and due to that, we both decided that we were going to leave out of here." That's obviously someone who's very guilty. That's obviously someone who's running away from the law, and that's what happened. And so the investigator comes back the next morning. He goes in the house. Everything is cleaned out except my stuff. He's like, "What do you want me to do with your stuff?" And that was that. I found the landlord. I reached out to the landlord, told her the whole story. She was in shock. She sent me lots of prayers after that, like, just prayers through text and stuff. And, I'm just glad that nothing bad happened to the house, to be honest. And I'm glad even more that I'm alive and nothing bad happened to me and that, I've pretty much fully recovered. So all I did was I responded to him and I said, "You know what you did. God will have his way with all of you." And ever since that message, he never answered me. And I think that he just started going crazy. I think that he became a paranoid maniac. I think that, he was already, and this should have been a red flag to me as well. The entire time that he worked for me, he was always on a burner phone. I didn't know that at the time, but I found out later. And he would tell me, oh, it's because, taxes, the IRS or whatever. He would always be on a burner phone, and he would always, basically just use burner emails. He'd always be using Proton Mail. Like even when he was reaching out to Amen Clinic and therapists and stuff, they were also like, "Why is this guy using Proton Mail?" It's only what criminals do. You know how people, they're like obsessed with their privacy. Yeah, that's one thing. But this guy was like, it's very clear now that if you're a criminal and you're hiding from the law, you would use Proton Mail, an encrypted email service, and you would use a burner phone, like an app. It's literally called Burner. You just get burner phone numbers. And so then I called the police. I called Scottsdale Police. I told them what happened, and I got nothing. The person that got on the phone, the cop, he was like, well, do you have any proof? Do you have any video proof? I said, no, I don't have video proof. Like, I didn't have a camera in my kitchen, but I told him the story, and he's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to take your info down, but like, he didn't believe me. And so I even had the private investigator join the line and tell the cop, being like, hey man, I know you, like, because they actually knew each other, because they worked for not the same police department. The cop that I got on the phone with was from the Scottsdale Police Department, but then the cop that I actually hired as a private investigator worked for the Phoenix Police Department, but he knew that guy. And so I got him on the phone, and he was like, no. For Dan's attorney, for Dan's lawyer, we're going to need an actual police report. So he actually filed a police report. He gave me a link to submit evidence, and I submitted all the chat history with him. I submitted all my toxicology reports, that Arsenic report that I had from 2021. And so where we're at now is the guy is still on the loose, but there is a big criminal investigation against him. And honestly, I have one sentence: the best revenge is God's revenge. I'm not going to go and ruin my life just to go after someone like that. There's nothing, there's no reason for that. And honestly, I'm just happy that I'm alive and I'm healthy. But when you do something like that, karmically, there is a big, big burden to bear. There's a big burden to bear. And honestly, I don't think I'm the first person that he's done that to. He always mentioned how his ex-wife, his most recent ex-wife, not the one that he was with then, which they weren't actually even married, but he called her his wife. He mentioned that his recent ex-wife became mentally ill during their relationship, and she ended up in a mental institution under 24/7 care. And he would always say it's because she was addicted to Adderall. And I thought it was strange, but now in hindsight, looking back, I don't know how many people he's killed. I don't know how many people he's poisoned. I have a feeling that his most recent ex-wife was a victim, and maybe nobody ever found out because they actually thought she was just mental. And when in fact she was being poisoned by her husband. I'm sure that he's done this before. I wasn't the first. I also have a feeling that he didn't do it right away. He didn't start right away with me in 2020. He started when he was realizing wow, I don't know, this guy has it all and I have nothing. And it's just extreme narcissism and extreme jealousy and envy, and just so fucked up to even do to somebody. And his ex-wife actually is the daughter of an Arizona billionaire, and he would hide that from me, but I eventually found that out. The business school there is named after the Arizona billionaire's name. He owned a sports team in Arizona. At least that's what he told me when I actually pried about it a bit, because he was always very secretive, but he eventually started opening up to me and dropping things. So I don't know if the daughter knew all along. I don't know if the daughter found out recently before we got into the therapist. We got to see the therapist, and then she kind of hinted at the therapist. She told the therapist. Maybe she just said, hey, my dad is a very evil man. I can't escape him, something like that. I don't know. But the therapist, when she told me, she was so sure, but she also felt like she was overstepping her boundary, and she really didn't want to create an assumption. She didn't want me to she wanted to make sure that I got out of there safely. She absolutely wanted to make sure that I got out of there, and I did. And thank God that I did. And as I was healing, most of it was just me. I'd be on the phone with my friends or with my mom. My mom would always reassure me. My friends would always, but no one actually understands. If you haven't lived through this, the only person that understood was Connie Fox, who I did consults with, who created the Freedom from Mercury Madness course. She actually understood this. And whenever she would tell me everything was going to be great, I knew it. And Dr. Klinghardt does not lie. Dr. Klinghardt told somebody that it would take him 10 years to heal. The guy was in a wheelchair, and it actually took him 10 years. He got him out of a wheelchair, and he completely healed. So that gave me a lot of reassurance. His 3 months was correct. It took about 3-4 months to basically get back to living a normal life with minor symptoms. So now I still have a little bit of detox left to do, but I'm pretty much, by a miracle, fully recovered almost. I'm just in the gym getting stronger again, and I just can't wait. I'm so happy I can be back to work. I'm so happy that I can, continue my mission on this earth, which is to help people live a better life, help people achieve freedom, help people start successful online businesses, and just not only that, but also in health and in spirituality. And there's so many things that I've learned going through that, and for some reason, the greatest people sometimes go through the hardest things. And I don't want to say that I'm the greatest person, but, maybe, the people with the biggest missions in life go through the hardest things. And I don't have any resentment. I don't have any ill thoughts. There's no trauma even, honestly. It's just like, this was a nightmare for me. It's over. I can help people through what I've learned. I can't wait to make all health content, like a lot of health content, helping people with mental illness, helping people with physical, symptoms. There's so many people out there. Like, where do people turn to nowadays? People turn to Google. When you're in pain, whether it's mental, physical, whatever it is, or whether it's financial, you turn to Google. You try to find someone who's walked through your shoes and has conquered it. And even though not everybody has been intentionally poisoned, although I think that a lot more people have been poisoned and have never found out and even died from it, or they took their own life, I survived it. I survived something that would have killed 99% of other people, according to my doctor. He told me, he was like, Dan, let me tell you something. This is how it works with poisoning, with your type of poisoning. Either the patient dies before they receive treatment, or they fully recover. There's no in between. That gave me so much reassurance. On what was used to poison me. The doctor found out it was rat poison. So it was, I don't know if he was like mixing it at home or if he was combining stuff, but it was rat poison. Rat poison has arsenic in it. It also used to have thallium in it, and we found thallium in my urine on toxicology tests. There was a case of a thallium poisoning where a guy poisoned his roommate at the University of Alabama. I found this online. Who knows where you can get this stuff? You can probably get this stuff online. And there was a big case. The guy went to jail. And so, the same fate's going to happen for this guy. No matter how far away he runs, no matter what he tries to do, justice will be served, and not just on this earth, but I believe in the next life as well, and in the next life. So, that's what happened to me. I feel like I literally went to war and I came back. I lost 2 years of my life because I wasn't mentally there. I was always trying to grow my business, but I couldn't because all day, every day, I would be fighting this mysterious illness. And on the level of PTSD, obviously post-traumatic stress disorder, I definitely had it and I don't have it anymore. I think there's always a level of trauma. I can't say there's no trauma, but it's a point of strength for me now. From what I've gone through, it's made me so much stronger. It's made me so much more grateful for life. It's made me so eager and happy to continue making content and continue my mission. I was left on this earth for a reason. And I just can't wait. I can't wait for what's to come. I can't wait to be back in business. I can't wait to make amazing videos for you. I can't wait to tell the truth to people. My mission is to, bring out the truth, whether it's financial, whether it's health, whether it's spirituality, just bring people to the truth, because the truth is hidden. And now more than ever, we have more people suffering, more than ever. There's so many people suffering every single day, and they're being taught positive thoughts and manifestation. Good luck manifesting out of rat poison in your brain. I mean, I guess I did it, but I'm saying telling a person like that, just think positively, when all day long your mind is going against you and attacking you and convincing you you're dying. Good luck. And that's when I realized that now, looking back, I've coached thousands of people, millions of people through my YouTube videos, and then thousands of people through my company, Ecom Freedom, where we coach people how to start successful Amazon and Shopify businesses from scratch. I realize now that a lot of the time, a lot of people have mental stuff that they have to deal with, or physical symptoms. Good luck trying to build a business with that. My doctor, Dr. Klingart, said that your business is it's directly related to your mental state. And obviously, if your mental state is not good luck doing anything in life, because you're wasting your time. And so that's why I'm saying this. That's why it's important. I'm so happy that I lived through this, because I get to make all this amazing content. Even I hope you learned a thing or two in this story, other than just listening to the story and seeing what happened to me. So by fully detoxing, literally every single week, every single month, I've become calmer, happier. It feels like I just have lightness in my life. You literally feel so light when you're detoxing. You don't have any of these toxins. And who knows, maybe I've detoxed shit that I had from even before, because when you detox these poisons, you bring your body to a point where it knows how to detox everything else. It's just detoxing everything else on autopilot. My intuition's on another level. My strength is just, it's not just in me, it's also rooted in God as well now. And in, the higher spirit and the creator, anything you choose to call. And and something that I want to share too is that I actually took a transcendental meditation course at my worst, because I was having all these intrusive thoughts. And it was the only thing that helped me at the time. I recommend it. Meditation is really good. It can help you in your hardest times. But now I haven't meditated since November. I don't feel the need to. I am super calm, super present. I'm enjoying my life. And I think that I'm not saying meditation is bad. It's just I don't really like to do it personally. I never did it before. And I only did it when I absolutely needed to do it because I was so anxious and I was just living my days in depression and panic because I got poisoned. This is stuff out of movies, and especially how I grew up in Canada, we're naive and we're sheltered, I'd say, because it's a very safe country as opposed to other places in the world. And even though I was always like talented and smart in business and things kind of came naturally to me there, I never would have even guessed or expected that something like this, that something so evil can happen to a person. And I'm so glad to live through it on the other side. One thing I want to mention too is that, I could have spent a lot of time like being angry at God, being angry at the world, and like, why me, why me, why me? And it wasn't productive. And every time that I realized that there's a reason for all of this. And my mission is to help you through what I lived through. And obviously I'm going to get back to the online business content, the e-commerce content. I can't wait because even though a lot of my e-commerce businesses I had to put on pause because it was just, he would know, like I was actually launching 2 amazing products, especially in 2021, like huge, one in the food and beverage industry, which I still can, but I had to put it on pause because I was literally going to like food labs and everything and meeting with these scientists, and I was just full of panic and anxiety. My liver was hurting. It was horrible. And I had no idea. And it just makes me think of like how fortunate I am to have gone through this and survived this. And I just pray that the truth comes out for anyone. If anyone has ever had this happen to them, the truth comes out, maybe through this video, And my lesson to you is a few. Never give up. Always know there's a way out. Always know that no matter how bad it is, it's temporary. It always is. Nothing ever stays the same in life, ever. Nothing is permanent, but you have to decide, and every day you have to believe it. You have to believe it. No matter what, you have to fool your brain. You have to believe it. Believe it until it becomes reality. Because I am proof that you can get out of the hardest situation, you can completely heal, and you can rise up and soar. And I also want to bring to light, using this video, the poisoning that is happening on a mass scale in society, and that's unintentional poison. Well, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it's just like environmental poisoning. So Dr. Klinghardt always talks about the 4 main poisons: mercury in amalgams and in seafood like tuna and swordfish, fluoride in the tap water, GMOs and pesticides in food, glyphosate, and EMFs, the rapid expansion of EMFs, so 5G, smartphones, everything like that. You can call me a conspiracy theorist, whatever you want. I lived through it. I know the truth. I don't need to prove anything to anybody. And the truth will come out. The truth always comes out. And all these things, they screw up the nervous system and the body, and they cause anxiety, depression. And if you're someone who's been living with just unexplained anxiety, episodes of anxiety, panic, like Dr. Klinghardt said, if the symptoms are psychological, mental, the cause is physical. And if the symptoms are physical, the cause is psychological. Okay? So just remember that. If you see people out there that they have to face their demons every day and they're like depressed and they don't know why they're sad. They're literally they have these episodes of depression and they talk about it on social media, or they don't talk about it, they keep it to themselves. It's because the mainstream medical system has failed them because doctors aren't taught and they don't know. And it's sad to see that in the United States, mercury has continued to be put into people's teeth in the form of amalgams. It is so sad because it's the most toxic substance known to man. It's the most one of the most toxic substances that you can have in your human body. I think it's, according to Dr. Klinghardt, the most toxic substance and the hardest to detox. So if you're detoxing mercury, you can detox everything else. I've learned to just go with the flow in my life. I appreciate every single day. I wake up so excited for every day. After going through something like this, you see people complaining about things like the price of gas or like small things. And after you live through something like this, all of that is just nothing. And especially when you're dying and you beat death, I literally beat death and come back. So no matter how bad it is, there's always a way. You have a mission on this planet. Whether you know it or not, you have a mission on this planet. You're here for a reason. There's a divine purpose for your life. Every single person on this planet. It's different for everybody, but it is your duty to find it. But you can't expect to find it by not taking the steps today to get going on your way, to start. So on the content side, can't wait. I'm going to be posting videos again, super pumped. There's going to be all new Amazon Shopify tutorials as well. even through this chaos, I've actually, been able to run an Amazon business that does about 50K a month right now, between like 30 and 70. So we have that. And then also on the Shopify side, I'm going to be ramping up my stuff again. I can't wait. We have 2 amazing courses in Ecom Freedom. If you ever wanted to join, like if you've ever been interested in making, passive income or starting an online business, like that actually sells real products, you should strongly consider joining Ecom Freedom, our free trial. This isn't a sales pitch or anything. It's just, part of what I do. We have an amazing team. You can get mentored one-on-one by me. I'm back doing that. I had to pause the mentorship for over a year because I was sick. I couldn't, but now I'm back, and, I just can't wait to help people on a massive level. I'm also starting up my podcast again. It's called Freedom by Dan Vass, the Freedom Podcast. There's going to be a link for that down below. I released a few episodes in 2021, but as I was getting poisoned, I guess I had to stop because, I talked about it in this video. And I can't wait. I'm going to be talking about e-commerce, entrepreneurship, living an amazing life, freedom, achieving just the best possible life with all the knowledge that I have through my life experiences at 27 years old. Things that most people never have to live through. And I've achieved things that most people haven't achieved, but it's because I set out on a great adventure, and I guess sometimes things go bad. But the sun always comes back up. The sun always rises up. We all have a destiny in life. And sometimes what's meant to happen will happen, If it's meant for me, I knew that it was meant for me to be victorious over this, even though I didn't believe it a lot of the time. I knew. And I can't wait to use this, what I live through, exclusively for good, and to help people. So thank you so much for watching this video. Hugely appreciate it. Subscribe to my channel for amazing content coming up. This is just the beginning. I just scratched the surface of everything that I want to bring out there in the world. And I just want to say thank you.